He has 2 secret keepers? Wow. Wow. And he popped my guy? Wow. This guy's awful.
So that I don't know where that stuff's come from. That's so weird. Hang on, Danny, because I really need to concentrate on this.
Okay, that's fine. Can you start me again?
Okay.
That's because of your shocky thing. I wait. Thank you.
I don't have it yet.
Okay, pause it then. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that was okay, thank you. Alright, so we played again. Who about? Of course, there's no heroes on it. Who is Smiley Face? What's his name?
He has no alias. That's his name.
What here? How do I pronounce it? Smiley Face? It's probably either Lee or Smiley Face exclamation mark? It's not fucking good. What's this? Wikipedia there. Years in SEC, MMR. Ellie is on it. So I'm guessing Ellie is on it.
Did you say Scooteria? It's SCU-deria, idiot.
So that Scooteria.
I'm just kidding, it's Scooteria. You wouldn't know though.
What?
You wouldn't know though.
No. I've never heard of any of these Chinese fucks.
I know you haven't. That's why we have you on the panel for the first part.
Fuck boys.
Jacob, can you finish the game for me? DK Scooteria?
What is Scooteria? It actually annoys me that they can always. Well, hey, how do you get this?
It doesn't work. I don't have a splitter.
Splitter? What's a splitter?
What?
What's a splitter?
What's the...
What?
That's it.
Game 2?
Ken?
That's a fancy. What? You got a hot mic on? On stream? The amount of shit I say when we're not on camera is... I'm just not
Welcome to the Frankfurt Major for live coverage of Group C, where Team Secret will be looking to secure their place in the upper bracket of the main event today. We'll compete and complete the group stages and then head for a day off before we switch over to the live main event at the Frankfurt Messe for the final 6 days. That's right, you've got 7 days ahead of you. In turn, we'll switch to the format that you may already be familiar with from TI5. Double elimination will be on its way with those tricky to navigate lower bracket best of ones en route to finding out our first ever Dota 2 major champion. Yesterday, Groups A and B were completed, and while the TI champions came through, they certainly didn't have it all their own way. A sign of greatness, however, is how the teams win matches while not playing their best, and Evil Geniuses certainly proved that in Group A. As with our matches yesterday, the teams playing today will battle it out in dual tournament format. Simply put, win 2 and you're through. Though it should be noted, all the teams will advance to the main event, but 2 of them with a significant advantage as they go to the upper bracket, while the bottom 2 teams must face that deadly best of 1 in the lower half. It might still be early on, of course, but every game counts as the chase begins for their share of the $3 million prize pool, as you can see all 4 groups on screen right now. Got a lot of Dota 2 action over the next 10 days as we kick off the group stages live from Frankfurt today, of course, and we'll follow with our day off on Sunday before we head to the Messe, as we've already said. So, to today's matches, we'll be focusing on Group C here at the main desk, while bringing you updates from Group D throughout the day, of course, as well. And we'll start things off with one of the teams in great form heading into the major. Team Secret, of course, going up against one of our replacement teams in the form of Newbie Young. Our desk today will be opened up by a collective brilliance of mind. Would you expect anything less? First up, our roving reporter, dancing extraordinaire, and the guy who apparently keeps some light, Coddle Guy. He's joined by the singularity now known as Malini, and alongside me once again is Denmark's foremost expert on hairstyles, the one and only Malk. How are you doing, gentlemen?
Very good.
Feel good?
I think even Synderen might have you beat in that title. Synderen has you beat in everything, Jacob.
He does.
Well,
really.
I'm an expert on the hairstyles, I just don't have them myself.
Right, that's good. Yeah, most experts have no idea how to do it themselves. That makes total sense to me, Jacob.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, everyone.
I was asked to come on the panel as an analyst.
Right.
So I said, sure, and
Okay.
I'll have whatever you're smoking.
All right, cool. Well, as long as you join in with the banter and basically just beat up
Mal.
Jacob.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's all you need to
I'm happy to be
know.
next to him. Makes me look tan.
No, that was the flavor.
And it begins. So how you doing, Ben?
Pretty good.
Everything okay?
We get to see some secret action today.
Yes, we are.
And of course, Newbie Young, who Jacob probably knows something.
He was going off
Maybe
earlier about how much he
something
loved
about-
this team. He was looking
Yeah,
forward to it.
and
Can we
how,
just-
how you can break down
can we just
all
take a
5
break for,
players
like-
in detail.
That was the flavor of yesterday. It
Right.
can't be me again. It has to be Paul or something.
No, it has to be you. That's the role we employed you for. Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, yesterday, of course, we did see some fantastic action, and we do have some highlights for you. If you weren't here yesterday, then you missed a bit of a treat in both Groups A and B. It was a terrific day. In particular, of course.
The battery stop, but Arteta's got his stun available. Mushi, Fissure available. Net's going to come in. They go for the purge as well as the catcher with the poison. Arteta, they're still trying to work through this chemical race, but Arteta, disruption. The Fidget's on the wrong side. They're keeping the poison up. Now Samel's going to come and join the fight with a huge crush from Universe. 3 heroes locked with a whirling death. Fnatic, they are falling apart. The seams. Game 1, we thought there was a hope, but right now, the hope has been lost if you're a Fnatic fan. You've still got Arteta with 100 life hanging around. Blast going to drop as well. He tried to come in the fight. The amplification, they'll shrug it off.
Their BKBs in time. They burst down Universe, killing him off the bat. That could be huge for VP. Now turning their attention towards Arteezy, Illidan, and G, trying to beat him down on their own, and they will commit a curse here as well. Arteezy's down. This could be the fight for VP. 3, make it 4. It's all up to Sue.
This could be big for VG, and there's your toss forward. Onto no one. They get the crush as well. They're looking for the SF. The Timber Chain comes out, but now their mech's being popped. They're trying to temper the Avalanche onto 2, and now the bounce is here from the Chain Frost. The Winter's Curse combo is beautiful from VG. They find themselves 1. No one does get off the Requiem, but the toss from Super enables them to find themselves the second kill. They will lose Ice, and Solo and Mag, they're looking to try and turn this. The Mystic Flare on Tab 5 bringing him low. Mag comes in on the Spider. They made it a 2 for 2. Supla's going to whip the Avalanche. Mag's going to be fine, walks himself off. Shoma just kites around, but then the toss. The baby kills her mother as it lands on the head of the Spider. Solo will...
Oh, look at him. He's going to go for the steal.
he drops his Orb of Venom.
Oh, Solo's turned up as well. Drops the Mystic
Oh, they're gonna
Flare
fight!
Mac, he's going for it with the BKB here. He's looking to man up against Super. And he might just do it. Super turns around with the toss, tosses back the Spider, but the Spider comes back in. The cold embrace is there, so Super's going to be fine. F5 are going to Pasha turning up. Oh, the god strength, the damage, the humanity. 2 are down here. Roshan falls, but Burning does snatch the Aegis.
God.
Vega got the kill on Roche there with the Sven damage, but they lost the Aegis to Vici. But now the blink forward. Pasha's not done. He gets the Stormhammer out, and this man, triple kill for the Sven.
Perfect opportunity. He's gonna have that smoke pop.
Oh,
Realizes,
no.
oh, blink in. 3-man Slithering Crush. Now the ultimate on top for Miracle. A good zone up the back.
in.
The static storm with the ultimate are coming out from no one. Can they actually fight this one? They get the control onto no one. He's still not burnt out just yet. But here comes Pasha Mishu coming in from the side. As no one dies, he might just be able to get the kill on Miracle. The Shallow Grave fades out. Solo now holding in Muno. No escape for him. As Pasha's gonna make sure that this Slaughter does go down. Slithering Crush, maybe not. Can he get ahead of the
going down so
He
quickly.
gets burned out from his mana. No Tail takes away that opportunity, and that's a wipe. It started out so good for OG, and it ended even better.
And of course, a nice mixture of commentary there from all of our different commentators that were on the various streams, as they will be back again today on all of the different streams. You can tune into other matches if you're not particularly interested in watching the one that we're covering, which you should be, because it's going to be a good one. Yesterday, let's just talk about yesterday a little bit more, Jacob. Highlights for you?
Evil Genius's Rise,
Yeah.
I suppose, and then of course the Virtus.pro game against. Sorry, I lost track. Against Newbie. It's because we're having Newbie today, and we had Newbie yesterday.
We do have
I was
two
like,
newbies.
what? How?
Yeah. How can they be in two places at once?
Against Newbie, the 80-minute game.
Yeah.
Had the pleasure to rewatch it back at the
Pretty
hotel
good.
room.
I
so-
casted that game. It was ridiculous.
Yeah.
It was ridiculous. Just to go on his note with EG a bit, it was a pleasure to watch Sumail playing a lot of Timber Saw. You
Yep.
think that's his new Storm Spirit?
Yep.
It's
I said that yesterday. I think it could be his new signature thing. It could be a
Yeah.
whole new thing that we see him do. He did it twice yesterday, and both times was devastating. I think the second time he was 0-3 at the start of the game, and we were like, ooh, maybe not then. And then just went absolutely
I think
crazy
he
for the
ended
whole
like
game.
15-3.
Yeah. Yeah,
No big
absolutely
deal.
crazy.
Yeah.
And Group B, we didn't see obviously Group B because we were focusing on Group A, but the two Vs came through that group, Vega Squadron and Vici. I would argue that I had that down as a prediction, but what the hell do I know? But some will be surprised at that because OG potentially should have come through that group in the top 3 places.
They're far more popular, so
Yeah.
a lot of people thought that they were going to beat them, which is not really that logical. But
Yep.
Vega have been really, really strong. They've actually won a tournament before, and they were in a little bit of a slump, but their teamwork is incredible.
I think it's definitely the group where we could say, regardless of whether OG or Vega makes it through, it shouldn't be too surprising. It was a very close match. Even when played out, it was a close game. And even going into the groups, you couldn't really tell who was going to win. It was all about who showed up on the day. And in the end, Vega Squadron pulled through.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just to add on to that,
Yeah,
it
sure.
was nice to see, Vega, who had been out of the loop for doing MLG and Nunyoung thereafter. You figure that maybe the meta had shifted a bit since then. They were really showing a lot with Mag and Brood, but they showed that they could still throw punches with some of the best. So I think some people counted them out, and I was happy to see them be able to take down OG, not once, but twice.
Yeah, absolutely. And come from a game down in the second game as well. So well done to them. Well done to Vega Squadron as they made it through to the upper bracket. We'll focus on Group C today. And we'll start off with the one and only Team Secret. Lots of hype going into TI, of course, through the summer. They've been fantastic through the first half of last year. And then there's no way of sugarcoating this. They failed miserably at TI by their own standards, by their fans' standards, by everyone's standards. They've got a brand new lineup now.
I guess the biggest concern is the fact that they were so dominant with the old lineup going into TI and then failing. And now they've been very dominant for the past month, and we're going into the major. There has to be some worry, probably in Poppy's mind, that the same thing could happen.
Different players, though, Ben.
I think there's much less pressure because before it was like 5 superstars. Now, like you have more unpopular figures. Not to say they're not popular, they're just not as popular as like RTZ and Kuro and S4 and whatnot. So now they're just like, oh, okay, we can play, we can relax. People like them, people like the way they play, and they just do their own thing. Puppy always has his own unique style of picking and drafting, and I don't really think there's that much pressure. Not compared to TI, certainly.
Wouldn't you consider them the #1 favorite to win the tournament, though?
I mean, I think EG can give them a really good run for their money, and they proved that at MLG, that they're very evenly matched, and that was like a really rusty EG, and you know, they'll probably face them on later on in the tournament. So that's where EG will be much stronger than they were at MLG.
Okay, Cuddle?
Something about one less ego, one more championship with this team as well. I've actually been thrilled to watch Wee play as well, because a lot of people, you know, he started out as a huge like Meepo pub star, and then with even a little bit of Earth Spirit. So you think, ugh, this guy is, he's doing some of the worst out there. But then he shows he's got a Wind Ranger, and then he shows I'll even toy with an Ursa, and then by the grand final of Nanyang, he pulls out a Tiny. So his hero pool begins to develop more and more, and he's developing into quite a
same with Misery. They're like, oh, can this guy even play off lane?
Yeah.
He's been playing support for 2 years, and then he owns people with his Broodmother. His Slardar kind of sets the trend for everyone.
He did have a rough beginning, but
Yep.
I was talking to Charlie, the manager of Evil Geniuses, yesterday. It's really nice to see a player like Misery finally getting the success that he's sort of owed. He's played 5 TIs. He's played all the roles in the game as well, now playing the offlane. He started out playing the carry position, turned over to a support role, also played the mid for CLG EU. So he's played every role, every hero imaginable. Then he turned to the offlane, now joining Secret. Had a bit of the first few rough weeks, and then he just became a monster, and then they won 3 tournaments.
I think you can also add to that Town, Cop, Medic,
Yeah, he's good
and
at Mafia.
as well, because he's a bit deadly at Mafia. I think the incredible thing as well is we've got a number of players playing for this Team Secret team who not everyone is fully aware of. They did have a former set of superstars. Some would argue they've got another set of superstars. One of those is Pylai Dai.
Well, the process of our team pretty much got found out that I think Jackie Mao and me kind of understood the meta game faster than everybody else. It might change that we might become weaker, or the teams were kind of like weaker right now or something like that. But at the end of the day, we got our niche and we started playing good, and that's pretty much it.
After TI, Cloud9 disbanded, and I took a while to just take it easy and chill. And I decided I wanted to play with a good captain, so I approached Puppy, and since I played with him last year, he was like willing to play with me again. And from there on out, it was Jackie again from Cloud9, and we found 2 more players to continue.
I mean, I don't really care what the people say, so I'm just gonna like think cleanly and just think anything that I really want to play and so on and so forth. Like any tournament that you wish to actually win. I don't care what the people say pretty much, or whoever thinks whatever they think about us.
We play more united in-game as well. One thing is outside the game, and one thing is that we have a captain, but inside the game too, people listen to each other more, and we back up together, we go in together and stuff like that. It's more united than in my previous team, Cloud9. It was very spread always. It was not very synergized. Whereas this team, I feel like when we play well, we're playing so in sync that, yeah, it's a pleasure to play with these guys.
There are probably good teams like from Europe that is coming also, like Alliance and OG, but I haven't played them on LAN that much. Like we played OG once and they were kind of threatening. So, I mean, I'm not really sure yet. I think OG will do really well. I think Alliance will do very well also, but if I would have to choose a Chinese team that is kind of like screwing with us, it has to be Vici Gaming and EG.
My expectations for this team was to win straight up. I've wanted to win badly the last 2 years, obviously always, but since I joined Cloud9, the willing to win has become bigger as my team has gotten better too, so my expectations have become bigger, and with Secret it didn't stop. Like I wanted to win more than ever, so it's good.
It is good indeed. It's good to see Misery in a very good team as well. We haven't talked about every single player on the team, particularly Jackie. Jacob, your thoughts?
He's up and down. There's some tournaments or some games where he's been almost game losing, and then some tournaments he just steps up and becomes one of the best carries in the world. And right now they're on a hot streak, and I think he can prove once and for all that he deserves taking titles.
It's nice to see him. Recently, I feel like he's been playing some of the best one position we've seen from him. And coming from a team like Cloud9, where he was also considered like their shot caller and drafter and captain, now he can take off some of those hats, let Puppy do what he does best, and he can just do his position one thing, and I think that's where he's at best.
Yeah, what is it with Puppy as well? It's such a great captain. Doesn't matter seemingly where he plays. He seems to be able to drag everyone up to the level that he wants them to play at. Whether it's a team of superstars that, you know, everyone looks at and thinks that should be a great team anyway, or whether they look at the team and they think, that's not really superstars, but they could be a good team.
I had a pleasure of playing with him, and he captained our team. And after playing with him and after playing with Jacob, I said that he was the best captain that I played with. Might have been an insult. Might have been an insult to Jacob, but Puppy was definitely the best one that I played with. He understood the game very, very well, and he just had a lot of foresight. He could predict what was going to happen in the few minutes to come, and also he tells you the necessary things that you need to do. Farm here, go here, and be prepared to TP here in 30 seconds because they might come over here. He always knows what's going on.
He has a lot of authority, and through that gets a lot of blind trust that he doesn't disappoint his players with. Right. And so what I like the most about him is that he has these very versatile drafts that they're hard to predict. They change up the play constantly. You don't know what you're getting when you're watching Team Secret play. So, we saw this in the ESL 1 New York as well. They finished second place, but they did some of the most outrageous strategies I've ever seen. And that's just been his sign throughout his career, basically. Yeah. They've been doing these odd strategies that I would never think of, and he always makes it work.
And like Misery, players that I talk to just in general in Dota, nearly all of them have said they'd love to play with him at some point. What is it that gravitates them towards him?
I don't know. I haven't played with him.
No.
It's kind of like how Xiao 8 left LGD and
maybe you can make a comeback.
Like how Xiao 8 left LGD and the team immediately went on a decline. Similar to Navi, as soon as he left Navi, the team immediately went on a decline. So you can, he's kind of like the X factor in all the teams before that had a lot of success. He was the one that brought these guys together because he understands his players so well.
Okay. We are, of course, plenty of action and interviews to come. And one of those, brought to you by the power magic of TV, was a little bit earlier on as Kotl caught up with Pylai.
All right, I am here with Pi of Team Secret. You guys are coming off 2 huge wins into the Frankfurt Major, and a lot of people have you as the favorite. How does Team Secret feel, though?
We feel pretty good. We came in here, as you say, after 2 wins, so yeah, we're feeling good.
Now, your first opponent is going to be Newbie Young, who did replace IG. What do you think about your opponent?
I don't think much at all, to be honest. They got pulled in there instead of IG, I believe, so yeah, we're gonna watch some replays tonight, think about it, but I think we're gonna win. That's what I feel. But it's hard to say, Newbie Young. I don't know much.
All right, a lot of confidence there. We'll send it back your way.
I almost feel like that should have come back to Kotl on screen, just so we could have played around with the magic of TV. Good job. We've been enjoying your interviews. Have you been?
They're like, keep it small, and I do it small, and they're like, smaller, and I should just be like, how are you? Newbie you, and that's it.
And back to you in the studio.
And back.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah. Well, we appreciate your efforts anyway, because you've been trying to run around and find all of these players that are. Do they enjoy being interviewed? By the way,
no.
They don't.
It seems like
it's
they're
kind of
very
irritating
driven.
for them. They want to go and play. They just want to get on with it.
We're here to do business, take care of business, and we're there. And they obviously have some serious production value with these interviews. So we're standing there. It takes like 5 to 7 minutes just to get the setup for an interview that's 30 seconds long. And they're like, "And we're done. Gotta go." So I understand though. It's a big event, $3 million. They got work to do, but we do appreciate being able to hear from them and how they feel. And of course, the fans want to hear from them. So
yeah, absolutely. Let's move on to Newbie Young. Not Newbie. It's okay. Jacob, why don't you fill us in with the depth of knowledge? I'm joking.
It looks
Ben,
a lot like
Ben, bail him out.
Pi and I have the same view on Newbie Young.
Who?
Pylai?
No, his reaction was like, who there?
Yeah, exactly. We're not entirely sure what to expect.
Okay, so the history of this team, they were created a little over a year ago, which was right after TI4 and Newbie's success in TI4. They took home championship, and then immediately after, all the Chinese teams decided to start their fledgling teams, like Vici Potential, CDEC Youth, and Newbie Young, and later
Dai Ehome.
Yeah. What was the Miracle team?
Newbie Miracle. It was their third squad. Yep. So they have all these. It's kind of cool, right? Because it's maybe even taking a page after like MVP Phoenix and MVP Hot Six, who actually had a lot of success playing against each other. And then, they've been playing around for a year. They qualified after IG dropped out. They actually did pretty decently in the group stage, although the Chinese qualifiers weren't that stacked. They ended up second in their group after IG, and ended up taking one game off of Newbie in a best of 3, and that's about the extent of their success.
I do want to say two things about this squad that maybe some people don't know about. Peng Lee, or Lee, who is their third position, is not inexperienced at all. He actually used to be coach of LGD, playing, with alongside like Zhao 8. Used to be a part of Newbie as like a management squad, and even played a bit in Dota 1. So he does have a lot of experience there. And just based on their drafting history, this is a team that's not afraid to play what they want. They get to pull out a Beastmaster. They also have a tiny Wisp to work with, so they have a pretty deep hero pool. I kind of hope that Secret did a little bit of research. I mean, based on what Pai said, they might not have, but,
So you're saying he's been in management, he's been coaching as well. So young just symbolizes the...
Well, he's still only 16, though, so...
Yeah.
He's 16.
No.
Oh, okay. Well,
he may be...
Okay, the trolling has begun. As the lineups are presented to you by Team Secret and Newbie Young. Yeah, I guess what I'm really fascinated by is, and I wonder whether this will come to the West, and in particular I'm talking North America, South America, and Europe in that sense, is this conveyor belt of talent, whether they're young or not, or whether they've had experience or not, but this conveyor belt that seemingly is being put together by the Chinese superpowers, and the fact that we're falling behind in Europe and North America if we're not going to start doing that stuff.
I don't know if that's
or
the
do you
case.
think
I think
actually
both regions
we'll
have
just find them?
Yeah, they have both regions have a constant influx of talent. We've seen like Miracle, Weeha, these are some of the new, Sumail, of course.
Yep.
There's a lot of new talent coming out in the West, probably more dominant talent than that of China so far. And then, of course, CTY was once a young talent, maybe another big name. And yeah, then this team finishing third place in the qualifier.
I mean, there's upsides and downsides to having a conveyor belt of teams, right? You can play against each other. You can also kind of mix the teams like MVP and Hot 6 and Phoenix kind of melded together, but there are also downsides. Maybe got ripped from CDEC and then got pulled into LGD. CDEC used to be part of LGD, and then they were left with this team that no one thought was going to do well, but they ended up being second place at TI. So, you can kind of see it, you can feed players into your better team, but sometimes they're just like, well, we're going to take your best player and you guys can just rebuild.
Yeah.
CDC probably being the best example of new talent,
Yeah. How do we match these two teams up? We haven't talked about that just yet, because it's a potential banana skin, if you want to put it like that, for Secret, as they're getting ready for their match, being led into their room right now. And it is a banana skin, but in theory, really, is it a banana skin?
Secret's not that inconsistent.
No.
If Secret were more inconsistent, or if it were a best of one, you might give more credit to Newbie Young, but odds are looking, 9-1 right now?
If this was Eternal Envy and Misery's old team, Cloud9,
yes.
Yeah, I could foresee them losing, but with this team, Puppy's just not going to let it happen.
Yeah. And on Newbie's side, I mean, can we,
Unless
odds of 9-1 against, have they got any chance?
I mean, they could pull out a crazy 5th pick Huskar and totally, maybe throw Secret out of the loop a bit. They have played a Huskar in the past. It would take something a bit extreme.
I think what they should look for is in the drafting phase that they can get all the picks they're comfortable with, just because Secret might not be too familiar with them. So the real advances that I see Newbie Young having is definitely in the draft phase.
One of their disadvantages, though, I was watching a lot of their qualifier games, and they would just make these huge blunders like 20, 30 minutes in, where it was just like one 5-man team wipe. And against some of the competition, that's acceptable, but for Secret, if you make one mistake like that and you get 5-man wipe where you shouldn't have, it's just going to get out of control. So
I mean, it's definitely years of experience going up against complete inexperience, but talent.
Mm-hmm. What about the experience that they do have in that, Dakota? What do you think? Because they do have one player that's got, he's got plenty of experience. Is that going to help? I'm searching for something here to help.
We're all digging a bit deep here. I understand that, but like I said before, they may have a little bit of experience behind someone like Lee, but I think it's going to be more of the element of surprise. If they can maybe pull something out of a box and hope that they catch Secret outside of their comfort zone, it could work for them. Like I said, they seem to have a pretty deep hero pool. They seem to be pretty in tune with what the meta is. They play their Slardars, like I said, Beastmasters, and a Wisp Tiny here and there. But you're looking at Secret, and they're also very hard to draft against. If you want to target ban, Misery Slardar at the start, you're going to be forgetting maybe a Weeha hero, and they'll creep in something like a Meepo. And how many teams have experience going against a good Meepo player like that?
I think it's too much to expect from them to pick something like completely out of the ordinary. Most of the times, these newer teams, they like to perfect upon what the best teams are already doing in their region. So, they'll copy off Newbie, maybe not the top team of the region, but some teams that they look up to for sure. Maybe even Vici and LGD, the Tiny Wisp from LGD. So I don't foresee them pulling out anything too crazy.
But in
maybe
reality, that's a weakness, though.
It is a weakness.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you can't expect them to go like Timbersaw versus a Meepo, right? That's something that I would just not put in the books.
Okay. What about Secret? They draft safe? They draft aggressive?
I think they just draft whatever they want to play. That's the feeling I'm always
They-
left with.
Versus
Not
a weaker
reactionary.
team, though, they usually just do one of their well-known strats like Slardar Wind Ranger or even a Meepo or Doom first pick, right? Those are they don't have to do like a CM Elder Titan opener like they tried in at ESL. So it's just a walk in the
Hiding
park.
strategy is definitely a good thing. I just don't think it's Secret's forte. I think they have so many strategies and so many different playstyles that they don't necessarily care what people see from them.
Do you think there's any part that maybe Secret might not look to pull out maybe their A or even B game, considering a lot of other big teams are going to be watching and it's a huge event after all?
I'll say the biggest thing is if Weeha or Envy has practiced some hero that they know to be good, but isn't in the current meta or in their current known hero pool, then they'll probably be hiding that and just pick what we know Weeha likes to play. The Meepo, the Wind Ranger.
Yeah, they could experiment themselves, though. Maybe run like Timbersaw mid. They're like, oh, Sumail did really well with it, even versus a lineup that doesn't have like a lot of strength, let's say, or a Wisp Tiny, which is generally viewed as pretty good against. So they might do something like that, I would say, to get some real practice in for.
That being said, they're not going to underestimate them either.
Yes.
Yeah, they don't know an awful lot about them.
Exactly.
But you're right. I don't get the sense that they're going to underestimate.
I don't think they're
them.
going to pick anything they're not comfortable playing.
Right, and they're not going to try anything either, do you think? I mean, because this is potentially an opportunity for them to go, you know what, first game against a team that probably won't get out of the group in the top 2 positions, we could throw something in there
But
in
it's
the
important
first
for
game.
them to win this game.
Yeah. But in the first game itself, they could potentially do something strange?
No, I think it's more likely in the second game then.
Okay. Where they're safer. They've
Yeah,
got
I
one
mean,
in
if
the
this
bag.
game goes 30-0, we'll probably see something.
That's pretty mean. I'm getting a sense from the desk, call me old-fashioned, that maybe, just maybe, all of you have picked Team Secret for Game 1.
I have, but not as a complete stomp. I just don't know what to expect from Newbie Young other than I have a lot of faith in Team Secret, obviously, given the past results now. So I do have them as the winner, just not necessarily in a stomp.
Okay.
I have first-hand experience watching them through ESL, MLG, and Nanyang, and seeing them develop, and they look pretty damn unstoppable at this point. So it's just a safe bet for me to say Secret. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Ben.
Yeah, Secret.
Is that your tip for the whole thing?
Not entire thing. They mentioned themselves that they're scared of EG and Vici, and those were my top 3.
Okay. And you don't see anyone else breaking that top 3?
No one has really like far exceeded expectations.
I think Capitalist brought up a good, not even a dark horse, but a good other favorite team, eHome.
Yeah,
I think
eHome. We haven't seen them yet.
Very far in the tournament. So today is going to show a lot of things.
Yeah, we're going to see how they get on in Group D. Just while we're waiting for the draft, actually, it's worth talking about Group D. Alliance are in that group.
Yeah.
And they face a very interesting group, don't they? Because it's a group where there's no other European or North American teams. So how are they going to fare in there?
This is definitely going to be their hardest test yet. Everyone's saying Alliance is back, and they've been doing good in their little Europe circuit, but we'll have to see. Their first match is against eHome, so that's probably the hardest team in their group right off the bat.
Yeah, so you sort of feel like if they get that one, they could just fly through the group, no problem at all, and finish as the top seed.
They have to play CDC after.
Could do. Yeah.
More
likely, anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about you, Jacob?
I think that's the hardest group. Alliance, CDC, eHome, all teams that I would pick to be able to go into top 8 at least.
Even Meneski is not
and
a pushover.
Meneski, definitely they beat Fnatic. They're definitely the number 1 in Southeast Asia right now. So to me, that group is definitely the hardest.
Okay, we'll find out how Group D unfolds a little bit later on. But first of all, we have the draft for Game 1 of Team Secret versus Newbie Young.
Well, they've done a little bit of research. Slardar is the first ban, so Doom, I imagine, is going to be coming up next.
That might not even be research. It's just the patch.
That's true.
Might have just been yesterday.
That being said, if there's any team that everyone else have all the info on, it's definitely Secret.
Secret's still like the Bane, though, and we saw how effective Bane was yesterday. So that's a pretty good first pickup for them if Slardar and Doom are banned.
Doom isn't banned yet, though. Secret does have the first pick, so Newbie Young probably can't afford to commit a ban to the Bane Elemental.
Yeah, exactly.
And you got to remember, Newbie Young, as I said, not a team that's not afraid to pull out a Wisp. Oh, okay. Now that means the Doom's going to be banned from Newbie Young.
Could be a Wind Ranger first pick as well. Or a Shadow Fiend.
They've been having we play a fair amount of Shadow Fiend, especially through Nunyoung. They had it in the early part of the tournament. They just kept grinding him out on that.
Yeah, it was their same opener, actually, I think, versus Vici.
Maybe Newbie Young go for a Wisp after a Winter Wyvern ban already being taken out.
So Newbie Young looks like they favor Shaker as one of their most picked supports and Queen of Pain as one of their most picked cores. And Gyro Juggernaut, very similar to regular Newbie in terms of their #1 position.
I think a Queen of Pain pickup this early on is still good, still worthwhile. And if they do play Wisp, I like that too.
It's a 96% pick and ban rate for Shadow Fiend, by the way. Just the one game that hasn't been picked or banned in. Tusk is the only one left right now, by the way. 100% pick ban.
So Quap maybe not leaning towards the Darkseer because they won't be able to snag the Winter Wyvern. So probably going with one of the supports. They also still favor Lion a lot. Again, kind of reminiscing of the larger Newbie.
The older Newbie?
The older Newbie.
Newbie old.
Old B. Bad joke.
Thank you.
All right. Spirit Breaker, obviously a good bruiser and can get in the face of Shadow Fiend and give him a bit of a difficult time in the mid lane, so could force Secret to get some sort of defense.
They have not picked Spirit Breaker at all in the last 3 months.
Oh, well, I guess they are going to be doing something new, gentlemen.
I like they're doing it this time around. Really like this opening against Team Secret. The Spirit Breaker being able to shut down the Shadow Fiend and the Queen of Pain on obviously a very versatile hero. There's no Doom in the pool, no Tusk, no Slaughter, so Night Stalker is probably gonna be one of the next bans. Secret maybe knowing that, picking up the Ember Spirit for Eternal Envy.
Quick ban.
Do teams still ban on Night Stalker?
No.
No.
We haven't seen it much lately, but Misery played a pretty good Night Stalker. He's also played a fair amount of Nyx Assassin, which I like against the Queen of Pain.
Oh, actually, they have picked Spirit Breaker 3 times.
Misery could always creep in a Brood, too. He has that in his back pocket.
It's not as good against Queen of Pain Spirit Breaker already.
Correct. Still playable, though.
Definitely
If they go for a Lion pick, that's when you're like, okay, it's time to Brood them.
You don't think Newbie Young could still consider reaching for a Darkseer? I know that the Wyvern's already taken away, but now that they have a Spirit Breaker?
It's definitely, yeah.
Yeah, I think Darkseer is a good pickup.
Why not? We haven't seen that many great offlaners in this patch. If Slaughter is banned out, Clockwork has been less than ideal, as has Tusk. And then after that, you're kind of left with, like, what, the Brood, the Night Stalker.
So you can see that Secret is
dying, maybe
perfectly content with just farming up this game. They ban out the Night Stalker themselves, knowing that if they give over Night Stalker to them, they have an obvious counter for the Ember Spirit. They'll have a lot of gank potential in the Queen of Pain and the Spirit Breaker.
Just to back up what Malini said on Clockwork, not a single win so far from 4 picks.
Newbie Young banning
hasn't been effective.
And has also been Misery's least successful hero on the offlane. Definitely the one he was struggling on the most in the beginning as well. So there's the Darkseer pickup. So far, a really good draft by Newbie Young.
Solid.
I wouldn't mind seeing that Misery Nyx Assassin. They do tend to go for it. He's a great combo breaker to that vacuum wall. So maybe something Secret could consider. But
the Bane Elemental. A bit surprised by the AA Dazzle bans over the Bane. Not to say that those were bad bans by any means, but...
Do you think maybe it could be an inkling that Newbie Young want to go for something with heavy sustain? They've already committed with the Queen of Pain, but Alchemist would have been something I would have thrown out. But there's that Lion.
I think it's more they don't want to get out team fought, and with DS Quap, it's already pretty darn strong.
So no surprises so far from Secret, nor from Newbie Young for that matter.
So what are we missing now? Carry position for Newbie Young.
So you think Newbie Young are just so comfortable shutting down the Bane Elemental that Fiend's Grip is never going to be an issue for them?
I think they're more scared of the AA and the Dazzle in the team fights. They're just like, okay, we can probably you can say it, Paul. Paul says Brood. Not versus Darkseer?
No,
probably not.
Spiritbreaker, Darkseer, Queen of Pain. I don't like the Brood at all right now, even though they do have the Lion, as you were saying, Ben.
Yeah.
You want Newbie Young to pick the Brood, Paul?
That'd be pretty good.
Yeah, it's not too bad, but they have a Darkseer already.
What about just a classic Gyrocopter?
Yeah, I think Gyrocopter is...
Gyro's been picked a lot as well.
Vacuum into call down. It's
They
a
have
bit
a
stale.
very well-rounded lineup.
And missing second support for Secret. What other supports did they like to run? A lot
Bounty
of them have
Hunter.
been banned out. Bounty Hunter? Bounty Hunter would be decent. I would like that. But it's some overlap with the Nyx assassin.
Pies Bounty Hunter?
Yeah. What else would be good here?
I've seen them play a bit of Lich, depending on how much lane dominance they want.
Yeah. I think they usually pick it when the Frost Armor is pretty good, though. I don't really see Frost Armor being terribly good versus Newbie Young.
I gotta applaud Newbie Young on their drafting phase so far, though. They've done a great job both in the banning phase and then in the picks as well.
Well, they banned out that Gyrocopter, so Newbie Young are going to have to look elsewhere for their core.
Juggernaut, I think, is
banned.
Juggernaut's banned?
Yep.
Oh, no. What do they go to now? Huskar potential? No?
10 seconds remaining.
PL, not really a go-to versus the Ember Spirit. You could always go for an anti-mage. That's a pretty safe pickup, but it doesn't really synergize well with their lineup. So I guess we're mostly looking at...
Gets online a little too late as well.
Yeah, but most of the good options have been banned out.
Oh, Alchemist.
Well, that's maybe part of the reason why they banned out that AA too. Well, I mean, I agree with the whole team fight aspect of it, but now they don't have to worry about it here.
Is he going to give a scepter to anyone?
We always say that. They never do.
Lion, of course. Vacuum multi-finger. That's the best.
I mean, if I was playing Lion in this game, I'd be very happy to receive one of these.
And then destroy yourself upon Nyx Assassin's Carapace?
Exactly. 0-20, here we go.
So I think we're looking for the Pie Hero here for Secret now. And Bounty Hunter been banned out.
Alchemist is a pretty good pick here, though.
I think so. I'm pleasantly surprised by how well Newbie Young has performed in this draft.
I really like the draft.
What do you think about Undying? It's still out there for Secret.
It's Undying's. They can. Do you think they can pressure Alch's lane at all? I don't think so. It might be too hard. Nyx Assassin is not that great in the dual lane, unfortunately.
Or maybe a Rubik. Pi has shown a little bit of Rubik play at NYC, so.
There's a lot of good stuff to steal.
Yeah, Rubik's probably the safe pick. It's a good backup pick. But trying to think of better options. You want a lot of burst, I would say. And he doesn't really provide that much burst.
I still feel the strength right now that Secret has is that they can still... Lena's decent, but they can still really punish the lanes if they go for the Lich and just completely roll over Newbie Young in the early stages of the game.
Could just be Undying, though. Just Undying +1 in the off lane and pressure him at the start. Force Spirit Breaker to stay in lane. Decent versus the Lion in the early laning phase.
So are you 100% convinced it'll be Rubik or Undying?
I think,
or a support Lena. I think that's like the three that stand out to me. Unless they want to get real fancy and pull out that support Mirana again. Nope, it's the Undying. All right.
So there it is. Draft 1 complete from Team Secret and Newbie Young. Thank you to the gentlemen on the panel. We'll head down to their commentary team for the first game of the day. Blitz and Toby 1.
Thank you very much, Paul. Yes, I'm here with the one, the only, the Blitz, to be casting our first game of the day. Once again, kicking us off for our last day at the group stage is Team Secret up against Newbie Young. Newbie Young, the team that replaced Invictus Gaming and now faces up against possibly one of their hardest opponents.
They have to be so happy right now because at one point you're not even coming to TI, and then you're guaranteed $30,000 a spot and playing against international competition, which is underrated aspect of itself.
Yeah.
I would pay so much money to be able to just be in a tournament like this. You learn so much as a team, especially for a team like Newbie Young.
Yeah, they don't really have like all the biggest opportunities. They play around a lot of the smaller competitions down inside of China. Every now and then they qualify for some of the bigger ones and then try and make their mark on the scene. And this will be a great way to do it up against a team like Team Secret. Team Secret, as the panel was saying, most people know what Team Secret are going to do. Like, you look at this draft as well. The panel were not surprised. I don't think anyone's really surprised with like a Weeha SF. Like, you got Ease, like Ember Spirit kicking in. You run your Nyx Assassin, you run your Bane, you run your Undying. It's nothing out of the ordinary. So Newbie Young, their prep work should be pretty much ready for Team Secret, especially when Team Secret are one of the top 3 teams. You know you've got to prepare heavily against these guys.
The one advantage that Newbie Young have over Team Secret right now is they have a lot of data, like you said, to work with because they've seen so many of their games. You should have a rough idea of what Team Secret are going to run. If they don't get the Slardar, then they just kind of hard replace it with the Nyx Assassin because it's a stunning semi-core that doesn't need a lot of farm. And then you've got a Pylai Die hero that can pretty much just trade right clicks, a team fight hero and Puppy, and sort of the mobile carry that can catch up with a little bit of farm if he needs in the Ember Spirit for...
A Newbie Y really want to try and take this fight. Weeha gets an early raise, and they're going to charge up. They realize that Misery is slightly isolated with a follow-up stun. How much damage have you really got when Misery gets a double stun like that? It's going to work, but the Iron Shell damage was too much. Newbie Y will steal first blood. They're trying to get the Alchemist out of here. Pylai Die right behind him, the Spirit Breaker. While they got that stun, the Iron Shell's going to wear off, but the charge is available, and he'll go through Pylai Die to charge towards Weeha. Puppy with Brain Sap back up again. And what have you got? SEC looking for that Shadow Strike damage, but he can't get it. In fact, even the Alchemist being backed out by Undying, who got so many decays stolen in from Newbie Y during that fight. Ends up being a 1-for-1. But this Alchemist missed out on the big thing. He didn't have Grieval's Greed at the start of this fight. Doesn't get the bounty rune. And in fact, now even the bottom rune gets picked up by the off-lane Ember Spirit.
Yeah, and I think that it was okay if the Alch was able to get the bounty rune there and he had his Grieval's Greed leveled up, then I would have said that was a decent fight, but unfortunately that wasn't the case, and you're going to see Team Secret do what they've been doing for the last month or so, maybe even longer than that. They're going to run the dual lane, give Misery the one-on-one matchup, and even if this isn't a winning matchup for Darkseer, or if it is a winning matchup for Darkseer, I think people sort of misinterpret it because it doesn't need to win against a Darkseer, right? All you have to really do in this matchup is trade farm. Because as a Nyx Assassin with limited farm, you're going to do more than the Darkseer is.
Yeah.
Like with the amount of levels that you're going to get out of this. So once you hit level 6, once you hit level 7, Misery can start to rotate to the mid lane. He can go to the off lane himself. Then you'll see Jackie kind of come to this top lane and help out.
And this Nyx Assassin works a lot earlier too. Like, you're talking about level 6, level 7. With the old Nyx Assassin, maybe you'd wait until you hit like level 11 and you had the longer duration in Vendetta. With the recent rework to that, the Nyx does have a little bit more of an extended duration on this Vendetta early on. So he can leave a little bit earlier on and then give that space, as you were saying, to Ember Spirit to move to the safe lane, find that big farm, get the Battle Fury, go to town.
We should discuss, though, we learned how to say all the Newbie Young player names.
We did.
To Helen.
We did. I can no longer call him Emoji. It's kind of a sad thing.
SCMR, Jat, Lee, and LE.
Yes.
So just pronounce it by the first 2 letters in their name, apparently. They are very specific about that.
That is what they prefer.
Yeah, but this aggro tri-lane, it's not even really meant to be an aggro tri-lane. It's meant to just keep the heroes here so that Misery gets a one-on-one, so that Weeha gets a one-on-one against the Alch. And the Shadow Fiend should do okay in this matchup. The Alchemist, of course, trades farm with pretty much everybody, and as long as he doesn't get double raised in this lane, should be okay.
Is it really great, though, to have this many supports stand on bottom lane? Should not be looking for Weeha to have some stacks being prepared for him? Because we're now 2 minutes into the game, and there's no stack sitting inside the Dire jungle.
It's not as big of a deal because you're a Shadow Fiend, and usually what ends up happening is you get dual laned yourself, and you need the recovery stacks, but in a situation like this, I don't think it's as crucial for him to just sit there and get stacks. And Ellie's going to pick up the rune.
Yeah, nice little steal onto Pylai Die, because they got the observer board watching the rotation of Secret down. Should also note, too, that maybe they thought it was a blind decay coming out from Pylai Die, but before that fight started on the top river, there was a Dire observer board that was planted down by Team Secret. It watched all of the movements of Newbie Y. And now you got another observer board being placed down by the Radiant side on exactly the same position. So Secret understand where Newbie Y have vision now, with both of the early observer boards.
This is the strength of that Pylai Die Undying. He's just going to force both the supports to be here. And you want to give your Shadow Fiend in this type of situation a straight up 1v1, because he'll be okay. Like, he can even have some kill potential. And the main reason is when you're playing a melee hero, oftentimes you'll be in range for the first raise. And oftentimes what will end up happening is then you get hit by the second one, and then the third one is pretty much just a formality at that point. And triple raise at level 3 even is usually enough to kill anybody one-on-one. So that's something that the Alchemist has to kind of pay attention to and worry about at all times.
Bottom lane, the charge is coming in right now from Ellie. He won't actually reach Pylite Die, realizing he's going to come in way too far. And even then, you're up against Nightmare, Brain Sap, Searing Chains, Flame Guard, Decay, Soul Rip. Like, there's a lot of burst damage.
Are you just
and a lot
listing
of control.
abilities? I feel like it kind of loses its luster at that point.
It kind of does, but every single one of them is either control or a nuke coming out from this lane. So with all of that put together, you'd burn through the 777 life of Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, something that does worry me is how much more Eternal Envy is farming compared to SC.
Is Ellie? Okay, Ellie's actually running in here to Weeha. If he gets some lucky bashes here, he might be able to at least
Toby,
add
this is
pressure
real
to
life. You
Weeha,
don't just get
but
bashes.
No, it's not going to happen. The 3 raises connect on the Spirit Breaker. And Weeha, well, at least they bring Pylite Die into the mid lane, and Ellie will be able to escape.
Yeah, he should be okay. He's actually going to let the Alchemist try to get the rune.
It's going to get denied by Weeha. Oh, actually, no.
He
didn't get the attack in time.
He was too fast. The attack speed isn't that quick. That'd be pretty unbelievable, but he does have Eternal Envy's bottle, and I think he's just going to send it the other way. They actually have 3 bottles on their team so far. Not too surprising, considering it is a Nyx Assassin and an Ember Spirit. It's not even about the runes for these types of heroes. It's you want to keep up in regen against the Darkseer when he's got the Soul Ring, just to be able to have enough HP to spam out. But this is around the time that Team Secret, you're going to get level 6 on Misery pretty soon, and hope that he's able to be your space creator now.
They're actually changing it up. He is going back to base at the moment, and they left Poppy a long way down the bottom lane. He's also going to retreat out at the moment. SCC. I was actually looking up his Queen of Pain builds before. He really likes to favor this. I thought it was just going to be because he's like more of that mid laner kind of style, but he's going for the second point up in Shadow Strike, trying to find a harassment in a lane up against heroes who have Brain Sap as well as Soul Rip.
Yeah, this is a really hard lane to trade against, with Pylite Die having the decay up at all times too. And you're seeing a bunch of heroes mid right now. I think this is where you start to swap around, and you're seeing Eternal Envy already start moving to that
They
top
see it. The Observable scouts out his movement.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't meant to 100% kill or anything like that. It's just meant to go for the standard lane swap, and if he sees the opportunity. But none of this is too big of a surprise if you've been paying attention to Secret for the last month.
Yeah. It's a simple rotation. But this at least gives the space to Queen of Pain, and I kind of want to ask you now, where do you go with the Queen of Pain? You understand the lineup you're against. Do you try and get the Orchid against the Ember Spirit? Is there a better build to go for this Queen of Pain?
I think the Orchid's fine against heroes like the Nyx Assassin too. I think that SC, the one downside is SC hasn't had the time to farm. Like, he was pretty heavily congested in this lane. So if you're going to go for the Orchid, you have to kind of anticipate that it's going to be a lot later than expected, and this should give Eternal Envy time to even switch up his build or get the Manta in time, which is the usual response to the Queen of Pain.
Fresh ults being placed in mid lane, so they'll understand where Newbie Y are moving. At the same time, there's a heavy amount of stacks being prepared by Secret, so they're ready to switch out Weeha from that mid lane so he can go and flash farm inside the jungle. This will allow Puppy, if he's the man that's chosen, to get very close to level 6. Speaking of that, Misery's got his and he's down on bottom lane. So they're going to try and find the kill with the help of Pylite Die.
They should know about this rotation, though, Newbie Young, because this is around when Misery starts to do something like this, and their mid hero isn't as easily gankable just because you don't want him to just pop his Chemical Rage and survive through the gank, but it's going to be an unsuccessful gank as he's got about 10 seconds left. He's playing around the Sentry Ward, if you notice, as SC. He should spot this rotation coming.
Yeah,
First decay is going to tip him off, and maybe they even have some turnaround potential here.
Yeah, with the Hex, the stuns, and the strike, Misery, it's going to get soul ripped up, and the Tombstone's being committed, but Newbie were already holding back a very long way, so it's an unsuccessful gank. And not the greatest time to rotate out.
And this is what we were talking about, though. You have this kind of info to study against a team like Team Secret, where you know that this is what they like to do. Misery's going to play the hero that eventually rotates. When you play the Slardar, he often goes to the mid lane or tries to get an easy setup. And when you play the Nyx Assassin, that's even more so the case, especially when he's got the bottle that early on. But unfortunately, it doesn't quite work out for him. And Newbie Young, they were 100% prepared. They bought the sentries at the exact same timing that they needed to. When he decides to go for the gank, and makes it really difficult for Misery to open up the map. And
I'm wondering too if Misery can get that kill on the Queen of Pain. Because is the stun time enough? You got to get through 850, and then you've got 11 one charges up the sleeve for SC. So you can regenerate.
If you're able to get the decay off, I think, and the soul rip, you have enough to burst.
Okay.
But you would have to just do everything at once. And Misery's got a DD rune. He's headed towards mid, and you notice when they're playing this passive style, like Newbie Young isn't going for kills on their own. They're making sure that they're putting up sentries everywhere, that they're stacking their own camps. They've got a fairly decent stack for Jia to go for.
It looks like Secret are changing the lanes again. So Weeha moves up to the top lane. He had a haste rune available, but Ember Spirit is still farming here, so Eternal Envy, this map's getting a little crowded. The courier kill for Misery, he's not going to find it, not through the trees. And this Vendetta now wears out.
Oh, they actually know that he's in the jungle right now. They could isolate him. The charge is coming in now too on Misery, and
they can keep him inside that acid spray with the stun. And yeah, as you said, Ellie arrives at the perfect time. The Spike Carapace won't save him. It's just value bash.
This is just really smart, dedicated play by Newbie Young. They are reading the situation correctly. They know that the rotations are coming around. Misery's not playing the type of hero that you're going to just see him passive farm. He wants to try to get active and create space for those two greedy cores at top. And so he's roaming around the map looking for opportunities, but if you notice Newbie Young, what they're doing really well right now is the game style is a little bit passive for them because they can't really go for the same things. So they're making sure to stack up camps. They're making sure to find these opportunities to go on Misery.
And, well, when you're able to get a counter kill against him, it's almost feeling like Secret's getting a little bit, like, clustered. They're not quite certain where they can find their farm. Weeha's not hitting an early timing. Now, speaking of timing, it's a 9.5-minute relic arriving for this Alchemist. Like, when you don't get the first bounty, when you don't get that big bonus, and you're still able to catch up, just shows the power of this hero. Misery, that again, Sentry Ward from MR at the perfect time, but the raids from Weeha, not enough to find the kill, and Misery can't reach him.
Yeah, once again, they're going to deny Misery, and
at the same time, is Envy dead up here? The chase is coming in from the Darkseer. He had the wall down. He won't get the kill, and this movement coming in from Puppey. Darkseer just wants to get the hell out of here, but he's already used the Surge, and there's another rotation also on the way. It's Misery coming. The Nightmare's going to hold for so long that Misery will be able to get this done. There's no TP support arriving from Newbie. Why? But then the Surge running up and away.
I think even if he hits that stun, though, without the Vendetta available to him, and Brain Sap was on cool, he doesn't have the mana, and it was on cooldown, actually. So they didn't have the damage to quite do that, but time and time again, Team Secret, they're being denied. I just want to take a look at the vision game so far.
Highlight die. Charge. Okay, Nether Strike not even required. SC just lets rip with that ulti. Misery comes in and just throws out a hopeful stun. Doesn't do anything at the end of the day. So you get a pick up on the Undying. Misery has now died 2 times in this game. And your Radiance is fully up by 11 minutes for this Alchemist. It's coming out in the courier now.
If we take a look at the vision game too, you notice that all Team Secret have right now is that top ward up. They've done such a dedicated job of dewarding. They were able to get the one mid. Jackie's even going to get spotted here as...
He better have a defensive spirit at the moment as EE.
Nah, he's okay.
The charge is coming. He's actually jumping towards
Radiant's
SC.
middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, without the Sonic Wave, I suppose he's got a lot more confidence to stand on this lane.
And something I do want to point out is, I think I talked about it in our previous cast, is how much the Radiant ward vision matters when it comes to the jungle. That's the opening for everything. That determines your safe lane, your mid lane.
Weeha, a lot of control. Starting with the Nether Strike. The Finger of Death's going to be there too. They need another bash to make this work. And now Ellie realizes it's just not enough to give. The double stun, however, from MR. Able to reach Envy. He's going up for the kill, able to bring down the Spirit Breaker. So they do get something as SB getting very aggressive. But Weeha's on almost no life, even after the one charges.
He's going to get chased down by the Radiance.
Almost.
Oh, he guessed wrong, but he's just going to go for the rune.
Top lane, now they go on the Darkseer. Middle Surge, he's going to throw out that wall. Support is TPing in. The Fiend Script holding Darkseer here. And SC, well, he may not have the ulti, but he's already looking to go in. Initiating onto Eternal Envy. The physical damage will be enough. One more attack. Misses him around the tree line. Eternal Envy trying to juke left and right. The Iron Shell's arriving too. He had time to get the magic wand off, but it's a blink in 3 seconds time with the Scream. SC wants to walk for it. They'll send in the Darkseer illusion anyway. And there's your blink. Can't get the screen.
Oh, he's getting
does it with the Spirit. Nessie can't finish the job. Eternal Envy will be able to survive. The tower giving the extra damage, and Weeha bringing in the support DPS.
He just got completely styled on right there. Really well played by Envy. All he needed was one right click. He had 53 HP, or 43, I think.
Under attack.
One should have been enough for that, but Jackie playing around that tree line area so smart.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Unable to get the kill, and
they're so big as well. Like, Eternal Envy wasn't looking at the greatest position of his life. He's now sitting at 4.8k in the net worth, 1,600 overall. He needed that space. He needed to survive through this, not to be pushed even further back, or else the Darkseer would be threatening him for net worth position. And you can't really have that when you already have an Alchemist cracking 10k net worth in 13 minutes. Like, it's just Alchemist things, but he's got BTs, Radiance, and 1,400 gold over on Jaja.
sometimes, Toby, in, for example, basketball, you'll see somebody like dunk on somebody and it just hypes up your teammates and it sort of demoralizes the enemy team.
Mm-hmm.
That was one of those plays, because Eternal Envy's got to be super happy about how that ended up. And Newbie Young, they were on pretty good pace. If they could have gotten Eternal Envy and gotten out with their Queen of Pain, that would have been great, but...
They're going to try it again. Like, this is SCC trying to go on Pilot Eye. Commits the Sonic Wave, blinks forward, so
they're going to get him.
The Undying. But Misery and Puppy are here. Nightmare's one, Fiend Script's the other, so Spirit Breaker's controlled. Falls up for the double stun, and now Eternal Envy will arrive for the follow-up stuns, but it won't matter. Not when Weeha arrives with the raised damage. Envy, he can't go again yet. The Searing Chain's still on cooldown.
The Darkseer's got the angle, too. He's
here.
here.
Back. The Spike Carapace makes it a little bit more difficult, but now the
here's the
Alchemist
owl.
will arrive, and with the Radiant Burn, they're going to go through him. There's
Look
no
how
defensive
strong he
spirit.
is.
They're just going to fight through everything. Weeha blows the ulti out with the follow-up raise. Is there enough damage? He will! Weeha will take the double kill from inside the wall. And they retreat back out again. Secret actually bought back on their Nyx Assassin to try and take this. This is why Newbie White's trying to get out of here, but Puppy, the Nightmare, it's going to catch out the Darkseer for the moment. He's already bought the mech, so he won't lose any extra money from this, but he still gives his life over to Puppy and probably that tier 1 tower as well.
What a setup right there. If Weeha doesn't launch that right around the corner, there's no way that the Alchemist dies there. He can just reset the fight, let his natural regen do the job. You saw how close Weeha was to death in that fight after the wall lands. What a turnaround by Team Secret. For a second there, it just looked like it was going to be all Newbie Young as the Alchemist comes charging in. This is when he's going to be near the strongest. He's got a Radiance. He's got a point booster for HP.
LE? Is he really going to finish this? The Spike Carapace triggers from Misery. The support's a little bit too far away. Misery looking for the stun, but LE is on the wrong side of the river. The stun again's going to miss here from Misery, and a straight TP out. The damage, however, with SF there for the double raises, kills off the over-aggressive Spirit Breaker.
WeGod is playing so well right now. That first ult setup, all of the raises so far that he's hit, he's 4-0-4. It's not every day that you see this build. I do want to highlight the Shadow Blade. He's been doing it quite a bit. He did it at Nanyang, and typically when you think of this item, you think of it as a 2,800 gold item that just allows you to walk through wards, but it just forces so many different looks for Team Secret. Is you have to constantly worry about sentries. His positioning game is always going to be on point, and this allows him to scale a little bit better when it comes to just flat-out damage.
You asked the question, or at least the panel asked the question about the Alchemist buying up an Aghanim Scepter for somebody. Until I see this Band of Elves skin, I was actually considering
no, you're gonna go
that it might have been it. But he is just going to go in for the Asha Manta and Octarine later.
Radiant's middle tower.
Looks like it's just going to be the casual point booster for the HP, the flat HP for that one fight, I think, and I think that's a fine idea.
Bottom lane, that charge not going to work. In fact, it's up to the top lane. It's troublesome because Secret smoked themselves up here. Newbie White
dodges the stun.
There's the Sonic Wave. He'll connect on 3, and maybe with a scream damage, it's not going to be enough. The control's too good from Team Secret. They just easily go through the Queen of Pain as well as the Alchemist.
I don't think that Sonic Wave hit Eternal Envy either.
It hit 3. It hit 3 of the Secret players, but yeah, it didn't actually hit Eternal Envy.
So well done in mid. Weeha's charging it up, but I don't actually think he goes for it. And with this Aegis, he feels so confident. But being able to dodge the stun, buy enough time for your team to come in. Newbie Young getting a little bit over aggressive just for Eternal Envy. I don't actually know if they have the potential to kill him if he has a Remnant up. You see the Queen of Pain. She's got the bracer. She's gonna build up into the Orchid, but you have to wonder, by the time you get that Orchid, is it going to be way too late?
And the fact that she keeps dying as well, so it keeps getting delayed time and time again. Way too late may be exactly that.
Weeha's going to go for SNY possibly, or you can just split up for the later game and eventually split that into Manta and the other side of things. Go Manta and, well, you can stop the bash with just the upgrade.
You're thinking about the Silver Edge and what it can do.
Yeah. I almost never see that item competitively.
Well, it's only really worth it if you stop some kind of critical passive.
Bash is a pretty...
Bash is pretty up there. I won't disagree with you on that.
It's top tier.
It's the thing that wins a lot of games.
Yeah. Newbie Young were playing so disciplined, but it seems like they've fallen apart a little bit. They're going to go for the smoke to try to recover things, but you have to be successful with this gank. Puppy's going to tank it for his team.
Puppy's actually in the perfect
I don't even
position
know if he's
for it.
gonna
They
tank
triggered
it.
Dusk because they thought the Nyx Assassin was here with a Finger of Death and the stuns. Well, will he die? They go straight for the Nether Strike with a back control as well. They ensure the kill. This Tongue from Misery with a Spike Carapace really causing problems. So the Lion dies quickly and the Spirit Breaker able to TP out in time. Weeha arriving. They'll end up just dewarding because that sentry was already down. But they do force the rotation while the Alchemist continues to farm.
That's the scary thing, though, about ganking into the Dire jungle. It's just so open. It's easy to pincer, and it's difficult to get out. Oftentimes, you'll see when you get a kill in that area, you just immediately have to get out. And Misery, he's going to set up for this and pops the Spike Carapace in the invis. This should be a free kill as the Alch doesn't have his ultimate running anymore. And Eternal Envy now up to 2,100 gold. Playing this game so well, and Misery's finally starting to get online with those ganks.
That he is. Finding the opportunities, finding the good line stuns. They're missing before. But it's also because Snoopy were the ones that were being the real aggressors. They would come in with the Spirit Breaker. You charge, you'd Nether Strike. The Sonic Wave and Scream would both hit, and you'd find the kill before the fight would even begin. And then Secret just bails out, realizing it's not worth the fight.
Yeah, Secret can afford to play passively right now because their two cores, the Ember Spirit and the Shadow Fiend, are getting so farmed that they're allowing Newbie Young to get a little bit antsy, to get a little bit over-aggressive, and they're going for these excursions into the enemy jungle, and it's a little bit demoralizing. You're the team that smokes up. You only managed to kill Puppy using the Finger of Death and the Spirit Breaker ultimate, and you have to trade one of your supports for it too. And Weeha's just going to take a free tower now, and it is going to be the SNY build, but later on you can split it up into the Silver Edge and the Manta style.
Man, I'd love to have a stat to see how many wards have been purchased during this game. They've been burning through Sentry so much. The Vision game is now down to Secret only having one Observer ward looking over their own jungle. They had one aggressively, but it got dewarded out by Newbie Y. And they've got this perimeter of wards protecting their jungle, protecting the areas where the Alchemist can farm.
And that's what you have to do as the Radiant side. You have to protect your jungle. This is what's going to allow you to kind of stay into the game, is your Alchemist just being able to farm these out. The problem is, once you lose control of your jungle on the Radiant side, what ends up happening is the enemy team just farms out 4 different lanes. So even if you go for 1 or 2 pickoffs, they're naturally just going to raise in GPM over you. So it's really important that Newbie Young, no matter what happens, keep control of your Radiant jungle. If you lose a few heroes for it, you're probably lost the game anyways at that point, if you're losing that hard anyways. So they're making sure that if there's wards and they're defensive, it's going to be into the jungle. Unfortunately for them, there's still a tier 1 tower at bottom for Team Secret, so the rotation game is quite easy. You notice that Eternal Envy, he's abusing that. He just keeps TPing down here. And Misery's been doing the same thing so far. And with the Blink Dagger, just those 2 heroes should be able to kill most of the heroes in the game.
Yeah. Such a great initiation, but I'm still seeing the Alchemist getting bigger and bigger. Still 4,000 net worth in front of that Shadow Fiend.
The thing is, though, that's what the Alchemist does.
Yeah.
It kind of sounds scary, but if you think about it, it's an Alch. The rest of the heroes from Newbie Young, they're not nearly as farmed as they have to be. The Queen of Pain still doesn't have the Orchid at 21 minutes, and this is meant to be your first major item. And if you're a safe laner, typical wait time for it is about 15, 16 minutes. 21, 22 minutes without even having it. Still 500 gold away.
I suppose the main thing I was pointing out for the Alchemist, the fact that you, like, in a way, like right now they're using him as bait, but he makes space so you can gank up as 4 heroes and not have to worry about your side lanes being pushed so hard that you just are pressured to go for these kills. They miss Pilot Eye, TP's out just in the nick of time.
Oh no.
And they trigger Dust thinking that the Nyx Assassin's around here, but yeah. They don't find what they're looking for, and this Dire Observer ward from Secret, like, it sees all now. They understand they can force this bottom lane out. Misery's sitting just outside of range of the tier 2 tower. So if Newbie Y don't properly commit to defend this bottom tower, then they're just going to end up losing whoever TP's down.
that was just really done when it comes to game sense. You know that when it comes to
Radiant
objectives, what can they really do?
structures
The
are
only one
fortified.
showing themselves on the map is Eternal Envy at
Dire's
top.
top tower
And
is under
they're
attack.
far enough ahead right now that
Radiant's
they know that
bottom
Newbie Young
tower
is going to
is
get a
under
little bit
attack.
antsy, force themselves to
Dire's
smoke.
structures are
So Eternal
fortified.
Envy just rotates to the other side of the map, and this looks a little bit scarier, right? Because
They're
you're
coming.
pushing down to tier 2, but
Spirit Breaker TP'd into the tier 3 tower. They want to try and initiate. They look for the Concoction Sun over on Eternal Envy. It will still land while Pylite die. Able to get that soul rip off. It's not enough. They get through the Tombstone with a sleight of fist damage. Also not doing enough after that mech will arrive from the Darkseer. So they bring down the Undying, but your tier 2 tower is lost in mid. You don't take out the tier 2 tower on top, and your bottom tier 2 tower takes considerable damage.
once again, the Alchemist keeps challenging Eternal Envy with that stun, but Eternal Envy has been dodging it every single time with the Sleight of Fist. That just makes it so easy for him to open up. The Queen of Pain, though, she does have the Orchid. This is the one item in the game that can really help things along because Eternal Envy doesn't have the Manta, he doesn't have a BKB. So you might see some opportunities. The problem is it's so easy for her to die.
They're looking for him. They start with a charge, the Spirit back out. Weeha's already waiting here. The stun will connect over on Misery. In fact, the double stun from MMR is going to be enough as Weeha, well, he's coming back to help out his teammates. The Spirit Breaker's in a little bit too deep. And they're going to call it off. A 1-for-1 trade, Spirit Breaker for that Inks Assassin, and MR stun, helping them to get that.
In the heat of the moment, did you say MMR?
Yes!
I was like, my bad, I'm just an ass. I shouldn't have brought that up. I love you, Toby.
Thanks, Blitz. Everyone loves your ass.
I've gotta bring it up, otherwise the Twitch chat bullies will make fun of you.
It's gonna happen anyway, bro.
They're real mean, man.
You just accept the fact, you move on, and you enjoy life.
All right, so this Alchemist, he's just farming up some more stacks. He is holding steady at 4K ahead. Weeha's gonna get this bounty rune. Just deny him, and he's gonna pop the Manta because he knows that there's somebody there, thinking that it's Misery. Weeha's gonna go for the stack. He's nearly got the BKB completed, and I think Team Secret's timing window here is to go for the Roshan. The Ember Spirit isn't the best high ground hero, so your Shadow Fiend, who's naturally not very tanky when it comes to just health, 1600 only, you want the Aegis on him if possible, to make sure that if he does get initiated on, he doesn't just immediately get bursted.
Yeah. Which means he can come back to life and use that BKB he's just completed.
It's not like they have a mech or anything like that. So you want to make sure that...
They got something better. They got Soul Rip from Undying.
It's really better though.
Not really. Mech is still the most unique item in the world, but if you're trying to keep SF alive, it's a very powerful thing to do so. They've also got the Glimmer Cape from Poppy already up. The Undying looks like Pilot Eye.
Radiant's
It could just be a
bottom
casual
tower
cloak, but
is
he could
under
build into it
attack.
as well. Might be... Newbie Y can't really carry a gem, can they? They've always got to rely on dust or sentries. It's too easy to lose the gem in the fights. Like what, you want to give it to the Alchemist? Alch is actually... Okay, what do we got? Okay, yeah, Mystic Staff as well as the Vip Booster. Yeah.
He's just 800 gold away now from the full Octarine
Radiant's
core.
bottom tower
And then the game
is
kind of
under attack.
complicates, and I think Team Secret, they want to try to get aggressive.
Radiant's
Charge on
bottom
top.
tower
Gonna go right now on EE. They got that Orchid to go. They have enough damage with the charge back, the Sonic Wave, and Eternal Envy. He does die. The Alchemist arrives just in the good time to get that Concoction stun. No dodging that time around, and 1 minute on the sidelines for Envy, even though he does have buyback.
Yeah, he preloads the stun to guarantee that as soon as he gets up there, worst comes to worst, he starts running at Eternal Envy so he can get it at the same time.
This Darkseer's got to get out of here.
Yeah,
The
he's gotta
surge,
get out.
the stun, he doesn't have enough. She's still got half the duration, but Puppy just commits the Fiend's Grip. Allows Weeha to come in for the raise kill. So a 1-for-1 trade-off, but it's Envy for a Darkseer.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about. As soon as the Queen of Pain got the Orchid, this is her opportunity to finally start opening up the map a little bit. Unfortunately for Newbie, I think the play from Team Secret is don't show Eternal Envy anymore like that. Just go for the Roshan, start to play the 5-man, have him sit back, just repeatedly use the Sleight of Fist. But speaking of pushing, now the Alchemist has the Octarine Core and the Manta, and with the Acid Cloud, it's not going to be very easy for Team Secret to just go for the high ground.
It's kind of the thing about the Alchemist. He can delay these games so much, be it through split push or be it through that high ground defense. And you've got Sonic Wave. Like, I'm not going to say it's the Aghanims upgrade for the Queen of Pain. In fact, I'm wondering if SC is just thinking BKB is the choice to go here as opposed to the Aghanims.
You have to when you're playing against the Ember Spirit and the Nyx Assassin as a Queen of Pain. We saw that at TI, all throughout TI, when you would pick the Ember to counter heroes like the Queen of Pain or the Anti-Mage early game, because the Sleight of Fist Searing Chains is so strong against those heroes. Yeah. Like, the amount of HP that Queen of Pain has and how weak she is, she's only at 5 armor right now, versus how much damage she can potentially put out with her ultimate, with multiple Scream of Pains. You want to be able to kill her as fast as you can.
Does it still bring up the question then, is it worthwhile Alchemist giving his upgrade over to the other heroes like a Queen of Pain, understanding that you've got to have 2 stronger cores during the fight, and sacrifice was probably going to be, what, an Assault Cuirass for the Alchemist?
If you look at the rest of the team on Newbie Young, there
Alchemist
are a
is
lot
dead.
of good opportunities.
The upside is he gets the Chemical Rage off. The jump forward stun's over on Weeha. They've actually got that Sentry Ward down. That's the reason why he knows. But the damage output is just so high from Secret that the Alchemist just cannot survive.
Yeah, this might be their opportunity to open things up. The
They're going to TP down. There's a lot of TPs coming this bottom lane. Ellie's already getting out of here. Misery, that stun SC. He gets hit by it. The blink's off cooldown in 1 second time, but he's dead before that countdown ends. So Alchemist and Quap getting picked once again. A good smoke movement from Secret.
They have their own catapult right now. I think that Secret can decide to just kind of force this out a little bit with both cores dead. And if you look at the rest of their lineup, they don't have the best way to wave clear. Like, the only way for them to wave clear, Toby, reliably is the Spirit, or not the Spirit Breaker, the Alchemist, right? With the Acid Cloud and the Manta. Because you don't want to just expend the Queen of Pain.
Ooh, I like this.
Her Sonic Wave isn't enough.
Can they get the Hex? They throw the Observer Ward down. Understand that Envy went into the tree line. So they surge forward on the Darkseer, but he actually gets the wrong part of the tree line. So with Spirit down, he goes in deeper. The BTs are off cooldown, but the Hex will be available. So it looks like Eternal Envy's going to drop here on the top lane. The bottom lane's being attacked, but no, he's going to Spirit away. The Spirit Breaker, he does actually hit on the Nether Strike, pushing back Eternal Envy with the follow-up stuns. They'll take it, but meanwhile, back in the base, the Tier 3 tower is being torn apart by this SF. The Alchemist is alive, so you trade your Ember for a Tier 3 tower on bottom. The charge is coming to Misery, but this will have to be cancelled, or else you're just going to have a very dead Mad Cow.
And the idea right there is for Eternal Envy to create space for his team, but the ultimate plan is definitely not to die there. You're meant to be able to get out, but unfortunately for him, 3 heroes were set up at top, and he just wasn't ready for it. The idea was good, though. Like, split up the map a little bit, force them to kind of either decide to go for that top area, and if you don't, then Eternal Envy, it costs him nothing to just head to that bottom lane, right? You just boot to travel in. I know people are going to flame him for that death, but
It's the Envy classic, man. Like, Envy was always that big believer. It's like, you know, if I got money, if I can buy it back, if I can come straight back into the fight, I'm always going to do it. Because we just use economy to win the game. We use economy to get objectives. What's money?
Yeah, so MR is about to complete the Blink Dagger. That's a significant pickup for them. They needed something else to be able to initiate. If you look at the rest of their team, it can't just be the Spirit Breaker slowly charging in anymore. The Darkseer doesn't have a Blink Dagger. He's got the BKB to guarantee that he can get his initiation off, which I agree with. But it does mean that you lack reliable disables or a reliable way to jump in. And you want something to be able to follow through. You don't want your Queen of Pain, who is BKB-less, to be the first one in. And at top,
yeah, she might be less of a little bit more
Puppy's
gold.
just going to glimmer in.
Try and dodge. Misery. Gonna get Orchid. Is Sonic Wave worth the committal here? Well, it is, until Puppy gets the Fiend's Grip off SC. Down for the count.
That was so well done, too. You notice that Puppy, as I mentioned, he Glimmer Capes in so that it looks like Misery's just going to be a free kill. And if Puppy's not there, that is a free kill. Guaranteed for the Queen of Pain, because she was able to get the Orchid off before he gets the stun. Yeah. So that should
Dire's middle tower
have been a free
is under
kill.
attack.
Looks like a good opportunity, but it's a proper way to bait.
At least the Alchemist will get something back in the mid. Or will he? They initiate forward with the Spire Carapace. Alchemist gets stunned up, but he has himself an Invis Rune. So the burn is still there on Misery, but he's not going to stick around and try his luck. Just wants to get the hell out of there. And just send more illusions to keep the pressure going. The Tier 2 tower will get denied up in the mid. That Tier 1 is still on bottom lane. We're 32 minutes in. And Newbie Y still haven't taken out this Tier 1 tower. It's like Secret own the Roche Pit while that is up.
This is what you want to do, just establish tempo on the map don't let somebody just split push you. If you notice that every single time that Team Newbie decides to go for map control, like they decide to try to take over the jungle on the upper side, Team Secret are always there to rotate in. There's no such thing as a free lane for these guys.
Misery's coming forward. There's no sentry wards down, so they're going to find MR. He throws the observer ward down, sees Weeha moving over, but the stuns. And then that last attack from Weeha, not missing up the hill.
That's a 50-second death now. Timer on the line. Who has a blink dagger?
It's also the reveal of the blink dagger too.
Yeah,
I don't know if
think
he showed that before, but
it's not really an insignificant pickoff whatsoever. I think this is going to prompt Team Secret to just avoid the Alk. Don't even bother going to that mid area. The Manta's on cooldown now too, and you're going to see the Assault come in because there's no Asset Cloud, there's no Manta.
Oh, look at him move forward. They want to get that Darkseer concoction out with BKB. It's a good back wall, but with that BKB up, maybe with a charge
that
force
Sonic
up,
Wave.
it pushes the back so far with the damage from the Sonic Wave. Weeha still wants to get the Requiem up. Now he will. The Spirit Breaker will evaporate, and Puppey, he's locked down the Alchemist. Will it be for long enough though? That concoction, it needs to pop off. He'll self-stun himself, allowing Weeha to get the double kill. Now they move to the Queen of Pain. And this could really be it. Secret can at least take 2 Raxes because Newbie White, they don't have an Alchemist, they don't have a Quap, they don't have a Spirit Breaker, and really, they don't have the ability to repel Secret. Now, if they lose more like MR right now, he gets the double stun, he's got a Finger of Death, which could kill off Highlight Die, who's actually dying right out of Darkseer Illusions. They Glimmer Cape him up to get himself out to safety, and now the Finger pops Bane. Some revenge for what was done to the Alchemist, and in fact, Secret, they're leaving. They need the creep wave, you're right. They can't take Rax.
They went so aggressive there, and something I do want to highlight is Puppey's positioning. He was actually on the high ground, waiting for the Alchemist, making sure that there were no stuns. Ever so patient with that, and Weeha lets loose with the ultimate. Second time I've seen it all game, and boy, did it pay off for them. And with the MKB now too, the Radiant's not nearly going to do enough, and his damage output is actually absurd.
It almost looked like Weeha wasn't going to get it off for a while. Like, Ellie was in there. He was trying his damnedest to get that 17% hit. And it didn't exist for him.
You've got to commit at that point.
You do.
Weeha's going to buy a gem for his team. And
you also have the gem on the Alchemist.
Yeah.
They've had enough. They need to keep that vision on Team Secret. Get rid of any kind of aggressive observers. Because, okay, maybe that's what we have to look at next. Secret, they can keep running directly at Newbie Y, but is this the play? Like, is the play better to try and get the pickoffs? Use the Nyx Assassin?
No, you don't have to. You can go for the high ground. You just need the Aegis right there. And if they had the creep wave, that was a reasonable attempt at Rax. I don't disagree with anything that just happened in that sequence. There's no buyback, because you know that Newbie Young are far enough behind that they have to constantly just buy out items. And if you look at the gold graph, it doesn't look that bad, 7,500, but you have to understand that's almost entirely concentrated on your Alchemist.
Yep.
So it's incredibly deceptive.
They're coming up for a gank. There's one dire observer ward. They're going to sentry down, so they understand that the sentry is there. The smoke breaks in 1 second time. Now, there's a lot of pings coming out from the Queen of Pain, but they're hiding perfectly, and they're actually just going to de-ward this out. Okay, so they reveal their position by doing that. It maybe wasn't essential, but Weeha was waiting for him too. Hiding in the tree line, realizing that all of Newbie Y are missing. It's only Eternal Envy who's in a bit of a rough position. But look at his build. Like, there's not a heavy amount of damage. He goes BKB with that Battle Fury. The damage will come later.
He doesn't really need it. The Shadow Fiend is so stacked on damage. He's got a 9-second BKB.
Ember strength.
So he doesn't have to worry about being the first one in there, the Ember. And with an MKB and a Shadow Blade, he's got enough HP. He's got enough damage. It's really not something they lack. He just needs to be able to get off 1 or 2 slights, and that should be enough. You just don't want to get initiated on by MR. The cool thing too about just going for the BKB here is, imagine if MR goes in, blinks in as a lion with 910 HP, and Eternal Envy gets the BKB off first.
Yeah.
That's 100% guaranteed deadline.
Radiant's top tower
But if
is
he
under
doesn't,
attack.
then Newbie Y get the initiation they're really searching for. So that's a lot of pressure to put on MR's shoulders. So they try and get the vision advantage. They put it onto the Queen of Pain. So the gem's been transferred from the Alchemist. SC's gonna be the guy on the front lines at all times. And the Alchemist needs to keep farming. He can BT into the fight later on, but okay, they find Weeha. The charge is coming, but there is all of Secret behind him. They charge forward with a Sonic Wave. They're going to get the kill over on the SF. And maybe, well, Sleight of Fist, does Newbie really? Yeah, they're going to go further. The back wall, catching out 3. They want to get more. Ember Spirit able to spirit himself away. Both of them are case being used already, and they want more. The charge forward will be there. Ellie, he's right in the back of Puppey. Puppey still got Fiend Grip available. The double stun from Misery is keeping SC out of this fight. And now, Jackie, there's your BKB to trigger. And with Wii back in the fight, the damage has returned. And Team Secret, they'll claim 2 lives. They're looking for a 3rd. Over towards the Darkseer. In fact, Alchemist just buys back into the game. He's coming to defend the bottom lane. It looks like Darkseer as well as Lion will be able to get out to safety.
The next objective now for Team Secret, secure the Roshan at all costs. Weehaw can just drop his Helm of the Dom, grab it himself, and Eternal Envy is going to start putting some pressure on top. And the point of this is just to force some heroes here, and then just immediately spear it out. Like, once he gets visual confirmation of some heroes, then he knows for sure. Now they're going to know that the Roshan is up. The cheese is available for this one too. And with an Aegis completed, I don't know if it's possible for them to kill Weehaw anymore. He'll always get the BKB off, whether it's through the revive or the initial burst.
And there's no way Newbie Y can contest this. They blew everything they had on that fight in the Radiant jungle. Yeah, there's no Sonic Wave. They have to wait another 55 seconds, but they're not going to. They smoke up now, but the horrible truth gets globally announced, the fact that Roshan is down, and they've got a choice. They've got to smoke. Do they try and find a pickoff? And where can they find a pickoff?
Honestly, it's really difficult because every single time you've gone for a pickoff, the fights have just not gone your way. It can't be on the Shadow Fiend anymore because it'll take you a little bit too long. And at top, SC, he's going to push in the lane as fast as he can because I think he realizes there's no opportunity anymore. Like, Team Secret are just going to go down the mid lane. They don't care about your split push.
He also needed the money because that actually helps to finish his BKB. He needed that catapult at the end to finish up his BKB.
Yeah, that's one of those attempts where you hope somebody's going for the split push at top. If they can run into Jackie, maybe burst him down.
Yeah.
But you don't go for Weehaw anymore. It's a little bit too difficult.
And that rotation's coming in from Secret. Darkseer, well, he'll get out of his invis, but blinks away in time. Misery actually blinked after him underneath that tier 2 tower. The Secret don't have the creep wave. Those illusions of the Alchemist to push out the top enough. And now they just defend bottom lane.
This Nyx Assassin, he has the Aghanim Scepter upgrade. Not too worried about anything anymore. The Burrow ability, really nice when all you have to do is sit back, stun repeatedly at the ground. Your mana burn range is so high too.
Basically upgraded StarCraft 2 as the Nyx Assassin lurker.
How does Dota get a lurker before StarCraft does? Unbelievable.
Just because we're special.
There is a Blink Dagger now, though, on the Darkseer. So their initiation game, they have a lot of follow-up. What they went for in the previous fight at their bottom racks is they were trying to do the vacuum wall into the Alchemist stun combo.
Yep.
And that is a way back into the game. But the problem is there's just so many BKBs on the side of Team Secret.
They see Ember Spirit in the mid, but the rest of Team Secret are smoked up, moving through the Radiant jungle like a wave. Coming towards Newbie and Alchemist. He's got to get this Chemical Rage off right now, or else he may end up dying, and he's right behind him. The BKB doesn't trigger either, and this will be real trouble. Alchemist just evaporates. 1.5 minutes on the sideline. The rest of Newbie Y, they will be able to retreat from this, but as you said, there's no Alchemist, no BKB. He saw them as well. Must have been looking a different angle, where he was going to farm next.
This bottom lane, exposed racks, this mid lane, the creep wave is there. Secret are just going to push in with 4 here. All Jackie has to do is not die. Push out the wave one more time. Should be perfectly fine for this.
And Darkseer, Misery played that perfectly. He's actually able to spy Carapace onto the Iron Shell, but Weehaw up a long ways. A double stun on Poppy as well as Pylite die, as Weehaw is basically killing himself through that wall. Still visible underneath that tower. But they just mech up. They want to come down for the bottom lane. Nice double stun from Misery. He's running out of mana as well as life, so Secret not doing a flawless, but it doesn't really matter. Misery just burrows himself down, and this bottom racks is toast.
There are just too many mistakes from Newbie Young right there. They wasted the vacuum wall. The Lion goes in with the finger, misses the stun because of the BKB. They just had no opportunities right there. Without the vacuum wall combination either, I don't think you can defend this anymore if you're Newbie Young, and I think Secret are well aware of this. Even if the Alchemist comes back, you don't have without the vac wall, without the Finger of Death, I don't know if this is possible.
Can they get rid of Misery? He's just sitting here. Now you get a full Satanic as well for the SF. This will be delivered after the Aegis Immortal is gone. So Weeha is becoming more and more immortal. The Tombstone is going to wear off and the Alchemist is now back alive. So Secret, the decision is there. Do they want to back up and can they back up? They fight. The Darkseer surges away, almost dying. So low, in fact, Misery is there. The Mana Burn will find the kill. MR's being controlled by Puppy too. So there goes your line initiation to control. The Darkseer will buy back. It's a double concoction stun on E as well as Weeha, but there's just no follow-up. Despite Carapace makes it impossible for them to do so. And there it is. The Spirit Break gets destroyed. Maybe with this damage from the Alchemist, do they have enough? The Ember Spirit, he's able to get away in time.
What a dodge.
But Secret is still aren't out of this yet. The back, the illusions move forward. They're still getting Radiance burned down. But they're working through that melee racks. Weeha, the concoction, but it's already happened. The Tombstone's back up again. They take out the melee racks. Poppy moving forward. The Nightmare's on the Alchemist. They'll break him free of it, however. That Chemical Rage got a little bit longer left on it. But the mid-racks is gone, and Secret now just have to retreat back out without losing anything. Weeha takes a stun for the team. They have to get through the tier 2 tower in the top lane to ensure this game won.
They no longer really have the opportunity to lose another fight. Newbie Young, if they just lose 1 or 2 heroes anymore, the game is pretty much over. The one thing that you have going, I guess, is maybe you can push things out with the Alchemist and take a straight 5v5 and hope for the best. They haven't had another opportunity to go for that sick vacuum wall into Lion Spike combination. I guess that's the thing that you're going to play for.
Misery, Courier Hunter, that had most of the Assault Cuirass on it too.
Oh, right. That is...
It's so big, brutal. But they might lose Misery. You've got SEC right behind, triggers the BKB to ensure this, and, well, Gemsteel, yep. The Glimmer Cape as well, trying to get some space, and now the
he gets on the top!
hillside! MR's up here as well, the BKB will come from Weeha. He'll try and ensure the kill on MR, which he will be able to claim, but the concoction's done.
All right, you gotta win the fight here.
He's got the BTs available, but can they do this? He's coming in from the back end, so that Warrior was coming from behind. And Weeha still holding on to these BTs of his. They force-staff him down. Paladai brings in that extra help. He only just bought that as well. So the rest of Newbie White, they want to retreat, but Envy just going in ham. He wants SC, 1 second till blink, and he'll be able to get away to safety. He won't find anyone else, but Weeha will. Catching out the Darkseer on the way up. The charge as well. LE gets himself out to safety.
That might have been one of their better opportunities to go for it. If they were able to isolate on the hill, but Eternal Envy buys enough time for the Undying to come through with that Force Staff. And again, Team Secret playing really well as a team. Newbie Young not able to capitalize on that. And with 1 set of racks left, you saw how difficult it was for them to bring down Weeha once. Now he's got the Satanic completed on him. You have to wonder if there's anything left in the tank.
You basically got to kill Weeha 3, maybe 4 times. Because there's the buyback BTs back down again. There's two times of Satanic. The BKB is at least down to 6 seconds in duration, so that's one upside. But that's a very small upside. He only needs 6 seconds worth of attacking with that Satanic to go back to full life. And now in comes Secret. They'll try and finish the job right now. Emma needs a perfect initiation. He'll actually get stunned up. The Nightmare keeping him out of play, but then again, SF in the corner tries to get this attack off. Do they have enough? They haven't. He hasn't triggered the Satanic yet. Now he'll do so. There's the live, and there's the game. GG, Team Secret take game 1, 13-32, 32 being their advantage. And Newbie Y, they at least put up one hell of a fight. Their early game looked really quite splendid, but the wheels fell off around 15 minutes. The SB charge in mid, that Queen of Pain dive onto the tier 1 tower in the top lane, it wasn't the cleanest victory there for Secret.
The early game, yeah, it looked like they had a lot of answers for what was going on. Every single time that Misery made the rotation, they were there, but I mean, Weeha went absolutely insane this game. Jackie was able to create a ton of space too. The amount of times that he dodged that Alchemist stun when they came in. Something for the analyst panel to talk about, though?
Yeah, they'll absolutely love it. And of course, I know the boys will be willing, eager, waiting to talk about this game. So let's throw it back to Paul and the guys who know what they're talking about.
Thank you very much, Toby and Blitz there in the commentary booth, of course. And yeah, we do have plenty to talk about. Jacob, it was a fantastic start from Newbie Youth. You know, they started well, they started strongly.
Very impressed with their early game, especially MR and the Lion. Had a lot of great plays early on. just seemed to be very in tune with how to play the Lion, with the timings on his spell usage, how to land great impales and so forth.
You started becoming a fanboy in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, definitely. I haven't been as exposed to them as Ben have, so I had a little less knowledge about them, and I'm very impressed with what I've seen in the first 15 minutes of the game. Sadly, and this happens very often to newcoming teams, they sort of lose control of themselves or get ahead of themselves. We also heard them. They're right next to us, and they're very loud. Nicer, even, and then they realize, oh, actually we lost this team fight.
Not nice, La. Not nice, La.
Not nice, La. So they just they need a bit more discipline and need to know when to calm themselves, because they were very aggressive. Especially Queen of Pain went for a lot of plays that she probably shouldn't have. Ended up dying and giving away kills in a position where they could have easily taken a lead in the early game rather than giving up the lead to Secret and giving them a way back into the game. Then, of course, Secret. Great performance coming out from Eternal Envy.
Yep.
Weeha, as the caster said, but Envy just did so many great plays on that Ember Spirit. Very impressed with his play so far.
Okay, and Ben, Radiance, very early on in the game on Alchemist, looked like everything was going well for them. Newbie, they were just flying.
Yeah.
We were getting quite scared. We were sitting there thinking, actually, this could go the other way.
It's like 4,000 or 5,000 gold lead for them, which is pretty expected, I think, around the Alchemist around that time. But the big problem was the Queen of Pain. She didn't keep up in terms of farm. She had that dive on top, which Jackie outplayed the Queen of Pain, and then she fell way behind in terms of net worth. He was like number 5. You have to stay up really high because you're already fighting against a Nyx assassin, so that's extremely difficult. You need a BKB early. You need an Orchid. You need to keep on getting items and items so your Alchemist doesn't have to have a one-man show. But yeah, just a little bit inexperience. They really need to lock up that 15 to 30 minute, 15 to even 20, I would say. Just they just need to hold on for the Octarine core.
So this is early on in the game, 4-4 in the score, and at this point it was still relatively even.
Yeah, very nice double stun coming out, and there's a very nice Requiem channel too right behind. It hits 3 people very close to melee range, and that is the finishing blow for a couple of those heroes. So even at this point, it was still going pretty decently for them at this point. But
in terms of damage, we are definitely being the difference maker. Very efficient with the Shadow Fiend's damage output. Envy probably causing a lot of problems for them, and of course, Nyx Assassin missing a few stuns. Call Guy was saying this as well. He had a bit of a bad streak with the impales, but got around to it later on. And then, of course, when he gets the Aghanim Scepter up and running, that hero just transforms into an absolute monster.
I don't think he expected Newbie Young to be so prepared with his Sentry Ward.
Oh, yeah.
They were on point with those.
Yeah. It's like the second Misery got his level 6, adventured away from that top lane. They're like, let's make sure that we have the security blanket, get the wards down, and the second they knew he was approaching, they just turned right onto him. And we know Misery can get a bit emotionally involved into the game, and if he tilts a bit, then it could be shaken up. But luckily, he has people like we and everyone else to have his back.
In this particular fight, they, again, a sign of a lesser experienced team, not noticing the buyback on the Shadow Fiend, he comes back in and just destroys them in the fight. At that point, they were already pretty far behind.
Yeah,
but I have high hopes for them going into a game 2. I think they've shown potential. They've shown that they know how to strategize. They definitely have some individual skill. It's just about
they need
keeping a calm head.
Good captaining and good calls.
Yeah, I'll run over there right now.
Yeah.
It's going to fill it.
I said good, Jacob.
Oh.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's the
great.
thing, though.
He said good, not great.
You know, you question where they are psychologically, if they're able to kind of be wavered a bit at the early start. Now they kind of get punished a bit at game number 1. Hopefully they're still mentally intact and ready to go into game number 2.
I mean, they're up versus Secret, right? They don't expect to at least take a 2-0, right? They expect to drop at least one game.
Yeah. And perhaps that's why game 2 they can be a bit crazier, can't they? They throw caution to the wind.
No, I wouldn't do that.
It was a good draft.
Yeah, it was a good draft. No, definitely not. I think they should stick to their guns and just execute the draft just as well as they just did, and then just turn it down a notch. If they get ahead, even if they tie up the score, don't get overexcited. Don't get ahead of yourself. Don't just
like, oh
dive.
yeah, we got Radiance. Let's go do stuff.
We're beating Secret.
Queen of Pain with her level 2 blink goes behind tier 1 tower 8 minutes into the game, or like 11 minutes. I don't know when it was.
About 11 minutes.
Yeah, and dies to the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, there's a little bit of overconfidence comes with potentially that kind of inexperience, doesn't it?
Well, it was. I don't think they expected to do that well versus Secret in the early game, right? They got the Radiance super early. They were ahead on kills. Everything was going swimmingly well, and then that's when you're just eager.
But so far, I want to see this game 2, and I want to keep my eye out on MR especially to see if it was like a fluke game. He just had an amazing performance because he just shows up on LAN or was really excited this game. But all of his impales, all of his spell timings was...
Yeah, I mean, he pretty much kept them in the game for the length of time that they stayed in the game.
Yeah.
Because otherwise that would have been a dead game very early on, wouldn't it?
Yeah. And I'd also like to see an Alchemist actually giving over an Aghanim Scepter to his teammates early on instead of filling up his inventory first. I think when he had the Radiance and the Boots of Travel, maybe he could have farmed up a quick 4,000 gold. Just 4,000 gold, you know. And then given either the Lion or the Queen of Pain the Aghanim Scepter, would have also helped escalate the Queen of Pain's farm a lot. And she could have gone up and been that
She shouldn't
secondary.
need the help, though.
She shouldn't, but by that time she already died 3 times, where she shouldn't have either.
So, all in all, do you think that they need to ban out the Ember Spirit? Because as much as the Shadow Fiend was a problem, do they ban that out first? They had the Lion as a solution for an Ember Spirit, but that never really panned out.
But they'd have to ban it like second phase, right? But the thing is, the secret will pick it up first phase. They've shown that they'll pick it up first phase. And if you're going to ban it up first phase, then you're leaving like a Doom or a Tusk or something important. It's just hard against a team like Secret.
I'd actually leave the Tusk in if I was Newbie Young.
Yeah.
I think the Slaughter is still important as ever.
Their first pick, though, so they can leave Slaughter or Doom in.
Yeah, exactly. They can leave the Doom in now. I don't know how much. We've talked about this yesterday as well. China doesn't seem to favor Slaughter quite as much as Europe does, mostly because Europe just picks it every game.
But as long as they realize the importance that they need to ban it or pick it.
Exactly. So it's to be expected that Secret will ban out the Doombringer now. I think Newbie should focus on getting rid of the Ember.
What if they better prepare for an Ember? Maybe they can creep in a Night Stalker or even go for a Silencer or something, just so they can help control the Ember a bit better. I don't think they gave enough respect to it. So if they can't ban it out, maybe they could just better pick or prepare for one.
Night Stalker has still been fairly popular in China. I could see them going for that.
Yeah. It was banned in that, but if they're able to pick it up before it's banned out, could work for the better.
First pick Night Stalker.
Don't even laugh. That happened. That happened.
No, it's good.
Okay.
It's good.
All right. So are we? I mean, this was the game that you guys reckoned if they were going to bring out anything crazy, this would be the game. So
yeah, if Secret does anything crazy,
still feel like that?
Secret could.
Yeah.
But I think that.
I think the first 15 minutes probably startled them a bit.
Yeah.
I don't think Misery will be on board with just trying out stupid shit, and I think Poppy might be like, no, let's just take this home. In a very stern manner. I can't even mimic that voice.
Let's just take this home.
Yeah.
Serious business.
Serious business, yeah.
Exactly.
Instead of monkey business. Okay. What about Newbie? Connell, what do you think for game 2? I mean, these guys are saying, no, steady as you go.
I still want them to pull out. I mean, maybe they could still creep in something funky. I don't see them play a lot of Brood, but as I said before, maybe a Huskar or something they can try to put in there. Maybe go back for the Wisp Tiny again. It wasn't picked up at all that last series, you know.
I think the Alchemist was already enough of a curveball that actually worked out pretty well for them. I want to see them do something a little bit different, but not that much different. I think Alchemist was like a really good mix. It's like, oh man, we haven't really seen this hero that much at the Frankfurt Major yet, and he put a lot of pressure on them, and they kind of just fed away kills, kind of nullifying that advantage, but it was still a big threat.
I don't think Secret would fall for it again. Maybe they just thought that with the Queen of Pain pickup and a lot of the other Eastern teams like to play Alchemist in the mid lane, maybe they figured it wasn't going to be there. So now they know, oh, Newbie Y is a team to play it in the safe lane. And after the ban that they made on the AA, they're like, they'll have more clues now and be better prepared for it. So I think Newbie Young would have to do something a bit different, but yeah, the Alchemist grab was something that probably threw Secret off a bit.
Do you think they might be able to pull out a Virtus.pro that we had yesterday?
Carry Venge?
Carry Venge.
I was thinking with the Brood yesterday, because that was a little, I mean, it wasn't massively surprising, but it was smart the way that they picked that in.
Yeah, I think a lot of the Western teams have been pretty prepared for it, though, at least if it comes out in like a third or fourth. They generally just do like a safe lane try and just zone the Brood out super aggressively. So I haven't really seen that many Broods work out that well, unless it's an outdraft, but Puppy generally accounts for it.
Yeah, I'm trying not to fanboy too much and not make it sound as if Secret is just this much better team than everyone else, but I think against Secret, they would, first of all, they will always account for the Broodmother, and even if they get surprised by it, they'll probably adjust accordingly and do some all-in tri-lane with sentries where they just completely shut down the Brood for so long that it'll never be a factor in the game.
Or maybe where they have fun is they could pick up like an axe or something and just make that work.
Yeah.
Okay. So something maybe we get in the form of fun from our friends at Secret, but Newbie, it seems, are not going that way at all. We're close to heading into the draft, so again, we're just going to dip into the other group because Group D is ongoing as well.
Yep.
We didn't get a full chance to talk about that earlier on. How do you like Alliance's chances of getting out of that group in the top 2?
They're a bit slim, I think. I think both CDC and eHome are both favorites to pull out ahead of Alliance. That being said, Alliance do have a playstyle that...
unique.
That is unique, and their picks in the first game are definitely not... Well, there's the Wisp Tiny combo. Then they follow up with a Brewmaster and a Beastmaster. So, I don't know, it's a very tanky lineup that they have in the first game. I could see them pull out. I don't know what the score is.
I think Alliance already lost one game.
Oh, okay, I'll just give up on that then.
We'll move on. The draft is almost with us. You can see the players getting ready in the booths right now, so we're not too far away. Yeah, eHome did win the first game against Alliance. CDEC and Mineski still in game 1. I think that was the other noise that we heard earlier on, was probably eHome playing. And
that's eHome, yeah.
Close to Newbie as well, so it sounded like there was a massive cacophony of sound coming from there, but it was actually from 2 teams.
It's just 10 different voices saying Nightlar. That's what that is. It's the
Even
most
when they were doing badly,
monotone
though.
song in the world.
Sometimes teams hear each other say nice lot and they try and one up and just keep yelling it back and forth.
Yeah, at one point I thought they were playing each other, so it was like Nightlar, and the other camp was like Nightlar.
Then Secret should be like, not so nice, law, right? No.
I think what I was amazed by was that they were actually shouting that at the wrong time as well.
Yeah.
It was at the time when they were 3-1 up and they lost 2.
Yeah, Newbie Young, yeah.
And they were still shouting it. So I was confused. So
I
maybe
think
that was eHome.
One of the teams that are going to be very interesting to me is CDEC, and to see how much they've developed and if they've caught up with the meta game over the past 3 weeks. I was a bit skeptical about them during the MLG tournament, where they didn't go as deep as you could have expected them to.
Yeah.
So to me, it's interesting to see whether they have developed their strategies and the metagame outside of their team
They
play.
incorporated Slardar. I think that's already a good first step.
Yeah, because it's really like they have their team play down to an art form. I think they're one of the best teams here in terms of team play. But their strategies, especially throughout the month of October, because that was when they first came back into the scene. They hadn't played any official games before ESL 1 New York. They played some decent games, but their metagame was definitely out of tune. And then in not in Columbus. Where were we?
New Orleans.
New Orleans. I sometimes forget where I am.
They have to integrate.
You know that, Paul.
On a good day, buddy. On a good day.
They have to integrate Shiki into 6.85. I think that's the biggest problem. Before it was like, give him Lina, he will own. Now it's like, Lina's not as strong. Teams have caught on that his Lina and Queen of Pain are his 2 best heroes, and his other ones, they're still trying to find out.
To me, it's very obvious, but do you think it's safe to say that he's the weak link?
I don't think so.
I think he is player-wise. I think but that speaks to his teammates more than him. He has amazing teammates.
His versatility is weak. I don't think he's the weak link, though.
Who do you think, if they had a weak link, who would you point that to be? Because
Definitely not aggressive or Q.
I don't think it's Gada either.
Okay, so we're down in between XZ and Shiki?
Yeah.
It's about,
pretty sure it's Shiki. It's Shiki.
All right, we'll pick that one up at some point later on in the day.
So Secret actually has the first pick again.
Okay.
And Tusk is already removed, keeping his 100% record.
Imagine Newbie do have to remove the Slardar for their second ban here. I'd imagine Team Secret would love to grab it first pick.
Do they, though?
Or else what does Secret look to get rid of here? That maybe.
I'm just thinking why they picked Radiant again. Or why wouldn't they take first pick? Generally, first pick is favored over side. And almost always it's first pick Radiant and second pick Dire.
So a Darkseer pen.
And they get Shadow Fiend again. So will Newbie go once more for the Spear Breaker as the response?
I think a Queen of Pain Nightstalker pickup right now would be amazing.
Well, you got half of that right.
This I don't like. I'm normally a big fan of Earthshaker.
But do you have to commit for it so early? That's the
for
thing.
the Nightstalker?
They're
like for the Earthshaker.
Oh yeah, no, that's what I mean.
It's one of their go-to supports.
It's definitely.
I think it's like one of their most go-to ones.
That being said, you don't need to pick it now. There's very little risk of Secret banning it out in the next phase, especially because it went through the previous game completely untouched, and then it just opens up so much for Secret. They could go for the Ember Spirit again, then ban out the Nightstalker.
Grab high his Rubik.
Rubik is a great hero. I really don't agree with this Earthshaker pickup this early on. As a third, fourth pick, sure enough, go for it.
Would they be worried though? knowing that Secret know that they like that combination, that they might just
Yeah,
ban it out?
I think
I think that's a comfort.
Yeah, I
kind of
don't think
early
it's that unlikely that they might have banned out Earthshaker in the second phase. I
Yeah.
think they can actually put a lot of pressure out on the Shadow Fiend. Shadow Fiend got out of control last game. Maybe could have put more pressure with the Shaker in the mid lane.
You've been the stats man in the absence of Nahas.
Okay.
How many Night Stalker picks have
They have picked 2 Night Stalkers.
Did they win?
One of them.
Oh, I see.
Early commitment to the Nyx Assassin.
It's a great hero against both of these.
It's really hard playing Queen versus Nyx. You have to get early Orchid and BKB, or just early BKB, which kind of wastes the Queen of Pain.
It's not a good day for an Earthshaker either.
It's not as bad. Queen of Pain gets
I think
rolled
it's
much
as
harder.
bad.
I don't think it's as bad.
Probably even worse. Have you played Earthshaker games against the Nyx?
It's not great.
Do you play anything but Zeus?
I played Shaker and Queen. I think Queen's much worse, though.
You know what I've noticed from Secret, even back at Nanyang as well, is that they always ban out Jug second phase, regardless of what team they go against.
It's good versus Shadow Fiend. They typically ban it versus Shadow Fiend. It was one of the better counters in 6-8-3, I think. And
So-
it's still good.
The Night Stalker ban out coming again. Do you not immediately ban out the Ember Spirit if you're newbie young here? They have to.
I would think so.
I mean, obviously a Rubik ban would be nice, but at this point it's a luxury. You can't allow, especially not with the performance that he just shown, you can't give him Ember Spirit again.
They could pick it. Don't forget.
That's true.
But I would highly advocate banning it, because, yeah, if not, then Secret will just take it.
They do like Lion, though. Maybe they feel like Lion is counter enough for the Ember Spirit.
Well, last game it wasn't.
No.
No.
I mean, when you rush an Orchid on a Queen of Pain, you have the long distance stunts from the Earthshaker, you go for a Lion, maybe they're genuinely convinced that Ember Spirit shouldn't be an issue.
So what else do you look to ban then?
The Rubik, obviously.
Yeah, Rubik is good.
Fisher, Blink, already.
I like the Darkseer ban in the first phase, though. They were really close to connecting on a lot of vacuum wall combos. If they had timed the concoction a little bit better, it would have been like a 4-man vacuum wall into Unstable. That was like really close to being a lot of one newbie young fights, even when they were in the whole 10,000 gold.
Ban the AA to get the sustained power of a Wyvern
Immediate
here.
Winter Wyvern pick.
Even better for Rubik.
Also enjoying a 96% win pick or ban right now.
These Eastern teams just love team fight.
It's very reminiscent of eHome, the first internationally successful Chinese team.
And the Bane.
So Secret not showing anything. They're not revealing their hand at all. If they have anything prepared for the major, we won't know just yet.
They like doing this. If they win with a strat against a team, they're like, okay, the move is on you. You have to
Yeah,
win
exactly.
versus
There's
this.
no reason, like, why change a winning recipe?
It's funny just how different some of the drafters and captains can be about that, because I remember distinctly like someone like PPD said in an interview that he never likes to usually go for the same draft twice,
Right.
whereas for Puppy it's, you know, we got a good thing going.
Because if you look at the next game as just the game and not the future of the tournament, that'll put you in a weak position because the enemy knows what to expect. But if you're so comfortable playing your strategy and you don't want to reveal what else you have up your sleeve, you of course want to go the same approach. So it has its strengths and weaknesses, both of them.
Lacking in the carry position yet again.
This way, Poppy will also learn what is good against this strategy.
That's true.
If anything.
Do you want to learn that, though? I feel like other teams would want to figure that out more than your own team.
Well, that just signed.
I mean, I'm assuming he has
Rubik
other
for
lineups
sure.
prepared.
That just signed their death warrant.
Secret have to go for Rubik now. I mean, it's great against Clockwork, and you got the Blink, you got Earthshaker.
They could easily just pick Ember now, though. They don't
Clock hasn't won a game, by the way.
Clock's a decent pickup against the
Frankfurt
current
match.
heroes of Team Secret. I'm not
I like him.
opposed to it at all.
I like it more than the other lineups that we've seen Clock in.
Yeah, I think this is probably one of the better Clock games of all.
Never mind, they're going to change it up. Go with Dazzle. And great synergy, of course, with your Shadow Fiend.
It's going to be a big carry pickup from Newbie Young on the last pick.
Wasn't there a game where Secret had Envy run with Shadow Fiend and they still pulled out the 5th pick Meepo?
Yes.
They could do it here. Good against Queen of Pain, and we know Dazzle's heal because worked pretty nice with the Meepo.
Winter Wyvern's really good versus him, though.
Yeah, that's true. But I feel like they've played it against a Wyvern, not really giving it that bit of respect.
That's theoretically decent against
too.
Even Clockwork, I feel, is pretty good against them.
Maybe they're going to go for a 5th pick Huskar.
Anti-mage ban out? Is this some kind of intelligence carry? What do you feel about a Silencer? I don't know if they play it at all.
They don't.
Huskar!
Nice call. That might rival the call from Purge yesterday for the Invoker.
That especially because he did it right as we started talking about Newbie Young in the initial opening. He's like, I think they should go for a 5th pick surprise Huskar.
I said it like twice. I'm like, they might just have to pull out something wild like that 5th pick Huskar. And it's apparent they want to do something. But Secret have a pick to work with here, and it's their... Well, we wager being Envy unless they do kind of flip it up and have Envy go on the Shadow Fiend.
Is Meepo good versus Huskar?
I don't know. Poof is not going to be very good, but maybe they could kite it about.
The right
he's
clicks?
single target, yeah.
I don't think Meepo's the pick here. They could easily go for Timber, though. Timber, that's something EG would do. Really good versus the Huskar. Decent versus their heroes, but...
Wind Ranger still feels
Yeah, Wind
still
Ranger's
decent.
also fine.
Oh, yeah. They can put Envy on Shadow Fiend and do the Weed Ranger.
But yeah, Ember seems... I don't know.
What's wrong with Ember here?
Yeah, I think Ember is still... Still good. So basically all they do is exchange the Dazzle for an Undying.
Yep. I'm still a bit surprised. I mean, there's got to be maybe a reason they went for the Dazzle over something like the
drafts
Rubik.
are so interesting to follow, always innovative.
I hope he watches these back.
Ah, the Envy Wraith King.
And instead we're going to get a Wraith King. Nicely done. Okay, thank you very much, gents. Team Secret, Newbie Young, heading into Game 2. Let's head back to the commentary team of Blitz and Toby One.
Thank you very much. Yes, we are here ready to go for game number 2. Secret up against Newbie Young. Newbie Young having a good start to game number 1, but game number 2 is a whole different kettle of fish. They've gone for their comfort 5th pick core Huskar. It's a Newbie Young specialty.
I'm always just biased towards teams that are willing to play Huskar. Honestly, it's just you've got to be a special kind of messed up to just 5th pick Huskar in ranked matchmaking, and this is the next level, you know. You just 5th pick a Huskar. Let's try to get a free win, guys.
What do you think about it with Team Secret with the counter pickup? They're looking for physical damage. They go for Wraith King. Is he the man that can stop the Huskar in his tracks?
It does okay, but the problem with this hero,
Prepare
and
for
what has always
battle.
been the problem with this hero, is that you can get quite easily kited, and when you look at the enemy team, when you look at Newbie's lineup, they've got an Earthshaker, they've got the Queen of Pain, Shadow Strike, you've got the Clockwork that can just constantly burn your mana and make you a little bit more tentative. I do think you needed some sort of physical right-click carry that can kind of just trade hits with the Huskar and not worry so much, but this might be a little bit rough. Because when you look at it like this, the Huskar is going to be quite good against the Shadow Fiend until a certain point, because then Weehaw will get strong enough where he can finally trade hits, but before that point, you don't have the attack speed to be able to trade into him. So what do? You pop your ultimate and it does like 10 damage?
Secret have the greatest time here. They have an observer wall that's watching almost all of the movement of Newbie Y. They see the blink is leveled up as well on the Queen of Pain, and they bring all 5 heroes to try and just, like, all they're doing is making a perimeter fence to keep Newbie Y on top of their tier 1 tower. With 15 seconds left to go, like, Misery can try and contest for the top room, but it looks like it is going to go the way of the clock.
That's the one that's upside for them, but unfortunately for them, this Queen of Pain is not going to get the rune before the Shadow Fiend. And we talked about it yesterday, how much this means, right? It's going to be a free salve, and more importantly, half the level.
They're actually going to give it. Like, they'll let it go.
Oh.
Cobb's still going to get it. So the Clockwork didn't.
Nice.
And Secret didn't contest for it. So you're still going to get SC with that bounty rune.
All right.
Worthy tribute.
For a second there, I was like, really good advantage. But she just casually strolls up there. Misery assumes that it's taken, doesn't even bother going to check, and that's a reasonable assumption, in all honesty.
Yep. But now this battle begins in mid, where both the SF as well as the Queen of Pain are neck and neck. We don't have it like game number 1, where they're a little bit behind. So actually fairly aggressive on this bottom lane. E as well as Pylite Dai really hitting into this Huskar. By doing so, it's going to be so difficult to throw out these burning spears. Like, what do? You don't even have, like, Berserker's Blood up just yet, so...
No, and this is what you want to do against the Huskar. We saw it yesterday where if you're able to just consistently poke away at this Huskar in the early game and abuse him here and now, then you can kind of take advantage of his laning presence. And the biggest thing is it just kind of forces them in a situation where they have to devote the supports here, and it makes it so that Weehaw gets a much more balanced matchup in this mid lane.
How does it actually work for the build you get from the Wraith King? Do you go with the Vampiric Aura, knowing that you're going to push a creep wave in to try and counter the amount of damage that Huskar can throw at you?
No, I don't think so.
So you just play it normally, let Poppy do the heal for him?
Yeah, exactly. I don't think there's a point right now to go for it. And in this mid lane, the Queen of Pain is going to get the dagger off.
Wow, are you actually... They're really fighting that one.
You kind of have to as the Queen of Pain. But the problem is the Shadow Fiend is always going to trade hits with you there because A, he's got the high ground, and B, you're going to have to run a lot sooner than he is.
Misery locked in right now with a Clockwork. Battery Assault doing a lot of work here, but not enough to find the kill. Just forcing Misery down low, but this Clockwork's now out of consumables. He's got one Clarity, and that is all that's available for him. So Misery's got the advantage in this top lane already, just based on HP.
Yeah, and Nyx already has really high HP base regen. And he's got the Poor Man's Shield and 2 Tangos still to go.
Bottom lane, initiation coming in from EE. That Fisher going to find much needed space. No Cold Embrace, however, so the Wraith King killing off the Huskar. And now they move over to MR, but they can't go in too deep. The Burning Spear's already ticking down the Wraith King. Not too much, though.
Yeah, and he is going to go for the Vampiric Aura. I guess just so he can trade hits out. And HP regen is going to be an issue for him. But this is going to push out the lane a little further than you want.
They're coming from mid. The courier, it waits for its master.
Is this Clockwork? Okay. The thing is, the clock is, it's not all in, but I can't stress enough how big of a waste this time is if he doesn't get it, and they're even going to wait for the flying one. Oh, that's so much time he just killed. He was doing okay in this top lane. And now you're not doing okay.
I'm wondering if he was hoping for a kill there as well.
I mean,
not just the courier.
He no longer has the invis, so the kill is actually impossible. And he's waiting on top of this, maybe for Weehaw to come up, but this has just been completely spotted out. Secret knew 100% what was up. That is brutal. Because he actually just waited the entire time. Let's just check how many levels he's behind now. That cost him a full 2 levels behind Misery. That's absurd.
And Misery's lane's not even going to properly push him because their catapults there. Misery's been throttling this lane so nicely. He's 21 for 11. The highest CS on the board belongs to the Nyx Assassin. And middle lane, maybe Quap can try and make something out of nothing here up against Weehaw, but with that level 2 Shadow Strike, Weehaw's down. He's actually going to go for it. SCC. He tried this last time, and the bottle charges combined up with a Shadow Strike. Well, there'll be a trade-off at least. And they're still going to go actually up on top lane. Misery, the Cold Embrace keeps the Clockwork alive. That mana burn, not enough work. But Misery down to 9 HP. They can't finish the job. There's no rocket available. So they chase Misery into the tree lane. He's going to spy Caprice in 5 seconds time. Ellie's going to find him in the trees. And Misery will end up dropping to this. And that's quite a big kill considering, as you said, like he's up so high in the levels. So he's worth quite a fair chunk. And it all went to the Wyvern.
That's going to help a lot. It's going to kind of reset the lane and make LE and Lee a little bit happier. What a fun combination of names.
Try saying that 5 times fast during a team fight.
But the Earthshaker, he's camping on this SF now, and that solo kill helps out quite a bit.
SC is not ready to go yet. Like he screams forward now, has to blink himself away, bottle charge up, and come in again later on when he knows he's got both Scream as well as Sonic Wave available.
You don't want to get a little bit too over-aggressive. Puppy's waiting in the wings, making sure that there's no sort of trade here.
This Huskar's got nothing. There's a Nightmare on SC in the mid, but with MR watching over, there's no real problem there at all. Yeah. Is it almost worth switching the lanes up? This Clockwork's now coming back up to the top lane, but this Huskar has 6 for 2 CS. He is level 2. It's a level 2 Huskar 5 minutes into the game.
They could have thought about dodging. It would have been a pretty reasonable idea because he's not getting anything in this bottom area. But you have to make sure that the clock is in at least somewhat ganking shape. before you go for something like this.
Well, they've switched it before that point. So Huskar's now going to take all the farm on top and push Misery off the lane, but Misery's in ganking shape. He just hit level 6, 6 minutes into the game, instantly into Vendetta, and wants to try and come in for mid.
Even with the death, I think this is perfectly fine for him to go for the gank like this.
He can go for clock. Pilot Eye's got that level 2 nuke available. With a stun to connect, Misery bottling up so he's got the mana burn, and there's the work. But Cogs, defensive is there. Puppey can't reach him, can't see him, so can't attack him.
27 HP, just kind of saunters off.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Fortunately for Team Secret that they weren't able to get that kill. And Puppey, he's just trying to soak up levels right now while Weehaw switches with him into the jungle.
SC's got to be considering this. If he blink screen Sonic Waves, he gets an instant kill. Meanwhile, the Huskar dies up on top lane.
That Brain Stab actually destroys him. He just can't go anywhere.
Bottom lane, you might actually lose LE. He's going to fly himself over the tree line, but E's keeping up with him. And there goes your Wraith Fire Blast. Two attacks should do it. The burn. Okay, yeah, there's your Cold Embrace going to work.
No level 6 on the Clockwork, so no rebuttal even though Eternal Enemy's out of mana. He does have the Enchanted Mango, so almost at all times he should have mana for the ultimate anyways once he hits 6.
He actually gets trapped inside the cogs. Battery Assault's going to work.
So
He's
awkward.
level 6 and EE losing his life on the bottom lane to the Clockwork. Say hello to basically almost level 6. Puppey couldn't get there in time. And even when he did, he didn't have the mana after the TP for the Shallow Grave.
He wasn't quite 6 yet. You can't afford to make that play, and most importantly, Toby, he lost the Mango. The lack of Mango really cost him there.
Game's over. If there's no Mango, there's no game.
I have never had a Mango in my life before.
Really?
Yep.
Are you talking about inside the game or legitimately real life?
I don't know what a Mango tastes like, but
is under attack.
on a side note, this Huskar continues to get completely shut out. Every single time he moves forward, he just gets brain sapped, and the potential is there for death. He does have a magic wand, but what does that really do for you here?
Fissure, right now on Pala die with a Sonic Wave. He dies so quickly. And the Sentry Ward reveals the fact that he's actually sitting right on the edge of vision, but they need an extra stun to blink away at the same time as the Vendetta from Misery connects. It's always that toss-up too with the Nyx, isn't it? Like, do you attack with your Vendetta against a Blink hero, or do you just say, you know what, I can't get the stun as well as the damage? I gotta choose one or the other.
In that scenario, it's kind of difficult. Like, you want to make sure that you have enough damage to guarantee that it's like a one-race kill, but that's min-maxing it maybe a little bit too much.
Clockwork. Just trying to play around with the Wraith King, and he's going to play pretty hard with SC coming in with the rotation. Pandai has arrived, but that Wraith King is sticking out the Shadow Strike at the moment, and that'll trigger out that reincarnation. It's a very long cooldown, though, for level 1, so they want to make this really worth the trade. You keep EE alive, but can you get more? The Clockwork's still looking good. The Scream and Shadow Strike's going to slow him down once again, and with a Cog Burn, you can take out that extra mana. Starts the Battery Assault. Pylai die. Oh, look at the Battery Assault to do the work. With a Scream from the Queen of Pain, they're going to catch out too. The Cold Embrace keeps the Clockwork alive, and SC gets himself a double kill. So the reincarnation triggers, yet you still lose the Wraith King plus the Bane on top.
Really well played by Newbie Young. They just bring everybody and their mother over for that fight. They understand in that situation, you have to kill him twice there. They've got enough heroes down there to do it too. And those are pretty high priority pickups. And most importantly, it slows down the Wraith King further. This is now his second death. The first one was the solo of the Clockwork, but this one matters even more because he leveled up his ultimate for that. Most Wraith King players, almost all of them, should be waiting for it, because if you die at an inopportune moment, what are you going to get out of it? And you need some sort of rebuttal.
Huskar stunned up, Poison stinged up, Misery trying to be aggressive with that Splinter Blast doing so much damage. The Razors from Weehaw won't reach, but now with Wyvern Nightmared up, they have 2 more Razors available. There's one, and there's the Dazzle Wave Heal, doing a lot of work.
But the Clockwork!
Hook shots in!
The Fissure!
The 3-man Fissure! They lock in 2 inside the Cogs! Pilot Eyes down! It's a triple kill for SC! And the Clockwork will mop them up! 4 heroes from Secret lost for the price of a Wyvern! Inject money, inject experience, inject adrenaline into Newbie Y! Now they're going to keep their heads. That's what the panel was saying at the end of game 1. What went wrong after Newbie Y got such a good start? That is the dream fight for Newbie Y.
I mean, get hyped. They were so far behind at some points where it just looked like the Queen of Pain. Yeah, she was able to get the solo kill, but The safe laner wasn't doing anything. Their off laner wasted a lot of time, but you persevered. You have a situation like that where you just land spell after spell, combo after combo.
It's not even the big ones. Like, it wasn't like you didn't have Echo Slam, you didn't have Curse, you didn't use Sonic Wave, yet you still took that fight.
Oh, that fissure was disgusting. The fissure in the cogs.
It's not disgusting, it's beautiful, and they're going to go for more. Up to Jackie, MR, there's your Curse, can be
doesn't
committed.
have the ultimate.
The fissure is down, the Echo Slam, where's your extra damage with the Totem Stun, and maybe EE, 54, he's so low, and the Clockwork Rocket kill secures it. Misery, he's got his stun up in 5 seconds time. The Cold Embrace going to make this very, very difficult. And the Split Blast is back off cooldown too. Misery moves away from the Creep Wave. She doesn't get hit by it. And the Spy Carapace, MR,
the timing
get
on
the
that.
hell out of there. He gets stunned up and dies. They can't give any more. But the Clockwork as well as SC, they're rotating and looking for Weeha, and they found him. The hook shot down. They can keep him in position, or can they? He goes in deep into the sides, but the battery assault and the attack. That's now SC going 7-1 on this Queen of Pain. No delayed Orchid this game. He's up to 5.7k in the net worth.
So much better of a game. He was able to get that solo kill again in that mid lane. That bottom fight, he was the one that mopped up so much of his team's combos. Being able to get that Scream, getting a triple kill, and you're right, this is a much better Orchid timing. It'll hit around 14-15 is where you'd expect it. And I mean, Team Secret, they're struggling to keep a foothold in this game. Your safe lane carry, or the one that was meant to be your carry anyways, Eternal Envy, who went to the off lane. He doesn't have enough. He's only level 7 right now. That's quite under-leveled for 12 minutes into a game for a core. Hasn't really been able to really find his foothold, and his ultimate is still down. Newbie Young abusing that every single time, and the next ultimate for this Wraith King is going to be fairly significant because you want to fight around it, but with him being so underfarmed and so leveled, what does it really matter when you revive?
Yep. Should flag another thing too. One, the fact with all this going on, Huskar kept farming up. He's almost completed that armlet of his. But SC also had a big stack to take out. He did it in combination with the Earthshaker, but this gives Queen of Pain a level 2 Sonic Wave already. 13 minutes into the game, and you're saying like the 13-40 minute timing, it's right on the money because of that big stack. It was a triple to almost quad stack available for them. And they're preparing to go again. They just want to keep the pressure up.
They've got the hook on the Clockwork too, available again. You want to try to
What do you do?
evade.
Like, do you defend if you're Secret? Do you have to let this tower go?
I mean, you've got Eternal Envy here. He's got the ultimate up.
Oh, hook shot. They found one. They found Puppy. He can Shallow Grave or no? Yeah, he can. The battery assault couldn't control him enough. But now, can he get away? SC's waiting here. The Fissure catches 3 again. Sonic Wave's available. There's double stun, however, from Misery. Buys the space. While Weeha, the Raiders from inside the Fog of War, doing the work with a haste rune from the Queen of Pain. She's able to escape, but now with the stun on Huskar, is this really the dream? Vendetta will attack in. Huskar is fairly tanky, however. Difficult to kill off, and they just have to let it go. So it's a 1-for-1 trade-off.
You don't want to go for that fight if you're the Huskar either. You don't know where Pylai Dai is. He's got the Fiend's Grip, and he's got that Brain Sap available, and that's the killer right there, right? It's the Brain Sap. Weeha's got enough souls where he can right-click you down too, so you don't want to get over-aggressive there. Fortunately for Newbie, they were able to get out with just losing one hero.
Misery? That's really early to throw out the Spike Carrot. He did it right in front of Newbie Y as well. So SC just waited it out. He knew he had the advantage, and he knew he had the support behind him. Misery gives free gold.
Without that Spike Carapace, you just delay the Fissure. He thought it was going to come in, pre-preps it, but doesn't even matter. And Team Secret, they're just losing more heroes than they should in these mini skirmishes.
They might lose more bottom lane. Weeha.
You can't afford to lose Wee here.
Hook shot, and Weeha, well, it's a point blank one. The Fissure will connect too. You'll have to run the Clockwork around. The Echo Slam damage ensures the kill. Clockwork will take it. And now he's a very short distance away from even having something like a full Blade Mail up for a Clockwork.
And the hero that we focus so much of our attention on, the Huskar in this game, hasn't really even had to contribute anything. Now he's got a steady timing for his armlet, so you can finally start to see him enter the fray. But he just hasn't had to because his team's been playing so well without him. This combination, this Earthshaker, Queen of Pain, Clockwork, they've made so much happen for their team.
What's even better is because all this is happening right now, you're delaying everything on Team Secret. You talk about Huskar getting a movement through in items. He's got the armor up. If he gets into Heaven's Halberd, with these quick deaths on SF, like you got Weeha who's 0-4 on the SF, you're never going to find that true hit anytime soon at least. So if you bring in that invasion as well, like what do you do? Like does Wraith King now try and build? Like, he has to go for the Blade Mail, right? Like, he's a Blade Mail Blink Dagger hero.
Yeah,
but then
when you're playing...
does Weeha get the mech? Is this the way?
No, I don't think you can really contest newbie Youth anymore in team fights. You've got the Winter's Curse up now for the Winter Wyvern. This is something that we haven't seen yet, and Weeha has to just kind of focus on himself rather than going for the team plays, but this might even be a smoke into Roshan attempts.
Well, they have a double damage rune to help them on their way.
Yeah. You can go for the kill, and then
they're focusing the mid
area.
Eternal Envy. Can
He's
they
not the
burn
target you want, though?
Can they burn through his reincarnation twice? That's a big question. Huskar jumping forward, going to get stunned up pretty early on. Double stun as well with Misery waiting on the hillside, but the cold embrace up the Huskar. You've also got in the mid lane SC being controlled up by Pylai Dai. The Fiendry will keep him there, but it's Jackie, the Shallow Grave, still alive. And remember, you've still got reincarnation to get through. Puppy will get the physical damage out from the wave, so it's a one for real reincarnation only trade-off. And even the Clockwork Cold Embrace is trying to keep him up, but this is not the dream, Newbie White. In fact, this is a nightmare. You don't have your Queen of Pain during the fight. She has to solo up the Bane herself. Left out of the fight, you lose 3 heroes initiating up into an area you have no vision on.
Your Queen of Pain is 9-1 and 3, and he's going to kill Misery for sure. Going to be godlike with that, and that kind of makes things a little bit better, but think about it like this. So Pylai Dai dies, and if you didn't watch the fight or what happened at all, he manages to sleep the Queen of Pain before she can get her Orchid off onto him, and he realizes he's in a situation where he's most likely going to die, but he just occupies her time as much as she can, just so she can't re-engage on the rest of his team. Sacrifices himself by using the ultimate full duration with nobody near him, makes that fight okay, and the armlet toggle just wasn't there. Like, the Bane wasn't there, so the primary threat for the Huskar wasn't even in that fight, and they still were able to make that work.
I almost
Team
look at
Secret with signs of life.
Man, I look at your first phrase during that fight. Is this really the target? Like, you want to go on a Wraith King who has reincarnation. At that point, the reincarnation was worth it. 100% worth it. He's still got it on cooldown for another 180 seconds. So it's a long time away. Top lane, Weeha. He'll survive through this. The Nightmare comes in from Pylai Dai. But he doesn't have Fiend's Grip available, and Weeha's in no position to fight this. And because of that, because of the flagging, the positioning, Newbie Y, now they go in for Roshan. They can't walk out of this pit, however. There's a dire Observe Ward on the cliffside, so they have to stay in the pit, but they just try and find the pick-off over on Misery first. Able to claim it. He'll buy his 4-star recipe before death, but now you know there's no Nyx Assassin inside the pit. The Wyvern tanks the damage. Huskar, please doesn't get... No, he got bashed. He got bashed. He got bashed.
You know!
He died to Roshan!
Oh, God!
You can see her coming from a mile away!
Yo!
Ah!
This guy's got to be tilted at this point. They're even going to lose their Winter Wyvern for this one.
Yeah, but they claimed the Bane at the same time. The Clockwork got a solo kill on it,
but you can't afford to lose this Aegis.
Well, heck, will they? SCC still waiting here. His Sonic Wave's off cooldown. You've got MR coming in from behind. He can fissure in, catching out two. The Rocket gets the vision, so SC knows what he's up against.
They know Eternal Envy doesn't have that ultimate either.
Wait for it. The Spy Carapace is up from Jackie, and now the hook shot in! Aegis balls in the hand to Queen of Pain with the Echo Slam! Carving upon Secret! SC standing his ground! It's a double kill right now for the Clockwork! And SC, no more! No more, please! The heart cannot take it. 22-10, the big Roche fight. Misery wants something to make this a little bit more worth it. He's running with the Vendetta forward. But there's nothing. Oh, wait, he is. He's going to find the Queen of Pain, the tree line.
1 second for the blink. He's got it.
Oh, no! She's away! By the skin of her teeth, she'll survive. The BKB is picked up, and what a fight!
Can you say wombo combo? They knew it was coming to. Eternal Envy triggers the Blade Mail before they go in, the smart thing to do, but they're not able to pick up the Aegis at the last second. He doesn't have the ultimate for that. Team Secret, it just looks so beautiful as a setup. Like, how many things could go wrong for Newbie Y? They lose their Winter Wyvern. Jiayu accidentally dies to Roshan. Like, that was the perfect setup for them, but it was just a trap the entire time.
I haven't seen a Roshan deny like that since Admiral Bulldog killed himself at DreamHack.
That's the first one that I've seen that was unintentional for my competitive casting career. That was the first time I've seen that happen. There's nothing you can call that by just, it's just a flaw. Sometimes those things happen.
Roshan Bash, RNG, Queen of Pain now takes out that top tower with BKB, Orchid as well as Aegis. They can look towards the middle lane. Clockwork with an Invis rune sets up on Jackie. 18 seconds until he's got his reincarnation up. Puppey can buy that time, but they go further towards the Bane. Hook shot down, the stun's on Weehaw. Newbie Y, they're gonna go for more. This is now the 6th death for Weehaw as well. 2 heroes down for Secret, no buyback for the SF. They may lose more. Misery's coming out. He'll attack into the Clockwork, but that's a very tanky Clockwork. No hookshot available, and he's actually locked in by the Fissure. He can't move down to Misery. He'll hide himself inside the pit. The Misery showed himself, and now Newbie Y will try and pressure into the tier 2 at least.
The fact that they're doing this without Jia, like they haven't had their Huskar at all for the majority of these engagements. He's 0-4-3 right now. He's contributed to 3 kills. Most of those are in the early game where he speared people.
He gets the Orchid over on Misery. He used the Observe Ward on the cliffside to see the perfect rotation, and Misery's down for the count.
This
44 seconds. His movement's wonderful, and this is his signature hero. Queen of Pain is comfort. The panel questioned why they picked Queen of Pain in the first 2. This is the answer.
Because they knew he was going to solo kill Weehaw.
Obviously, it was just fate. It's got to happen.
He's got a BKB and a gem now, so this Nyx Assassin is no longer scary to him at all. He can just blink in, pop the BKB, or get the Nyx. That's a free hero down.
What do you go next? Like, he's already looking at that decision point. Like, do you try and kite the Wraith King more and go into something like a Shiva's Guard? Do you think maybe Hex is a big point?
You can go the S4 route and go for the Assault Curse, just to turn yourself into a physical damage dealer and make yourself incredibly tanky.
It would definitely help with Newbie claiming more of these, like the positions on the map, taking up these tier 2 towers, and potential for the high ground siege. Because I suppose that's also our next line of thought. How does Newbie actually end this game? You got a good start. You're 22 minutes in. You've got over 10,000 net worth as well as experience advantage going your way. How do you end this?
They were definitely going to try to get the Aegis on the Huskar and go high, but with that plan ending, maybe that was the best possible scenario for them. Like, yeah, they lose their Huskar, but in some roundabout way, they get the Aegis on the Queen of Pain instead.
Double TPs coming bottom lane. In fact, triple TPs. The Clockwork's the first one. Hook shots forward.
No BKB on him.
In range of the tower. He's only got Shadow Blade and the Sonic Wave. They waited out. He actually baited for the Shallow Grave. Canceling the animation. Now the Sonic Wave with the Echo Slam. Oh my! Secret big torn absolute new one. Pylai dies down as well. And Ma will go on a killing spree as this Earthshaker. The perfect combo. The beautiful synergy. And Newbie Y take a 4-for-0 fight, and this will now mean another tower. Who needs an AC? You just kill all of Secret.
I don't want to discount anything that the Winter Wyvern or this Huskar have done this entire game, but this Queen of Pain, Earthshaker, Clockwork combination, they've just hooked up for so many different kills. Look at their individual scores alone. Usually that doesn't really tell the story, but for this game it definitely does. What they've been able to do, just the 3 of them, this entire game, has been unbelievable so far.
Is he going again? Like, if Clockwork can rocket and get the vision, he rockets up to look. He's on the search for Eternal Envy, he is on the wrong side of home. He has turned to the dark side right now, which is ironic considering it's the Radiant side. And he's going for a Radiance build on the Wraith King. This is how he believes they can come back in this game, with a Radiance recipe sitting on the Wraith King.
He's so far behind, though. He had to go for the Radiance recipe first.
Here they go top. Blink. The Orchid's over on Misery again. No Spike Carapace time.
It's these 3 once again!
It controls him! They are the trio of Bash Brothers, the Amigos, bringing down Misery and Weehaw. And they're looking towards Puppey straight away again. Huskar, he can just life break down. Puppey is completely isolated, running forward into Newbie Y. And it's a double kill for SC. Man, they may not even get a chance to take out the Racks at this rate. Secret may call GG already.
I feel so bad for Ellie and Jia, because they're just running behind. They're just like, wait, guys.
I want to be
we're coming. We don't all have blinks.
And like the 4th and 5th people in the conversation don't really say anything. They just sit there.
Toby, that sounded a little bit too familiar, but they're going to get this tower down. They're going to get the Rags. The Shadow Fiend is still dead. Doesn't have buyback either. The Shiva's is completed on the Queen of Pain. She's just so monstrously huge now. Eternal Envy nowhere near enough farm.
He sold the Radiance recipe to pick up the armlet for this fight. But Misery, he's orking it up. They've taken the mid-ranks now. Newbie White, all they got to do is get out of here. With a defensive cogs, they can do it. They're force-upping forward. In fact, Secret, they're coming out. Newbie are posturing to
You don't
fight.
want to overextend for this.
Misery, but no! The BKB Fiends grip here, but SEC, they're not doing enough damage, and the hook shot's in again! The Sonic Wave damage will spill out to Puppy, but do they have enough control with the fissure? Yeah, Raging's gonna go down, but they've taken out 2. We are still fighting the Wyvern, the Glimmer Cape, making it impossible to finish the job, and they can turn onto Eternal Envy. Burn, baby, burn! Underneath the Huskar searing arrows, but it's the Clockwork. He becomes a voyeur. It's just the Huskar to triple kill. SGG! Newbie White will force a third deciding game, 36-10. There were some moments where you wondered, would Newbie White have the same problem as game 1, overconfidence into overextension? But didn't happen. They just kept pummeling Secret down and down again.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, they showed why they were so confident in the early game, because if they can execute like that, I just heard them screaming at the top of their lungs. I've never seen anybody so excited to take one game in a best of 3. This just kind of shows them and tells them, this proves to them, we belong here.
We had CDEC have the dream at TI. They're the team that came in through the wildcard qualifier. Newbie Young, who get to replace Invictus Gaming. Yeah, game 1 didn't go their way, but game 2, they just trashed one of the big favorites, the top 3 here for the Frankfurt Major. They brought down Secret.
It didn't even look very close, Toby. A 25-minute victory. Those 3, once again, SC, MR, and LE. This just sounds really weird. It's a really odd brotherhood of just dual letters, but they went for something absurd, like 35 and 5 between the 3 of them.
It was wonderful, absolutely wonderful to watch. And of course, the guys who are watching to our analyst ask, guys, explain how what we just saw came to be.
How do you explain that? Well, good news is we've got 3 gents on this panel who are definitely going to help us do that. Aren't you, Jacob?
Yep, that was very impressive. SEC completely making up for that Queen of Pain game in the first one. Ooh. Absolutely dominating performance, amazing. MR again proving that he's on point with stuns, even though some of the fishes were a bit on the dodgy side of things. They were still all over the map, constant control. As Blitz was saying, I completely get why they want to play as aggressive as they do, because if you can just take a game in this dominating fashion, why wouldn't you? Very, very impressed, and I hope they can keep this up going into the next game. I wouldn't mind seeing Secret play out to not get into the loser bracket if I can see this team perform like this throughout the tournament.
It's incredible. Where did he begin with that? I mean, just, you know, good early game, solid, nothing spectacular. I mean, Toby mentioned the fact that it looked similar in way to game 1 in the way they started, and then there was always that moment of, oh, are they going to mess this up? And then there's a set of kills that you go and you just go, oh god, they're going to mess this up. They give away Roche and then they get it back.
Yeah, that was. I was like, oh my god, Huskar just died of Roche, and then Queen of Pain had the sick ultimate in the blink. But it all started before that. It all started in the draft, where they actually, because Huskar is sometimes a draft win, sometimes it's not, and you have to set up for success. So the way they approached the draft was pretty smart. They lead out with a pretty similar opener, but the Spirit Breaker wasn't working out for them, but they go for the Earthshaker. Earthshaker is, I think, one of their most picked supports. It also worked out pretty well.
That's a terrible pick, wasn't it, Jacob?
No. Okay. Let's
yes,
let's rewind the tape and hear me saying I generally like Earthshaker. I think it's a great pick. But not
here.
But not in the second pick position.
Right.
But they had reasons for picking it
exactly.
second.
So they showed why they picked their own meta game and everything, and it worked out tremendously well. And I'm very, very happy to see that this second pick Earthshaker.
You're happy to see that you were wrong.
Wasn't that wrong?
Because if they had picked Winter Wyvern, they might have picked up AA in the first phase, which Secret does pretty often, and then they wouldn't have the Huskar available to them. So going with that as opposed to the Winter Wyvern, I think, was a pretty big deal. And it also doesn't give anything away. It's like, okay, that's what they always pick.
And then the Clockwork pick really just bound everything together. He was everywhere on the map, constantly setting up kills everywhere, allowing the Earthshaker to TP in on some of the gangs, the Queen of Pain to blink up, to be adjacent enough to get in on the kill. Amazing play.
Only the 5th game that we've seen Clockwork in of the 2 days. First time that anyone's won using Clockwork. But you
we were saying,
you made the point. It was the draft that made
when
it.
I was right.
You were right about the
Clockwork was really good against this lineup.
Yes, and you were right about the lineup style as well. I had a much better chance of succeeding. Connor, what do you make of it?
I mean, I have to ask, do you think it was a huge outdraft? I mean, it felt like Secret still got a lot of great comfort picks they're used to, but the way they got shut down, I wasn't suspecting that.
No, I don't think it was an outdraft. I think it was just them playing a lot better.
Yeah.
Yeah, that too. But you don't expect Newbie Young to have this solid of a draft, right? Like, game 1, we were surprised that they drafted so well, and game 2 is like also they drafted so well. If we went in before the series, like, is Secret going to beat them out in draft? They might get meepoed, right? That's definitely more what you're looking for instead of an even draft both games.
But to me, it's very reminiscent of the CDEC we saw going into TI, where they just they get solid drafts every game. Something they're super comfortable playing, something that has a lot of synergy, something where they can keep on team fighting, ganging, and still have enough late game.
Yeah, so let's take a look back at the game itself.
I really like the way this Queen of Pain is like, I want to run back. There was a fire lit under her ass, and she's like, I'm going to pull out some serious plays. And she did.
I think the best part of all of this, and the viewers at home might not know this, or they won't know this at all, is how manly this team sounds when they're playing. They might be called Newbie Young, but they have like the voices of 5 ROTKs that just sit and yell out "Nice-la" constantly, especially when they were then winning the game. As Blitzer as well was saying, never heard anyone be as excited about winning one game of a best of 3 that isn't deciding.
It's hard not to be a fan of that. You hear the passion coming out, and then we saw how happy they were at the end. It just shows that they love it. They love the competition, they love the game, and it's hard not to back up a team like that. Even a team we may not know that well. It's just, you could tell that they're really into it.
They were really into that last one where they had that 3-man fissure into that clockwork play. This one where I thought it was going to be pretty bad for them.
This was a potentially turning point for Secret that went horribly wrong.
There's a great grave coming out here, too.
Weave stacks, man. Weave stacks. You have to respect that. Because the Wraith King stays alive for so long. Gets grave, and then you have to deal with the reincarnate. But eventually they take down the Huskar. Still, that Roshan, though, I don't think it was planned for him to die, but the way it worked out was so
calculated.
Damn good.
Bait.
Yeah, there we go.
In moments before this, Huskar dies to Roche.
Mine.
Oh my, that was...
Hookshot just got off cooldown.
Yeah.
Literally the second it got off cooldown, he hooks in.
That's the best play I've seen this tournament.
Yeah, we'll be seeing that highlight on the line for sure.
Generally just very on point with all the hookshot on this clockwork. Even one I thought wouldn't have hit. And Weeha's Shadow Fiend, a shadow of its former self.
Definitely not fiendish in this game.
Hey.
So we get a double pun in there. And by now, it was all over, really. There's a few more minutes to go, of course. It finished 36-11 overall. And...
also not a situation you want to have happen. Have 5 heroes stand around a Fiend script target, but he's blinks in BKB.
Oh. Oh. So what do Team Secret take away from a game like this? I don't know if there's anything where it's significant enough to be like, oh, we better ban that out or look out. I mean, yeah, now you want to be making sure you're looking out for a Huskar, let's say, but Huskar wasn't like...
Presumably they're going to change up their draft now, right?
Yeah,
we were talking about this going into the game. Now they've played this over and over again. They did what they did at Nanyang.
Yeah.
They're probably going to pick something else now. Now they've lost with it.
First 3 picks were the same. Then they replaced the Dazzle with Undying, which I think got banned out in that game.
And then VK for Ember Spirit.
I think higher priority on AA for sure. AA is like the team fight hero that can demolish this sort of 5-man. So I think they have to take that in the first phase. Their supports are weak for team fighting. Bane versus that amount of interrupts, and then the Dazzle. Dazzle's like okay, but you already have a Wraith King. There's redundancy in the Shallow Grave.
And we were talking about the Rubik pickup. I still think Rubik would have been a much better pickup than the Dazzle.
There was a fair bit to steal.
Yeah.
Life Break. So good.
Okay, I'm also hearing that from Group D, eHome have beaten Alliance by 2-0.
That was fast.
That was quick, considering that we're at the end of the second game, but we've had 2 very, well, not long games, but longish games as well. So, yeah, 2-0 on that one. Any surprises? I mean,
I think
Catalyst has eHome as his dark horse for the tournament.
That particular matchup, I think that was to be expected. If there was a 2-0 in that group, that was definitely the match.
Yeah. Do you still feel like they may be the 2 best teams in the group?
eHome CDEC?
Yeah. eHome and Alliance.
I don't think Alliance is the...
You don't think Alliance can get out of that group?
Third/fourth.
It was hard to gauge before because they were doing so well, in, with the events they had in the European circuit they were working through. But now that they've gotten to go against some of the better Eastern teams, you can kind of gauge properly. And I would put them as third.
I'm pretty sure the Mineski Alliance matchup will determine who the worst team is in that group.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll keep you up to date with that as it goes through. As the boys get ready in their respective booths right now, getting ready for the third draft of match 1 in Group C. Puppy's just taking on some liquid and prepping up the boys, I would guess, getting ready for the draft. So where do they go from here?
Do you think
How do we
completely
feel?
new draft?
I say AA, maybe higher priority. What about Shadow Fiend? It's worked sometimes. It hasn't worked. Is
think
it
he's
good
Been
enough
very
opener?
inconsistent, hasn't it? About all the games we've had.
let that one go and maybe dust off the Wind Ranger or even the Meepo one more time? Just think, we got this still. Just throw it out there.
That and then just put a bit more emphasis on the Queen of Pain. If they want to let them have Queen of Pain, then maybe find something that's good at shutting her down, because they didn't have any obvious counters for her.
So do Secret not ban Tusk? And ban Quap instead?
It depends. What's the success rate for Tusk on Newbie Young?
Let me pull that up for you, Jacob.
I mean,
Let's see. 8 games, 5-3.
They have not played it all recently. I'm looking through all the recent games, and I'm not seeing Tusk way down here back at the.
I'd probably still commit to a
qualifier.
Tusk ban and then maybe try and get a Night Stalker. We've been talking a lot about this, or I have at least. I still think Night Stalker is an amazing hero. I don't know why it's not being picked up at all. It is banned a lot in the 3rd and 4th ban phase, but I still want to see it. Pick it up earlier. Go for it, especially if you want the Ember Spirit.
It's actually eight times picked so far here. And 6 times banned, so
Just not
still
in our games.
No, just not the ones we've been seeing on this particular group. But it's been there, it's been in there and about. So teams are using it.
I feel like Secret are going to be invigorated now. You let that team just kind of crush you there. Do you think they're going to make an emphatic statement now like that? That was a fluke, and we're going to put you back in the dumpster.
I mean, it's one of those like situations where
Look
you
at
don't
this
want to.
complete difference in characters.
Yes.
Pi is like yawning, leaning back in his chair. I'm so tired, and Envy is like he's completely hyped up. Coffee. A lot of coffee.
All right, here we go. Draft number 3.
Okay, Queen of Pain.
And Queen of Pain is gone. So
All right,
that's kind of changed that one up then. Let's throw
one
that
way of
theory
countering
drafting
it.
out.
And Secret now will have the first pick again, right?
Yeah,
Third straight game.
Third straight game for that. That's
And Newbie Young for the
incredible.
third straight time.
Third
Radiant.
dire side, yeah.
This is slightly strange.
Do they ban the Tusk and hope they get it for themselves?
What was the TI thing with CDEC? They were playing Dire.
They were playing Dire the whole time.
Yeah.
Yes.
Until like EG is like, you know what? We're not going to allow that anymore.
Exactly. We're going to figure that out.
So the reason CDC liked playing that so much was in part because of how much easier it is to take over the Radiant jungle as in comparison to the Dire one. So that was their entire strategy. Jungle control.
You can tell Puppy's thinking this one out like 2 steps ahead as far as where they want to take this ban and then where they want to take their first pick. Shadow Fiend, they're leaving out the Tusk. Maybe hoping to grab
Interesting
it.
to see how the
And
very
Slaughter.
top of the field here,
They're going to get one of the
that
two.
we consider
Yeah,
the
they're gonna
very
get one of the
best,
They're going to get the Tusk.
Yeah.
all
What?
ban out Shadow Fiend or
Secret?
pick it.
I don't think Secret are going to first pick Tusk. They don't like Tusk that much.
Well, the
It's
newbie will get
100% pick ban right now, and it's going to continue to be 100% pick ban.
I haven't seen them
because
play it
it's
in a
number
while.
1.
They almost always ban it, and sometimes they're just like, we're okay with playing
Probably why they're not playing it.
Darkseer Wyvern? What do you think they're going to value
Well,
here?
they gave it away a decent amount. Darkseer Wyvern.
I mean,
Shaker's still good versus Tusk.
by now it's very clear that they have a different pick priority and pick order than that of Western teams. So they might pick up the Earthshaker again.
Shaker Seer, maybe?
There are no obvious Tusk counters. Are there any obvious picks that Secret may want?
AA also still just kind of out
Still an
there.
A in the pool. Ember Spirit. I think Winter Wyvern would be a solid pick at any point in time. I'm not convinced that they'll go for the offlaner just yet, just because of how successful the Clockwork were, and that they lost with the Darkseer.
I don't think the Darkseer was bad in game number 1, though.
Definitely wasn't.
If it wasn't for the first game, I'd say maybe Darkseer Spearbreaker, but looks like they'll go for the Wyvern. We'll see if they do get the DS.
It's just a very solid opener.
No. Doesn't give a lot of intel away.
Decent against the Tusk.
What aggressive mid laners do they play, though? Aside from
I like this. I think this is smart, but this might force the Secret's hand as well and pick up the Night Stalker immediately.
They don't go with that. They do love going Disruptor, which is their other control, silencing kind of hero that could be a response for Ember Spirit. Very popular Secret support pick. They might not commit for early, though. Outside of that, what about Tusk Undying? It's a classic duo.
still out there and available if they want to get in a aggro off lane. The Wii Ranger.
Wind Ranger is back.
Yeah.
So we'll probably see an AA ban coming out from Newbie Young again. They've committed the third, fourth ban for it every...
Time for more Huskar, right?
No.
Just kidding. Still pretty strong team fight coming up from Newbie Young.
Yeah.
But at least they have a solution for the shackle shot. The Cold Embrace is really, really good.
So do you think they'll play the Ember Spirit on the middle lane, or will it be a carry position?
Reserve time.
I mean, they played the Alchemist in a safe lane.
I think probably
so-
safe lane.
Yeah.
Yeah, last time they played it, they had Shadow Fiend mid, Ember safe. But they almost always run SF or Quap in the mid. If it's not that, then it has been the Lina.
I like that.
I'm also curious for Secret. They don't play Tusk often, so I can see why Merlini wasn't expecting it, but
Lina
who
really
plays
don't.
it?
They're very reminiscent of CDEC.
Mm-hmm. I also watched them play Invoker one time in the qualifiers. That was pretty good.
Yeah? I'd like to see that. Always impressed by a good Invoker player.
They also have done Wisp Tiny before, as you talked about.
That might caught Cat Secret completely off guard. AA ban, no surprise. I think the Clockwork ban is very
Turn to ban.
obvious as well. Question is if they'll ban out the Darkseer this time around. I think they should.
And with Wyvern and Ember, you actually don't have to ban out Meepo.
Yeah.
At all. So that's pretty nice. Although...
They already have Wind Ranger, though.
Could they get brooded with this, though?
If they ban Darkseer, I feel like that Secret might try to go for the Brood.
Let's check a ban.
But that means I don't know if Misery plays the Tusk typically or not. They don't play Tusk a lot, so we don't have a lot of information if Misery is typically the Tusk player or if they're going to give it to, like, Pi or something.
I think my eyes must be failing me. What was that fourth ban?
Earthshaker.
The Secret.
Earthshaker.
Yeah, my eyes are definitely going.
There's an easy comment in here somewhere.
I'm handing these to you on a plate and you're just not taking them. I admire your restraint.
It's his red eyes.
Hey.
That wasn't even the direction I'd take it.
No, he was definitely going old.
They have banned Tusk 13 times and not picked it once in the last month.
Yeah.
Wow.
Secret strat for Secret.
Oh, they banned that Disruptor.
I really, really like the strategizing of Newbie Young. They've done their homework. Granted that Secret is one of the easiest teams to do so against because of how many games they've played and how...
Oh, this is nasty, man.
Yeah.
This is a great team fight
going to
here.
go to Newbie. We're going to dazzle back on Secret again. Very ineffective in the last draft. Different draft, of course.
So I'd expect the Lina pick to come out now if What Stats Man Merlini says it's true.
They can also go Beastmaster. That seems to be another somewhat common pickup for them. But if it hasn't been the Queen and it hasn't been the Shadow Fiend, Lina is generally next in line. Or Invoker. I think Invoker's
there is
pretty
the
good versus
Invoker as
lineup.
well.
Invoker Darkseer's pretty good.
Yeah, and Invoker lanes decently against the Wind Ranger.
Is Ember just no good against Wind Ranger in the mid lane and they can go back for an Alchemist safe lane? I mean, they banned out the AA, so
It's hard.
Maybe they can go for
I
it.
also don't think it suits their style, going for the Radiance. Like, Game 1 was decent for them, but Game 2, they just looked like they were so much more comfortable when they had 5 heroes that fought all the time instead of 4 protect 1.
I'm also curious for Secret what they're going to do for Misery if he is or is not playing this Tusk.
And with the Darkseer, they don't have to worry about the Brood. So they're like the sneaky picks from Secret just aren't an option.
Nightstalker on their own team. Maybe Secret go back for the Nyx again for Secret. If it's going to be a Pi Tusk, they could get the Nyx again. It's good against the Darkseer.
I don't know if I'd go for Nyx third time. It's only good versus Darkseer this game, though.
I don't know if I like this Nightstalker pickup.
Really? You
Really?
were raving about it earlier.
I know. Why not, Jacob?
We finally see it, and then you just shut it down.
Do you feel like they might have just got it as a deny pick?
Why don't you like it, Jacob? Explain.
Yeah, I guess in the hands of Secret
Explain
it'd be
yourself.
problematic. Well, now I like it a bit more.
Okay.
Oh.
This could...
What's an AM into a Nightstalker?
Yeah, this could end badly for Secret.
And they have the lockdown of the Winter's Curse. With one extra, what, possible core pick to go for?
I'm a little bit more excited about the Nightstalker again now.
Puppy just up.
You are so on the fence, Jacob.
Reserve time.
Bounty Hunter. So they're wagering Misery is going to be playing this Tusk in the offlane.
So that Bounty Hunter was against the Ember Spirit, I'm guessing?
I think it's to secure their mid lane. If they pick a weak mid laner, Wind Ranger plus Bounty Hunter will just absolutely massacre it. So it's to secure mid.
Seconds remaining.
I really hope this Lina pickup is coming.
What if it gets banned?
5 seconds remaining.
It's a natural pickup versus anti-mage.
That's why I expected it instead of the Night Stalker. But I see why they would sort of counter-pick the Night Stalker in order to not allow Secret to have it either. Makes sense against the Ember Spirit, and since they banned out the Disruptor, they couldn't commit to the Night Stalker ban.
What other heroes are good versus anti-mage?
Don't do it, Poppy. We want to see the Lina in action.
Core Silencer. Oh, they banned the...
All right, this is such a no-brainer to me right now.
Do it. Oh, the Jug, the one-time secret. Actually, don't ban it in that second phase.
So it is a mid Ember Spirit.
It is mid-Ember. Okay. That's bold.
It is bold. I still think the Lina would have been a better pickup.
I agree. I think both of those heroes are better versus the anti-mage. They actually don't have that much lockdown for him. Are they going to aggro?
That being said, Secret and Poppy do seem to fear Night Stalker a little bit. The AA is banned out, so the healing ward...
10 seconds remaining.
Maybe they can end the game a lot earlier with the Juggernaut, though, as opposed to the Lina.
Yeah.
Maybe worrying about large mana voids coming out. But generally, Lina is viewed as the counter to anti-mage, not the other way around.
There's not a lot of aggression in the Dazzle anti-mage.
The Misery Magnus will help out the AM.
Okay, thank you very much. And we'll find out from our three gentlemen what they make of the end of this game as we are heading in to Game 3. Secret versus Newbie Young.
Thank you very much, Paul. Yes, we are back here for our deciding match between Newbie Young as well as Team Secret. Who would have thought would actually be at this position? But after game number 2, you start asking the question, will Newbie Y actually take this?
I mean, let's calm down a little bit.
I know, you know me.
It was,
you know me. Telling me to calm down is not possible.
It was, you know, it's one game in a best of 3. Everyone's ready to coordinate Newbie Young as the new newbie. And
sorry, let me tattoo Newbie Young on my thigh.
yeah, let's just relax a little bit.
I'm liking their draft.
Let's chill out.
Their draft has so much to work with.
Everyone always says, like, anytime any team loses, like, one game in a best of 3, everybody freaks out. Says they're garbage now.
That's it. Secret disband, obviously.
Yeah, the game was exciting. I like a good underdog story, but let's let them get the overall victory first before.
Just a side note,
blow things out of proportion.
Last time they won on their support Night Stalker, they actually did it in combination with the Juggernaut. That was. Yeah. Small side note to do.
And Toby,
that was all. The last time they played Night Stalker support, though, they lost. That wasn't as great as a stat for it. Or a fact.
I have seen the Night Stalker support completely just dominate, though. Like, it was yesterday I casted Vega versus OG. OG let them pick the Night Stalker support for solo. That was probably one of the more one-sided victories I've seen.
It is rough. If Night Stalker doesn't... Well, if he gets a run and you get that Aghanims up, then Secret have no vision. This Mag RP initiation is going to do nothing. They'll see snowballs coming from a mile away. Weehaw maybe not so much. He's a highly maneuverable player on that Wind Ranger. So Blink Daggers, 4-stars kind of style. Even just the Blink Dagger with an Aghanim Scepter is already scary enough.
The thing about that last game, though, that really gives me hope is that despite the fact that...
Yeah, they really want to fight this because bottom lane, you got a battle between Juggernaut as well as the Magnus, but with all the Iron Shells up on top lane, there's no way Secret want to fight into that. Mag will be able to get that early bounty rune, but this means Weehaw starting from behind, up against an Ember Spirit who's already got a PMS and now able to get himself an early salve if he desires. In fact, what do we look at the build for the Ember Spirit mid? You're up against a Wind Ranger. Do you go for tank? Do you go for aggression?
You still go for the standard build overall. It's not like you're going to change things drastically hero to hero. If you were playing against a Queen of Pain and she was dominating you mid and she was going to get a really fast Orchid, then things might change. But
they're coming for the Darkseer. Support needs to come in from the Night Stalker, but what's he going to do as daytime? There's a lot of Iron Shells.
3 Iron Shells.
And Poppy with the Void. He's taking so much damage, and who's going to get it? It's actually be first blood to the Night Stalker. He'll end up taking it out. EE will still find that revenge kill onto the Darkseer, but with those Iron Shells and the Void damage, it just gave the edge to Newbie Y.
All right, so they get first blood.
This actually really hurts too. Like Puppey, okay, he brought in extra tangos to Pilot Eye because Pilot Eye was out of life, as in consumables.
Yeah, they don't have that much regen left over. The Night Stalker now has boots.
They're coming again.
They've got, you can't fight under this, not double Ion Shell. The scary thing though is as soon as, is it Lee? I see LE and I know one's Lee.
It's Lee. Lee is
the emoji face. Yeah, Lee.
Yeah.
As soon as Lee hits level 3 and he gets to the second level of the Ion Shell, then things really start to turn around. So you've got to be pretty worried about that, and somebody's going hype over something.
Relax. We focus on this game for now. There's enough hype in this one.
There really is. The fact that if Newbie Young can drop Team Secret into the lower half of this bracket, that'd be pretty insane. But
yeah, because then they got to go up against either LGD or Cloud9, two opponents where, well, I don't think it's really possible.
For me, though, the last game, SC was just such a standout player. If he's able to have a similar performance, that'd be great. But Newbie Young, what they're worried about right now, or what they should be, is the confidence of their carry player and whether or not he's able to bounce back. Because I don't really like to call out players, but that individual performance was not strong. Like, there were a lot of individual errors. Dying to the Roshan, for example, 0-4 and 3, wasn't able to accomplish too much. He's got to really get back on his feet this game.
Well, it's definitely working out so far. Like, he's equal CS with Eternal Envy. But what's going to give him the space as well as the confidence, like a farm, is the fact that one Pilot Eye is about to die. There's a surge right now over on Ellie. He just has to keep up with the Tuskar. The Void is not off cooldown, just have mana for it. He's short by 6 mana, and the Iron Shell's not reaching Pilot Eye, so Puppey starts with the body block. He does actually have the Shallow Grave, but does he know the timing for it? Now Void will come off cooldown. Night Stalker,
he's still going to go for it.
YOLO. No,
oh, he doesn't get it. 2 health.
He dropped down to 1 at one point, and now it's actually going to be Ellie dying to Puppey up into the tree line. He can't much in a tango. He'll fight up against the Dazzle, but it's not strong enough.
That's
rough.
Oh,
that's so rough.
That's pretty tilting. I saw 2 HP, but it had been like half a second after.
But it's the pullback. He had that moment, but he had to commit from the very start. The indecision lost him the kill.
All right, you just kind of have to move on from that play and say to yourself, it's not that big of a deal. Let's just move on. These things happen. 1 HP, whatever, guys.
Man, if it worked, you'd be looking at LE. Like, yeah, he would have died, but coming into this first nighttime, he'd have so much to work with.
He would have
now it's Misery.
Island.
He's still got Skewer Available, going to put himself down inside the river. And this game coming in 15 seconds before the nighttime is coming. So that Void could have done a lot more. He could have actually had, well, not level 4.
The thing is, if he gets that kill, he effectively shuts down this tri-lane.
Snowball coming into LE, Misery. Oh, there's still no skewer, and he's trying to go for the rune at the moment. And now, yeah, nighttime starts up. Misery, the Void will connect, try and juke around the tree line, ends up just tangoing down the tree, so the vision's available. But Amar doesn't really have anything to give. His Arctic Burn's on cooldown, and Splinter Blast won't do that much there. So he's more of a cold embrace saving in case things go wrong.
You know what I am considering right now? Whether or not maybe Jia just isn't very comfortable playing against the aggressive tri-lanes and coming back. There are certain carry players where they just, you know, they need the free farm to be able to kind of build up, and they're not used to that kind of pressure. And that might have just factored into a lot of things, but this time around, he does have free farm, and we're going to be able to see what he's able to do with it this time around. And because of the constant pressure of the Darkseer and the Night Stalker starting at top, Eternal Envy isn't doing as well as him, but it is going to be an anti-mage, and the anti-mage is going to be able to pull ahead later on as the game goes on.
Yeah. Which kind of then flags the question, when does Newbie Y start attacking? Like, Omnislash is normally a really great enabler. And up against a hero like Magnus, he doesn't have an escape mechanism to get away from that Omnislash. So both the Blade Fury as well as an Omni would end up killing off this Magnus. Yeah, so the opportunities are there without even having to leave the lane.
This mid lane too is going okay for the Ember Spirit. I say that even though he's down 8 CS, and the main reason for that is because it's sort of expected. Like, Weehawk can just push him back with right clicks alone. And even with the poor man's shield, it makes it pretty difficult for you to CS, because you never really want to be in the range where one gank will be able to do you in. So he's going to be primarily focused on trading CS, even if it's a little bit uneven.
Misery actually moved off the lane for a bit.
Bottom tower is under attack.
This will allow the push on bottom to come in a little bit harder. Misery skewers away, but that Omni Slash is up, and he's away from a creep wave. Okay, committal underneath tier 2 towers. Last time it didn't go too well. But they do get the rotation in from Puppey, and now Night Stalker also arrives. They don't have the silence available, but with the Splinter Blast, they can take out, okay, not even much of the creep wave. That's a level 1 Splinter Blast. That's not doing jack. But it's going to buy a little bit more comfort room for SCC to move in the mid.
Yeah, maybe if they actually had the Night Stalker around this area, but they aren't going to be able to do too much. The Darkseer, in conjunction with the Night Stalker, might be able to do some damage.
They're coming mid. They need Weeha to break out of this Invis.
Yeah. He should be right now.
Well, there it is.
All right, here's your opportunity right now.
Okay, so if they get nothing. Ember Spirit, 3
Gotta
Spirit
get the
middle. He couldn't get the Searing Chain off, however. Without that, they don't have the control factor. Pilot Eye came in as quick as he possibly could, but this is a big rotation to lose out on.
That is all 3 remnants, fire remnants used, and you had to rotate your carry for that. And I like the rotation of the carry because it secures the kill on the mid laner, and that's perfectly fine, but
it gave Wyvern space at least, so he's moving closer towards having that curse.
Yeah, but that was a fairly large commitment that didn't really net you anything, because that was a smoke as well.
Yeah. But it's at least them trying something. Top lane, Darkseer, he can try and survive, running up a little bit further north. The Shard's off target. The Blink is still a level 1, so Darkseer can wait out a little bit longer so he can try and surge out. In fact, he's going to run into the tree line, but is there a way out of here? And, okay, no, there's not. No, there definitely is not.
Yeah, he always had that up. There wasn't really an option. He started buying out as soon as that happened. He was like, there's no way that I'm getting out. It's not even really worth the attempt. It's like a half effort to just waste a little bit of time more than anything. And if you can force out the Mana Void, great. That's the best possible death scenario if you want to talk about it like that.
All right, so we kind of move back into this passive farming kind of stage. The Juggernaut as well as the Animage both working towards their Battle Furies. Maybe a little bit faster for the Animage considering Magnus. Misery did get an early level up and Empower. So there's going to be a little bit of an extra buff for the AM to farm with. And Weeha's had a pretty damn good start as well. 41 for 19.
Tower is under attack.
He's equal for most of the CS. In fact, there's very little difference between the lane positions. The only big difference is kind of that mid lane, whereas the 10 difference between Weeha as well as SC.
Yeah. I think the one thing to note, though, is the Magnus is actually getting quite a bit of farm because what ends up happening in this scenario is that you're trying to give your Night Stalker a lot of XP and some farm because the first nighttime didn't go as planned and it went a little bit more awry than you would have liked. So you're trying to give him XP, but it's a Night Stalker against the Magnus. And the Magnus has a regen rune and arcane boots. So he's just going to constantly force him out and get more or less free XP right now. Like, Misery's doing such a good job in this lane because he recognizes, okay, neither of the supports are here. It's not that big of a deal. They're going to rotate this Jug into this mid lane, bring their carry, bring their mid over, because the Ember Spirit is one of the better heroes at ganking up that anti-mage. You notice he's gone for the 3 levels in the Searing Chains.
Yep.
Wants to make sure that he gets Eternal Envy with that, but
if he's able to get an Iron Shell on him as well, so the Iron Shell, Surge, letting him run forward, but Pilot Eye's already back a long way behind the tower, so this Surge doesn't really do enough for him, but they find Puppey instead. So straight into the Arctic Burn. You still have Shallow Grave available, and Puppey, with the TP out, they already use Searing Chains, and they don't have enough. He'll end up surviving back at base.
That is a huge rotation that you use to kill a hero that wasn't even a core. Like, Puppey just kind of realizes, oh, they have no stuns.
You kind of have to creep skip this out now. Like to take out the tier 1 tower to get something for the rotation.
I don't even think they really get anything out of this. Like, Jia can't really pressure the Wind Ranger out at all. Because as soon as he starts running, then you can just Wind Run and phase boots forward. And now Misery, this is the biggest proponent of all of this. He's getting the most. He's level 8 right now. Popping the regen.
He's almost got the Blink Dagger.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, that's an incredibly fast timing. Misery's like, okay, I'm just going to free farm down here and nobody's going to do anything. You keep rotating your cores to other lanes. Great stuff.
You know, it's the problem. He's got more net worth than the Ember Spirit bottom lane. The RP, LE try and go to work. The Skewer's going to push him back over the tree line.
He's going to guarantee the kill
with
first.
The Shockwave, he'll actually get the kill on the Night Stalker, but the Ember Spirit and Juggernaut, again, they move together. They get the kill on the Magnus.
But this opens up the option for the mid lane now. Weeha's just going to pop his DD, try to pressure this, because he knows that the Ember Spirit TP'd for this.
But it's a tower trade-off there. The fortifications used by the Radiant side, Dai doesn't have it. So it will be a tier 1 tower for damage onto the tier 1 tower in mid. The TP's coming back to the mid lane, and LE needs to force Weeha out. Starts with a Void, but we're still during daytime. So it really doesn't have the same effect. And with a double damage rune on Wind Ranger, LE should be a little bit careful about how close he moves to these trees.
No, as long as he keeps the catapult alive, this is a free
Oh,
tower.
Shackle. Weeha. Void. Okay, he'll go for the silence as well. Support's not rotating in fast enough to get the control on him. So Weeha's back, and he gets the last hit in the tower.
This is going to be his point booster too. And this is going to put him over the edge when it comes to net worth. Over the Ember Spirit, and this is just what it means to force over rotations. Yes, you get a kill on Misery, yes, you get the tower, but most importantly, you lose your own mid tower. You give Weeha free farm space, and it wasn't even like the Magnus is super far behind.
Yep.
Look at the amount of gold that he has after they get that tower. He's about where he wanted to be. He was able to get the solo kill on the Night Stalker too. Already at 1,800 gold, just 12 minutes in here. And that's the kind of timing that you expect if he goes straight for the blink. Not even with Arcanes.
It's one of those heroes too you'd expect to try and zone him out of the lane. Like to come in forward with the Arctic Burn from the Wyvern, you use that Blade Fury from the Juggernaut to take out his life, but maybe why they like with the unsuccessful rotations, and then they try and give experience to the Wyvern, then experience the Night Stalker. Space for the Magnus was created. There's now an invis room for the Ember Spirit, so he's got the potential to get aggressive. Interesting to see where he pops this too. You look back to the Vision game, and it's pretty deep wards from Secret. You got one that's watching near the Ancient area, and the secondary one was watching the top lane. It just timed out now. So they've planted a fresh one down in front of Roshan.
Although Secret have a very small lead built up for them, the Juggernaut still has the most in net worth. He almost has that Battle Fury. This is going to be the item that allows him to kind of keep even with the Anti-Mage, at least for a little bit. And they're going to rotate a lot of heroes up here. This type of gank, popularized by CDEC. If you get the kill, great. If you don't get anybody, that's okay too. You're going to probably just aim for the tower more than the kill itself. And you notice, they just immediately go for the tower.
Yep. They understand the puppy's not up in the tree line anymore. Take out the tier 1. Parlay's still poking around the mid lane. Emma's trying to soak up level 6. He's so close to doing so. But they just have to let it go. And Secret are happy to dodge the fight. Like, we're 10 PM in Dota time. So there's only another 2 minutes and a half left of this night time. And Secret just don't want to go into this. Like, there's no reason to either. Like, Evie wants to farm up. The Battle Fury is now done before the 14-minute mark. And with the Empower buff up, he just goes straight through this quad stack of Ancients very, very quickly.
Yeah, now he's going to get ahead of the Juggernaut, and as long as they don't lose any significant towers or fights, this is where he should stay.
Maybe that's when Newbie Y have to start asking the question, because EE rotated off that top lane before the push came. You talked about the fact that CDEC really made this a big thing during TI. Newbie Y have been compared to CDEC as far as game style goes too.
They've got...
So Secret read Newbie's rotation.
They've got a lot of different ways, though, to deal with the Anti-Mage. You have the Chains, you've got the Winter's Curse, you have the Night Stalker Silence, you've got the Darkseer Vacuum Wall. So it's not as if... I think it was yesterday's EG game where they had almost no answers to the Anti-Mage against Fnatic. It's not like that game at all. This time they have a lot better responses. They have a good mix of physical and magic damage, so they don't have to worry too much yet, but something they should be concerned about is Misery now has his Blink Dagger. You've got a lot of levels on this offlane Magnus, who actually has more farm than a Darkseer, which is pretty rare to see. And most importantly, there's a lot of natural synergy just between the Anti-Mage and the Magnus.
LE's very aggressively moving over to Secret. He's still got 1 minute of nighttime left. Weeha hiding in the tree line. And the Wii pops off from the Dazzle. It triggers on the edge of the Night Stalker, as well as the Ember Spirit. So they're both losing armor fairly quickly, and Weeha is just, like, he's power shotting from range, doesn't want to get involved in any of these fights, because they're also getting the trade-off. Paradise attacking up on the top lane, and that's where SC comes in. He wants his kill on the Tusker. Snowball will protect him for a little bit, There's a whole lot of heroes poised to attack him mid, but SC wants this kill, and now he can come back and join the rest of his team. But Misery, he's waiting for it in the tree line. That Blink Dagger now on cooldown because SC's on top of him. They skewer up to the high ground. There goes your ulti, but what really is left? SC with the Iron Shell on him too. Just burns through the Magnus's life. And that was meant to be their big initiation. SC making plays on both sides of the map.
I don't even know if that's making plays because he had the Flame Guard plus the Ion Shell on him, and Misery just pops the ultimate, but there's almost no chance that he's going to be able to set up for anything there. Nobody from his team is quite nearby. The Ember Spirit is still at nearly full HP, and although his mana is a little bit low, it's not too big of a concern for him right now because of how much health he has, and everybody's there backing him up. So you don't get the mid tower, but you do pick up 2 free kills, 1 in top, 1 in mid.
Quite substantial as well, because now Pylai die. He doesn't have his initiation either. He's a level 7 Tuskar, but his sticks arcanes, and that's all for now. And he's not the sacrificial one. He's meant to be that 4th position. Puppey is the one sacrificing himself. But they're both pretty much equal for the net worth. And looks like Secret now, well, if you're feeling a little bit behind, going for Roshan. The Observer was down, but it doesn't see them because they were smoked up as they moved in. But that Vladimir's offering from Anti-Mage is making this a little bit more possible.
I don't think there's any chance that Newbie Young know about this.
If Ember Spirit moved these illusions a little bit earlier on, he would have scouted this out, but they were sitting on top of the camp, and now they move a little too late. So Roshan's dump, and Anti-Mage will be picking up that Aegis Immortal.
Yeah, there's very little chance at that phase, even if you scout it out. Your team's just not in position. You have no idea where Secret is positioned around the Roche pit. You do have that 1 ward available, but you don't get to peek into the high ground area of the Ancients. So there's almost 0 chance that you take that fight. Because you know that the Magnus now can just skewer you on the cliffs and stuff like that. You have to be concerned.
They're taking a fight into the Aegis Immortal, however. So they get the Iron Shell over on the Ember Spirit, surging him up. There's an opening over on Weeha, and Weeha, well, he's still got Windrun available, and SC he's inching forward. They'll go to the high ground, and Misery, well, he turned up Death Valley right now. The skewer down, the RP is back off cooldown, but the curse is dragging him in on top of Weeha. The Darkseer wall will get the last bit of damage, and they'll take out 2. The snowball from Pylai Day actually strands him underneath his own tier 2 tower with the Omni Slash mopping him up. 3 heroes down from Secret, and Newbie Y take yet again another great fight. They defend the top tower to boot and take the mid tier 1.
Yeah, and most importantly, they don't give up any sort of pressure to Eternal Envy. He's going to get a free kill over here and may not even...
He'll blink forward. Okay, he'll take it, but is it really free? There's crippling fear available, so they go for the silence, the quick rotation, and yep, there goes your Aegis the Immortal. They don't have another control yet. Searing Chains is 1 second off cooldown, and they actually got it! They cancel the TP!
One more hit!
He's down! Oh my! Oh my, oh my, oh my!
That's a killing spree too that goes on the Juggernaut. He's got a Yasha now, and everything just sort of turns around for Newbie Young. They pop the Aegis, they get a kill on it, the Anti-Mage. That's 2 cores down that you were previously worried about. And you don't even lose the tower. And all that it costs you is a Winter Wyvern. Newbie Young are going to feel so confident right now. The net worth lead is still in favor of the Anti-Mage.
But this is the first time that Newbie Y... Oh, yeah, net worth that side. This is the first time Newbie Y have had an experience lead in 18 minutes out of a 19-minute game. They brought the gold back to 0 as well. Secret's advantage has just disappeared.
Yeah, whatever they built up from the Roshan is almost entirely dissipated.
Yep.
And now they're going to start playing aggressively for this mid tower. I think they're going to feel pretty emboldened with how the engagements
nice
have gone.
shackle. SC taking too much damage, but the Cold Embrace and the mech is already up.
That's going to play a pretty big role in this game. The Cold Embrace against the Wind Ranger. You don't have any burst nuke damage on the side of Team Secret. They don't have a hero like
They're going for another kill. Paladai was trying to deep ward, and SC just runs himself forward. The Iron Shell's out, and Paladai burning himself. The back will come. It's a good RP, but the curse! It traps Misery. Weeha couldn't get the attack off, and now it's Puppey. Shallow Grace available. He'll keep Misery alive for just a little bit longer, but that's not going to be his path out. They'll end up losing 2 heroes Secret. Again, underneath their tier 2 tower. They commit the RP for that one, and now the tier 1 tower will properly die.
It almost looked like he just skewered him even into a better Winter's Curse. I know that wasn't the point, but...
Because it grabbed Weeha.
Yeah, it just...
of that.
It looked really clowny, but luckily nobody else dies. Eternal Envy is committed, and something I really want to point out is that every single time they go for these engagements, Eternal Envy has to rotate, and he's not going for the split push because he feels like he has to be there for these engagements, meaning that he's not getting any more out of these engagements. Like, usually what ends up happening is the anti-mage continues to split up, continues to push the issue, but because of the way the aggression is going, Newbie Young aren't really giving up anything for these single kills.
Now look at the big drawing coming out. Okay, Puppey. He came on a mission from God to try and get that Observer Ward down so they could understand where Newbie Y are moving inside the Dire jungle, because right now, EE is isolated to the Radiant side. He can't go anywhere else.
That's where you're supposed to go, though.
Yeah.
You almost never play on your side of the jungle at this phase of the game because you want the option to be able to just go straight for this tier 2 at bottom. But Newbie Young, they're just gonna go for their own. And
the Shackle won't be able to latch. Weeha steering chained up. They don't have enough control on him, however. The Vac will drag him back down.
I think they have him.
Too. Weeha a little bit too far out. The Urn's giving the extra damage, but the Iron Shell didn't do enough work. Defensive Spirit will allow Ember Spirit to get out from underneath the tier 3 tower. So this time, Newbie Y, with their aggression, do not find Blood of Secret.
They don't even be a little bit over-aggressive there.
Just a little bit.
But you want to continue to press the issue. You have the nighttime, you've got a lot of the momentum, and that's something that you don't want to give up. You're not killing Eternal Envy during this time, so you want to try to just get as much as you can out of the sides of the map. So once Eternal Envy gets his Manta style, it's going to be quite...
Oh, misery! The RP was used, but the Sleight of Fist dodge was there.
That's actually godlike. Oh, boy.
You know Misery's going to be quick. Finally, Newbie Y, for the first time in a long time, they've got vision on Eternal Envy. They put down an aggressive Observer Ward. And this is now down to Secret, too. Like, they've got 1 Obs and 1 Sentry available. They don't have the money in their supports to keep playing the vision game, and now they may even lose Weeha. The Curse will try and hold him here. The Ice Shards do keep out SC, but now Pylai die with a Walrus Punch, so they're backing back in again. The Darkseer Wall won't do enough, and SC doesn't get up the hill with the Spirit. Not the greatest positioning in the world, but with the Void, they ensure the kill on Pylai die. Envy continues to elude the Juggernaut in the top lane. The Newbie Y, they keep the pressure up. And now they come to attack the tier 2 tower. And all Envy can do is do what actually, no, he's blinking in deeper. He's not creep skipping out this wave. He'll creep skip the next one.
Yeah, he wants to make sure that all 5 heroes are up here because he doesn't have the item that he coveted so much in that Manta. Without that Manta, he can't really afford to just show himself. The Battle Fury is now completed, though, for this Ember Spirit at 23 minutes. This dual core setup that Newbie Young are running is proving to be so successful. They've got the Blink Dagger and the mech completed now. Onto Lee, and Ellie himself almost has that Aghanim Scepter now. And you're talking about aggression. You're going to ramp that thing up to 12 once he gets that completed.
It's a crazy situation. Can I get hyped now, Blitz? Can I have permission to be hyped about Newbie Y?
I would settle down for a little bit because even though they're up 4,000 gold, you've still got the wrap potential of the anti-mage.
True.
And the game isn't quite over yet.
Yep.
I would wait a second before I crown
I won't,
Young, but
I won't disagree with you. The Mana style now being up for AM gives him a way to get out of this fight. If he does get silenced up, it almost puts more pressure on the Wyvern, doesn't it? Like, because that curse is the primary thing to control him.
Yeah, he's got to make sure when he uses his Manta that both of those disables have been used at some point. The silence and the chains. Yeah, he has to make absolute sure of that. But and you can start getting hyped after this next team fight because Newbie Young, they do have the advantage.
They're dodging it. They're dodging it now. Emma's trying to find the opening by going into that Arctic Burn, but it's the bottom lane push. Tier 2 tower for Team Secret and Newbie White. Actually, they've still got fortification to get through, and they've run out of their creep wave, so... Okay, backdoor protection will finally turn off, so this Juggernaut can finish what he started. Weeha, that Sleight of Fist steering chain. There's only 1 unit in that Sleight of Fist, and it's still a steering chain, but Secret, they've come up. They've gone up towards the Tier 3 tower. The Juggernaut will come back. They still got the Tier 2 tower in the mid. The Catapult took it out. Oh, actually, no, there it goes. Tuskar takes it out. Catapult doesn't survive long enough.
You just traded a Tier 2 for a Tier 2. That's definitely in favor of Team Secret, if not only for the deny, but the fact that you created more space. So the next time Eternal Envy decides to go for one of these split pushes, you're already at the base. And so this is what Newbie Young have to worry about at all times. If we leave our base, are we giving the anti-mage a little bit too much? Because when they were going for the pressure, they often found him in the jungle, in the safe lane, and they were able to get some kills. But with this Manta available to him, now things are going to get pretty difficult.
how do you even catch him out? Like it's almost like everything we're talking about has to happen during a big team fight, which AM is part of.
You pretty much just have to force out all the lanes, make sure that he feels some amount of pressure, and then you want to go for just forced engagements. The problem, though, is that Team Secret, you've got some good high ground defense in that you don't want to just get RP'd by multiple heroes. And the Juggernaut does okay when it comes to base sieging, but the Ember Spirit adds almost nothing, and he's your second highest net worth hero. And you want to be careful, because we've seen what Weehaw can do with those shackle shots.
He's also got a fresh blink dagger on Weehaw too, so not just shackles, but the repositioning to make the shackles work.
Yeah, they're going to sit behind this anti-mage though, and Team Secret trying to assert themselves on the map a little bit and say to themselves, Eternal Envy, you've got a Manta. It's going to be pretty hard for you to die. Just bait yourself a little bit. But I think Newbie Young know that, and they're not even going to bother. They're saying to themselves, well, the anti-mage, he's pretty much unkillable. Let's just make sure that we clear out everything that we need to clear out first. Get some more farm on our anti-mage, or on our Juggernaut and our Ember Spirit.
I'd look more towards the Night Stalker too. Get that Aghanim Scepter up and running for him. That's why they're giving him the top lane. A lot of space.
Yeah, 4-man smoke. Misery's going to be here to tank the smoke.
That's an invis room from SC.
Where's the
He
rest of the
finds
team?
Misery. There's no one else around him. They're over towards Roshan, and SC moves forward. He gets a double slide of Fist Searing Chains on Weehaw and Pylai die. Misery skewering himself away, and now the Juggernaut. There's no creep wave there. Omni slashes. Misery's down for the
it's
count.
that one,
He needs
Weehaw!
to try and find more, and there's actually another one. Weehaw's down as well. The Ember Spirit's going in deeper. Pylai has to hide inside the pit to TP out, but what's Envy really able to do? The Mana Void doesn't do enough. The fight got completely split. Secret were in 3 different areas when that started.
And
the only
Roshan
thing that will
was
make this in 1 minute, they have time at least, Team Secret.
Still, that Omni Slash actually just blew the door off the hinges. He was able to kill the Magnus in full without Misery being able to get that RP off, and most importantly, it transfers over to Weehaw and gets him killed too. Just absolutely brutal. Maybe they could have even gone for the high ground if they were able to go for that Aegis, but unable to do so. And you don't even have to kill Eternal Envy if you're finding engagements like this.
You really don't. The Juggernaut keeps getting bigger. MR will back out. They still didn't take the big objective after it, and Secret, in fact, are running down towards Roshan, while the Spirit's sitting inside the pit. This will allow Newbie White to know exactly when Roshan spawns up and make Secret look behind themselves all the time.
Oh, when
and
he
now,
blinks out.
Well, yep, blink down. He's still got that Spirit down inside the pit. Didn't have to use it. And Secret, after this smoke, don't find anything.
SE is just clowning on them with his reaction time, being able to blink out of there.
First
that one
mob,
wasn't as hard,
however.
but they know for sure that the Roshan is happening now. He's got the Spirit in there.
Can he do the jump?
They've got to hurry.
They're coming into smoke. But Roshan's already down to 3k, 2k. Make it 1k, they won't get there in time. Ember Spirit jumps in, Animate gets the Aegis Immortal. It's killed by
he's gonna get blown up.
He's down, 1 man on the sideline. The Juggernaut had to disengage. He didn't have Omni Slash. They're still on cooldown for 4 more seconds. And where's your initiation? It's MR battling up against Misery and Weehaw. The Cold Embrace will buy a little bit of time, but it won't save his life here. The power shot ensures the kill, but he really just went for it. He gave it a crack, and it failed.
He thought he had enough time to get the next Spirit on the way over, but unable to do so. And maybe if he was able to do that, even with the Aegis, they could have taken that team fight. Because Eternal Envy isn't in scary territory yet. Like, with the Manta style, it's defensive, but he can't really afford to use that offensively because they will kill him twice.
Yep.
So oftentimes what you're going to see is the anti-mage just kind of passively hitting along, going to wait for the abilities to channel out first. But not really as scary.
He is at scary territory with another 5k sitting in his inventory.
Yeah, that's where things become a little bit rough because once he's in fighting shape, maybe Young are going to struggle.
Okay, yeah. Juggernaut did move. He got scattered by the power shot and just stood there for half a second.
That was a pretty big kill spree that they gave up on the Ember Spirit, though, and most importantly, they slowed down the momentum. They got the Aegis for themselves right under the noses of Newbie Young, and I think that was a small mistake by them. They should have been in position, especially with that Spirit in.
Yeah.
Once that gank failed, they have to know, oh, Secret are probably going to go with that Roshan.
The interesting thing is the kill went the way of Pylai Die. He got the extra cash, but it's so big that he got it because it's allowing him to complete up the mech for Team Secret. So they're getting a little bit more sustain into these fights on top of what Dazzle already provides.
Yeah, you've almost got the butterfly completed on Eternal Envy.
So you got no direct hits into the anti-mage.
All right, SC, you've got to get out of there.
So does the Wyvern. But Wyvern wants to keep farming. He's inching close towards that Blink Dagger. It's the Juggernaut. The Snowball's coming towards him. He'll start up his spin. And now, in fact, blinks away from Pylai Dai. And the rest of Team Secret who showed themselves in the mid lane now. All ultis are up, and we are still during nighttime, but the Aghanim set to stun for the Night Stalker. So Newbie Y at least have a vision advantage here. And they try and get a little bit more. Even the bottom lane putting that observer on the hillside. They're preparing to come and fight in this bottom lane. Team Secret can take out the tier 2 tower, sure, but wow, okay. Envy, aggressive Manta style attack. He's still got the Aegis Immortal, so you can't blame him for it.
You saw Weehaw go for the Ghost Scepter. Understands that the only thing that's really killing him is the physical damage here. There's also no sort of magic burst damage coming the way of Newbie Young. And Newbie Young, though, they're a little bit more tentative, especially after that engagement where they lost their Ember Spirit. You don't really want to fight against an Aegis Anti-Mage.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
You're giving up a tier 2 and a tier
Radiant's
1,
top
but
tower
at least
has
it's not the
fallen.
game, right?
Do they try and actually defend the tier 2?
The problem is, if you go for that engagement and you lose, the creep wave is right there, so you probably lose racks. And that's what you have to
This
assert.
might be a little bit better, however. That Night Stalker's giving vision on the Anti-Mage, and he just blinks down. They know there's no one else behind the Anti-Mage. But really, it's like all MV seems to be doing is trying to be a sponge. Soak up any abilities that Newbie Y have. Because what's the chance of them killing him twice over?
Like I talked about,
Radiant's
is it
top
worth your
tower
tier
is
2
under
to
attack.
potentially just lose the game?
No.
Newbie Young are going to say, nope, there's no way that we're going to defend that one.
Tower has fallen.
But they
this
have
might
to
prompt
defend
them.
this. They have to hold this. There's no choice. There's still another just over 1 minute left on that Aegis the Immortal.
Radiant structures are fortified.
A side of Fist Searing Chains. And he is forced to blink himself away. I'll lose the Catapult as well. And this is all just like wasting time for him. Another side of Fist takes out most of the creep wave with a Splinter Blast too. But Envy will finish the tier 3 tower. He really wants to go for more, but he's got to be careful. With 1 minute left on the Aegis. Okay, the Shackle, it got SC! That's huge right now! They need to buy space to Darkseer. Back wall catches out 3. The Mana Void, however, Darkseer and Wyvern just get destroyed. Team Secret, that's the huge fight they wanted. A double buyback coming out from Newbie Y to try and defend their ranks. It's the Juggernauts on the front lines, but no one decides to
the Jug's gonna go down so fast!
So quickly, 70 seconds, no buyback available. Wyvern will use his, but there's so much weight on the remaining 4 plays of Newbie Y. Can they defend it? Envy still here, waiting it out. Weehaw taking huge amounts of damage at the back line. He needs to escape from this one. The Shackle won't control long enough. The side of Fist from SC. He'll bring down Weehaw. 3 euros down for Secret for now. But how's that Anti-Mage looking? Up and away. Mana Styles to block out the exit. And he will be able to retreat. He's only got a couple of seconds left on the Aegis, but it's the perfect timing. He's out to safety. They took out the melee racks and a huge amount of buybacks, 3 of them in total from Newbie Y.
It's so difficult for them to pressure Eternal Envy whatsoever. And he's just not afraid anymore. He understands that with the Butterfly and the Manta, as long as he plays the fight correctly, it's nearly impossible for them to cut through him. They didn't even get through half his HP pull before his team just got absolutely destroyed. Weehaw was able to just put out insane amounts of damage with just the Blink Dagger and the Aghanim Scepter. And now they've got the crit as well. You've got to be so worried if you're Newbie Young. At some point, it looks so good for them too. But they just weren't able to ever kill that Anti-Mage, and giving up that Aegis proved to mean so much to them.
Emma. Envy just needs to get, well, what else he got? Okay, yeah, that TP's not going to work. No Wyvern for a minute. This Blink Dagger is becoming a thought that was very long past.
You can't lose Lee here. He doesn't have the buyback available.
Oh, the Mana Void. So early. Just going to go for the mini stun. Try to slow him down. He can't juke forever. The fact he goes for the 3-man wall with a Sleight of Fist. Poppy takes big damage, but Shallow Grave will allow him to survive the last attack from the Dazzle Illusion from the wall. Doesn't do the work. The Sleight of Fist Searing Chains Poppy. Now he will die. So you get something in return, but it's very little. That's 6.1k already back onto the Anti-Mage, and he's double buffed. The Empower plus Battle Fury. He's just ready to go.
Yeah, he's no longer afraid of anything. Now he's going to just blink back, wait things out a little bit. There's no reason to fight without your Shallow Grave. You're in such a commanding position right now because the Juggernaut doesn't even have that MKB yet. The item progression for the Ember Spirit has effectively ended because he had to go for that buyback earlier in the game. And now things look pretty grim for Newbie Young as Roche control is firmly in the hands of Team Secret.
And one more Aegis will be enough confidence for the AM to go forward. Like, he's got his BKB now, so 10 seconds of worth of magic immunity for him. Another way to break free as well. Not only the Manta, but the BKB to disjoint. They just move forward. Just AM Illusion scouting out the movement of Newbie Y. This was the ticking time bomb that Newbie Y let explode. Like, their entire lineup was working so well, but you kept saying it, like, you don't want to get excited too much because you're still going to worry about what happens when the AM gets online.
He's got a BKB now, and if you couldn't kill him before, the BKB is going to make it infinitely harder. No longer will you have the Searing Chains. The only thing that can really disrupt you anymore is the Winner's Curse.
But the Wyvern can't get to his Blink Dagger in time. He's been trying for the last 10-15 minutes.
They're just making sure that they have control of the Rush Pit so that Newbie Young, if they decide to go for a sneak attempt, they can't just do it with the Juggernaut +2. You want to guarantee that you get the Aegis for yourself.
Regeneration.
Make absolute sure that there's no real way for them to sneak back into this game like Team Secret did.
Speaking of the Juggernaut, he's finished his Monkey King bar. So with the Monkey King bar up, they do have some direct damage going into the Anti-Mage. So he's not the big immortal he was previously. And with the Aghanim Scepter, now Envy doesn't see him at all. They see him perfectly. So if they can find the opening, realize he runs down the river, they need that control. There goes the man.
Oh, they get the chains!
Now with the curse, they're gonna catch him out. Force up the hill, and sees the man fighting him, but Envy just does too much damage to him. The shards are gonna lock Lee up on the low ground, sorry. As looks like Secret. Oh, where else they got? It's just a Night Stalker. That's the gem as well. Night Stalker down for the count. Team Secret get another kill. They have to wait for Roshan. It's almost again the maximum 3-minute duration.
They simply just didn't have enough in the tank right there. I think maybe if the Juggernaut can get his ultimate off onto the Anti-Mage while they're Winner's Cursing, they have an opportunity, but even then, things are pretty rough in this fight.
They really are. No curse for a minute. It's no. They don't have the abilities to try and fight this. Like, you can slide a Fist Searing Chain, try and control the AM. No BKB at least up for the Anti-Mage. That's your upside here. But you need that big creep wave forward, so SC with the Side of Fist can do some terrible damage. And now the back will come in. The Side of Fist goes to work. Puppey self-graves himself. And they back out. Weehaw as well on the run. And they need more control. The Side of Fist can't work with a Searing Chain. In fact, he didn't just pop the Searing Chain. It's just the basic Side of Fist. And Secret, they come in again. Because it's 20 seconds away now. Same for the Darkseer wall.
No, I think you just go for the Aegis. There's actually no reason not to. They know that it's going to respawn at any moment. They're willing to wait that out just to try to grab the Aegis. Eternal Envy got a basher on the chicken now too, but you just wait things out. Yeah, there's no reason to force it because if you lose that fight, then it gives Newbie Young an objective to go for themselves. They can just go for the Aegis, try to get it onto their Ember Spirit. So you want to make sure that you grab it for yourself before anything happens. The duration is going to make them a little bit antsy, but it should be okay.
Roshan still hasn't spawned yet.
Oh, they're going to try to get control before it comes up.
Night Stalker's in there. The Dire Observer Ward saw him run in, and they can just kill off the NS. He walks out of the pit, but Snowball, the back will come in with the wall as well. Weehaw focusing down over on LE. The Shards will make sure he's got nowhere to run, while Puppey, well, SC does get a Side of Fist off. Roshan's up and running, and Puppey, well, it's the AM party, the back lines. He brings down the Juggernaut as this fight becomes insanely split, but Misery, he's even chasing after this Darkseer. He won't be able to reach him, but RP hasn't been used. 3 heroes down for Newbie Y. And Secret know that Roshan's ready. They'll have to walk through the Darkseer wall unless they just want to blink over. In fact, that's exactly what EE does.
We're talking about the Aegis and Cheese, but do they even really need it?
No. They really don't. They're showing they can just win these fights time and time again.
Do they even need the RP at this point? I don't think Misery's even had to use one for them to be in a successful engagement. Eternal Envy's just so farmed right now that what ends up happening in the beginning of the fight is he just goes in, kills like 2 people by himself, and then Misery's just kind of sitting there thinking to himself, all right, what is my contribution here? 28K net worth. He was picked off early, but none of that anymore. As he's 9-1-2 and fairly unstoppable.
It's a beast. It's a beast, EE. On the back of it, looks like Secret will be able to push themselves forward to a matchup against the winner of LGD and Cloud9, Hemha. So much damage from Weehart. The power shot ensures it. There's no way to cold embrace it. Now fires your RP. The back can't control enough. That's the game right there with a big RP. No Ember Spirit for a minute and a half. They just go directly for the GG push. Team Secret, they got a scare. They got a big scare. Even in this game, Newbie Y were getting a big advantage time and time again. But it just won't be enough. Secret will triumph 2-1.
I thought the game, it was incredibly exciting because there were opportunities that you saw where Newbie Young could have really won that game. But giving up the Roshan for free, then losing that pivotal fight right after that, and being forced into a buyback scenario at that top lane, they gave up so much. They gave up 3 consecutive towers. They gave up the Aegis. Then from there, it was almost unrecoverable.
It's still a nice tale for Newbie Y. We can look forward to them playing in the 3rd series of today. After that performance, I'm actually even more excited about that matchup. So we definitely want to stay tuned for that one. But, of course, we have an analyst panel to analyze the entire series. So let's throw it back to Paul and the boys.
There in the commentary booth, and thank you once more to Blitz as well. We do have a panel full of people to analyse that game, and turning to you, Jacob, we could easily be sat here right now talking about a 2-1 win for Newbie.
I'm almost surprised that Secret pulled out ahead. That is the, when you're afraid of losing, go for the empowered anti-mage. Seems to be Secret's go-to strategy when they are down and out or feeling a bit wary about the upcoming result. But definitely impressive play from Newbie Young. I think we might look at a potential winner bracket team. If they keep on playing like this.
Do you think that was about where we thought Secret would be, or do you think Newbie overperformed? I guess what I'm asking
Newbie
is...
overperformed.
Yeah, are they overperforming? Secret underperforming a bit as well, maybe? Or do you think Secret were okay?
I didn't think they played that badly.
They seemed a little rusty with Tusk, but they haven't played it in such a long time. But outside of that, I definitely Newbie looking good. And their drafting is very impressive. I hope some of the other teams in this group are going to be ready for it.
Yeah, if they carry on producing drafts like that, they could potentially go quite far. They could even go further than the Newbie team.
Usually, like, Newbie Young has never played Secret before, so you don't expect them to have that level of draft versus that sort of team. So that was pretty good. I was very impressed by Newbie Young.
Okay, any under preparation in that, do you think? I mean, we heard earlier on Coddle obviously interviewing Palo Dai saying they didn't really know a huge amount about Newbie Young. Do you think that's played its part?
Not necessarily. I think more so it's just, you know, Poppy's a confident captain. They play what they like to play, and then they make the enemy adjust to them, and that's what they did in game 2. And then Poppy picked something else, something they have a lot harder time dealing with. I thought they did really, really well for the longest time as well. I was surprised when it turned the way it did.
Yeah.
I don't think they necessarily overperformed. I think it's too early to tell. Ben was saying how Newbie Young played better than...
Did you watch them in the qualifiers? How would you know if they overperformed, Jacob?
I think you may have just been called out.
Did I?
Like that impressive series against Wings they had when they 2-0'd them.
Okay, let's take a view of some of the highlights. Early on,
they actually get the first blood on Nice Sucker. That was pretty good. 2-on-3 situation.
Yeah, and you think, okay, that's not bad. It's a good start. And then even here, you're thinking, do you know what? Newbie are all right here. They're okay. They're doing well. Secret picking off the odd hero here and there, but overall, Newbie controlled the first 15 to 20 minutes of the game.
Yep, it was. I think that Roche attempt that really did them in, where Ember Spirit went in, died, they got Roche, and that's one of Secret's greatest strengths, and maybe why, you know, they preferred Dire as opposed to previously when they preferred Radiant. But
it's a turnaround from game 2 as well.
This Omni Slash jump was crazy. I did not think it was going to jump to the Wind Ranger. Free gift for the jug.
Christmas time.
Knoxville came by earlier and said also, even though they got the win, that this was an uncharacteristic game for Puppy on his Dazzle, one of the less greedy games he's had since they formed the new team. So maybe a mild bit of underperformance from Secret. Very mild.
still, overall, their strategy was a little bit more sound. They didn't even need the RPs to even win any of the fights, and just having a super buffed anti-mage was enough. And of course, the Roshan, taking down the Roshan was, I think, the biggest deal.
Which, again, we said in Game 2 was an incredible take from Newbie, wasn't it? In Game 2, and then in Game 3, it flipped the other way.
Yep. That is the pit of death and despair.
Indeed, and that was GG.
In any case, a performance by Newbie Young that I think they could be very, very happy with.
I was going to ask you about
going
that.
into the next game, that's why it wasn't so much about whether I had watched Newbie Young throughout the qualifiers or not. It's more so that it's too early to tell whether they overperformed or Secret underperformed. We need to see the next game from both of these teams. The same way with EG yesterday. They had a very questionable game against Fnatic, and then they sort of woke up and as the day progressed, and they started playing better. So it's still too early to tell whether a team is over or underperforming.
Okay.
I'm prone to agree that slight underperformance by Secret so far. I don't think they...
Let me frame the question slightly differently for you. If you'd said to Newbie before the game, you can have the second game, and you'll run them close in the third, they'd have taken that, wouldn't they? They'd have said, actually, that'd be a really good result if we could finish 2-1 down and actually run them close in the third game. But I think they're going to be disappointed walking away
Why
now,
would you do that? Why would you take that? That's still a loss.
Because the expectation.
Yeah, but it's still a loss. You're in a tournament. You're going to play to win. Why would I ever... Oh, okay, you're giving me a 1-2 loss?
Just
Thank you.
in terms of expectations going in, they would have expected to have lost 2-0, surely.
Yeah, I suppose some of the other qualifier teams, Newbie Young went 0-4 versus IG in the qualifiers, and IG is not in their best shape right now. So, kind of pairing IG up versus Secret, you would expect maybe even IG to perform worse than Newbie Young did. So that's why I think they overperformed.
That being said, the qualifiers is a decent amount of time away now. And the same way with Vega, it's been up and down, right? In early October, they performed amazingly. By the end of October, everyone was questioning whether these guys could actually win a game. And then now they're looking back in some form. So.
I mean, I watched them a while ago when it was like the period prior to TI when all the T1 teams are saving strats and all the tier 2 and 3 teams. There was like this Chinese tournament. They were playing Vici Potential, Newbie Miracle, and some random Chinese tournament. And Newbie Young were doing decently, but these were against tier 2 teams. I did not expect them to put this sort of performance versus a tier 1.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
So high skill ceiling.
Yes, very high.
Thank you very much. We are, of course, going to head towards our third game very shortly. But yesterday, November the 13th, will be remembered for all the wrong reasons. More than 100 people lost their lives, and many more were injured in a terrible attack on the innocent people of Paris. All of us here at the Frankfurt Major would like to send our condolences and prayers and ask you to join us in observing a minute of silence. Today, we are all Parisians together.
CDC 是非常团结的一个队伍吧，因为我们5个人平常在线上的话关系就比较好，然后所以才会有这个线下对吧。
当时来 CDC 的话，目标很简单，就是打进 TI 吧，不管是外卡赛还是正赛。
我觉得刚开始去西雅图，其实压力还是挺大的，因为毕竟我们还没有进到正赛嘛。然后在西雅图的话，我们就都想的是争取外卡赛出线嘛，然后没想后面的事，就是想走到哪一步是算哪一步吧。进到正赛之前，其实打 Vega 那场其实压力确实是挺大的。
第一局输给 Vega 以后，我们就可能有点，可以说整个系列赛最紧张的就是那个时候吧。
A triple kill for Pasha. With this, Vega will force us to a third.
但是最后我们顶住压力了，还是晋级了。
He stole Fidger. He can return this aggressive coming in. Mag will drop. I think that's aim in C deck.
They will be in the main event.
当时我们就小组赛先想着打进胜者组，这样因为胜者组的话就已经是保底前12了嘛。后来我们超完成了这个目标吧。
Wildcard team, no longer. This team has a shot at going deep if they can keep it up.
Watching CDEC do that well at TI was very unexpected. Like, this is not happening, it's not possible.
I was a little surprised because they were just like manhandling all those wildcard teams. Like, right, we thought these guys were going to be really bad, but as soon as they got on the stage, it just stepped it up a level.
For me, it was like some kind of Cinderella story. It was very amazing to watch, their team play
everything. Like I was shocked watching them, and I was really excited to watch them. And at some point, I started to cheer for them.
You could always see on them how they would move as one entity, pretty much, where like their team fights and everything like this. They were playing it really, really perfect.
I cannot believe how well CDEC are playing this against one of the best teams in the world.
There it is! An ultra kill for CDEC!
And CDC, they should be able to find the dazzle as well. 4 heroes dropping on EG, and CDC lose nothing.
They had like 10-15 heroes they were really confident in, and they knew exactly how to play them, and they played very fast. People just couldn't keep up with them, basically.
Sometimes 1 versus 1, the player from CDEC would just lose a matchup he's not supposed to lose. And you're like, how can that happen? This is the finals of the international, but they still win the game. Because Dota is more than skill and individual decision making.
What a performance from CDEC! Coming back from what looked like the most horrific early game.
This CDEC experience, it gave hope to everyone, and they didn't do it in some random tournament. They were second at TI, so it's like the biggest achievement you could ever ask for.
Это дает им надежду, поскольку любой путь, который проделан кем-то другим, он гораздо легче. То есть, когда ты видишь, что кто-то это сделал или достиг, то есть ты понимаешь, что ты сможешь это тоже сделать. It was really impressive. It was what I hoped I could have done at TI3.
They're definitely an inspiration to like new teams like us. It shows that you don't have to have the most experienced players in the world to actually beat the most experienced players in the world. They show people what you can do with teamwork and hard work, basically.
Yes, the Fury trade is going to be a 2-1 EG! They've outplayed EG! They're into the grand finals, they've done it!
我们这个队的话，之前没想过取得这么好的成绩。我们后面越打越好，然后我对自己的要求就越来越高嘛。
相对来说，我们认为这次比赛虽然第2名是喜出望外，但是这也是对我们自己实力的一种肯定，对我们自己努力，所以这不能说是神话吧，只能说是一次美好的旅程吧。
In previous seasons of Dota, I think people actually were not really competitive first half year like the most top teams.
Back then you had this huge tournament in August, and the rest would be just practice for that one.
Мейджоры, которые добавили Valve, в моем понимании, они немного стабилизируют сцену.
我们职业选手不像以前一样只打一个 TI， 基本上每时每刻都在备战吧。
It's more interesting for viewers also because now Dota is super competitive.
It's hard to think who will be good, who will be bad, because only 3 to 5 teams stayed with the same roster. You have players from different countries, they have only one reason to play together, it's because they win. So as soon as they start losing, then that reason disappears. And that major system with locking down the rosters, that's a great thing because it's going to force teams to actually work on their issues and become better team on the long term. Now, as a fan, you're going to be able to follow teams more and follow their evolution. It's really what Dota needed right now.
После International 5 мы стали более опытные, но каких-то серьезных изменений в команде, в нашей игровой манере, то есть не произошло, в принципе. Но я очень рад, что мы попали на мейджор. Пожалуй, меня это радует больше всего. Также нас пригласили на большинство самых крупных турниров. Мы постараемся везде сыграть хорошо, хотя это будет очень тяжело.
After winning TI and going into the next season, we want to win every tournament, of course, but I'm focusing on each major.
这次我们拿到第2之后，就是以后的比赛可能外界给我们的压力就会大一点了，然后我们自己这边来说就是可能更有信心一点，
会像跟准备 TI 一样准备接下来的秋季赛，毕竟这是一个大型的世界各国强队都会来参加的比赛。
对于新队来说的话，我觉得他们就是有更多的机会能进入这里，然后可以让他们的见识更广一点吧。
Nowadays, I think even the best team has to give almost 100% every game, because there will always be other hungrier teams that will find your weakness. It makes me more passionate about the game, not only as a player but as a viewer as well, to see that it's not so obvious who's gonna win.
When I started playing, the competitive field was so much smaller. Back then, we were playing, I don't know, for headsets with like 20 people behind us watching, and we felt it was a great event. Now it's like you win the tournament, it's life-changing.